Payback's a Witch. The ninth book of the Red Witch Chronicles. Sammy Valentine. Payback's a Witch is the eighth book of the Red Witch Chronicles, an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. Get exclusive reads, updates on my new books, and the skinny on the latest hot urban fantasy paranormal titles by subscribing to my newsletter at sammyvalentine.com. Go there to sign up. Prologue. September 2nd, 10:26 p.m., Mount Hood, Oregon. Red and Vic rushed into the kitchen, armed and packed to flee. The beautiful isolation of Mount Hood had turned against them. Any rescuers wouldn't arrive until midnight. She tried to be brave in a voicemail to Christoph. Hopefully he had insurance on his country home. They'd come here for a break after a job dismantling a black market in Portland. Work had followed her on vacation. The warlock is coming, so I'm running. Let's take that flight tonight. I love you. See you soon. Tucking the phone in her purse, Red tried not to panic. Magic reacted to her fear, leaping to be used. Her chakras flared like warning lights. She tapped into a well of elemental power that had been passed down in the St. James family for generations. It was a newfound heritage that could save or damn her tonight. Did it ever bring her luck? She rubbed the gold and sapphire ring on her hand. The heirloom from her mother was her strongest weapon. It amplified her magic and made it easier to control. Harnessing the air molecules themselves, she could launch a shield or a shockwave. She might need both. Vic peeped into the backyard, looking for their bodyguard with a waiting jeep. Red dropped her get-out bag on the counter, sensing dark energy. Who was it? She held him back from the doorway. A gigantic shadow sailed over the house. Gary O'Sullivan strode into the yard with the swagger of a disco pirate in yellow bell-bottoms. A sword glinted on his belt. Over a dozen vampires followed with blades and handguns. He tipped his feathered hat to her. This is the end, Toots. Not today. Red stepped onto the porch and unleashed her magic. The woodpile exploded in a gust of air magic. Found branches and cut logs rocketed at the vampires. Thick pieces hit the lucky ones. The less fortunate shuddered, decaying to bones and old tissue as jagged sticks impaled their chests. 9 remained. Vic hissed behind her in the doorway, clasping his leg. Blood gushed between his fingers, staining his jeans from a graze on his thigh. One had a fucking throwing knife. O'Sullivan rallied his minions into a charge. Red solidified a temporary ward around the deck. The vampires slammed into it like sparrows on a window. We're not making it to the jeep, she said, retreating with Vic into the safety of the cabin. Heart racing, she dead-bolted the back door. How had they been found? Christoph's oversized cabin hideaway was supposed to be a secret. Hours earlier, he'd gone to Portland for business and left Red with Vic and 4 minions for protection. Dash had arrived only minutes before to warn them of Maxwell Baldacci's approach. It wasn't enough of a head start. Henchmen could soon take out the bodyguards and the werewolf hunter who'd promised to cover them. Red dropped her barrier ward, conserving the energy. I didn't think he'd find me. I'm so sorry. Vic rested his handgun on the counter and found a kitchen towel to press against his bleeding thigh. He shook his head, leaning against the stainless steel fridge. Apologies are for if we die. You aren't planning on dying, right? No, boss, not to... She paused, sniffing. Wood smoke tainted the air. Where was the fire? The unsaid question spurred them into the living room. Vampires needed to be invited, but they could burn the house to get them out. Gunshots echoed in the front yard. Vic drew back from the shuttered windows. Novak always gets the best of the best, right? Bulletproof shutters, too? They're controlled by a phone app, like the cameras. It was one of the first things he mentioned on the tour after the cellar panic room. She checked the security feeds. The deck view blacked out. Then the other front views lost connection as if the cameras had been sabotaged. Reputation labeled O'Sullivan as insane, but his quirky mannerisms were an act more than proof of diagnosis. He was savvy. He'd blinded them and their allies. A tempting peep out a door or window could end in unfriendly fire. Red said, "Take the falcon and run. I'll distract him." "I'm here to the end. Doesn't matter if it's only 10 minutes. She didn't think they'd get 5. Dark magic from Trudy Fox's shadow beast hung above the cabin. They had bigger problems than vampires. "This is one of the weapon caches," she said, opening a wall panel cabinet. Slick firearms, pointed stakes, and sharp blades of all sizes hung inside. An iron dagger rested on a shelf. She stashed it in a loop on her hunter's kit. Vic chose an automatic rifle. "This looks shiny. Where's my best sniper perch? I can thin the herd and help our boys out." "No, you're injured. Kristoff said there are more weapons in the cellar. Iron, too. We'll need that for the beast. Let's go there and wait it out until backup arrives. Your brother will rip my head off if you get hurt, Vic." "We need a good view of the siege to know what we're dealing with. Trust me, Red." "I can do that," she said. "I'll meet you in the cellar." "No, we scurry into the panic room together or not at all. This isn't a debate, intern." "Stubborn ass," Red said, shaking her head with a smile. "Fine." She directed Vic upstairs to a spare bedroom, touched by the camaraderie before she realized that he'd outsmarted her in getting his way. Lashon Constantine would kill them both for this risk if the warlock failed to. Her vacation officially sucked beyond redemption. They were already up there, so she used the Smart House application on her phone to partially lift the bedroom window's rolling shutter. "That has a view to the front," she said. "Shoot quick, then we're gone." "They're distracted. Crank the blinds." Vic leaned against the window frame, staying out of sight, and peered into the yard. "Your platoon is down to Gord the Canadian. The bad dudes still have 7 vamps. Looks like they caravanned here. Crap, they're blocking my van in the side lot." "We can't be that screwed." Red set her purse on the bed and took the other side of the window, glancing down to the left. "Never mind. We are. It's basement time." "I can help him." Vic shrugged to dislodge her urgent tugs on his sleeve. He aimed his rifle, waiting for a clear shot. The dead moved too fast for one. Gord fought barehanded on the skeletons of the other guards. He towered over O'Sullivan. 3 other vampires circled the duel to prevent his escape. He swung a right hook at the eccentric master. O'Sullivan grabbed the offending fist, head-butting the minion. His slight figure hid the power of centuries. He tossed his foe like luggage. Gord slammed into the garage, taking the door with him as he landed. The living shadow swung a tail to crush the garage roof. It collapsed in a cloud of dust. Their last defender didn't rise from the rumble. "I'll give the Canuck his due," Vic said. "It took a building to take him down." Curiosity overrode her fear as Red scanned the yard to the right. Delayed disappointment winded her like a gut punch. Just when she thought her expectations were low, she realized how high they still were. Trudy Fox chanted over a small bonfire in a circle of bones and black rocks in the garden. Dash sat bound and gagged nearby, slinging death glares at the dark witch. A conjured Cthulhu beyond H.P. Lovecraft's nightmare ringed the house like a gargantuan vulture, casting an unearthly shadow in the moonlight. Vic frowned, craning his neck to peer out the window. "What the hell are they making in the yard? Down center, is it a teepee or a sauna?" In the distance, 2 vampires leaned towering planks against a tall center pole. An eyeball estimate pegged it as over 15 feet high. Another vamp stacked logs to finish a platform around it. They moved so fast that the strange construction seemed to appear by itself. "That's for burning witches," Red said. The insight came unbidden. Had it slipped from the memories she didn't want to unlock? "I have a solution for Trudy. More like a concept." He aimed his weapon at the window with a sneer for their target. She knew he'd hated Trudy from the start. Bitter vindication wafted from him. "I'll start shooting. We'll see who gets her first." Red darted into the master bedroom for her suitcase as an idea came together. Rapid gunshots rocked the second floor. Wincing for her eardrums, she tucked a rolled leather scroll into her waistband. It was enchanted for levitation spells. Fear gave every witch a jolt of power, but she'd already hit the home invaders with her best shots. She'd drunk enough of Kristoff's blood to have recharged from her last battle, but too much raw elemental magic would sap her. Her mother's ring couldn't amplify what she didn't have. She filled her back pockets with selenite. It was the best she could do. There wasn't enough time for grand rituals. She jogged back to Vic. "You missed a good headshot," he said by the open window. "An idiot vamp jumped in front of Trudy. They left Dash exposed to take cover." "If we can hold 'em off, backup will come," Red said. She took the other side of the window, peeping out for a visual on the other witch's dark circle. She explained quickly, "If that eerie-ass pile of bones controls the shadow creature, disturbing it with cold iron would reverse the summoning. I can take their biggest baddie out of the field now. Trudy must leave her cover to repair the ritual space." Vic crouched to aim with a determined frown. "I'll take it from there." Red pulled out the iron dagger, setting it beside the levitation charm. In her spirit gaze, the crystal embroidery glowed on the leather scroll. It boosted her power and concentration on her intention. The dagger flew into the yard. Her will directed its descent to the dark circle of bones. It would land like a feather and hit like a meteorite, breaking the ritual space. Dash wormed toward the circle in her bonds. Was she trying to take it out too? An earthquaking thump hit the house. The top window pane shattered. Red dodged the glass, still focused on propelling the dagger as it glided over Dash. Another blow shook the cabin, making the walls groan. Dark mist poured inside. "We gotta move to the cellar, Red," Vic said, half obscured by the growing gloom. "I can end this now." Shadow tentacles yanked on the window frame in a thundering crunch of glass and wood. The wall ripped away. A black abyss studied them with a big, gleaming eye. Red dropped her spell and sprinted into the hallway with Vic. The cold miasma was faster. It enveloped them. Surprise froze her as she rose, buoyed by the darkness. She hovered in a dead man's float. Her sneakers toed the ceiling. A small thump sluggishly echoed beside her. Vic said, "My head! What the hell is happening?" "It's delivering us." Red bobbed out of the cabin on murky currents. Would Trudy's beast fly them off to safety? It had seemingly whisked her gently from the fight in the N2 Corp lobby last week, at least until sunlight chased it away. A burning tentacle ripped the hunter's kit from her waist. Her belted pouch dropped along with her hope. Its landing thud took longer than she expected. She flipped upside down. Crystals tumbled from her pockets. She frantically tried to catch them. The beast shook her like a bully searching for lunch money. Cold waves dragged her low. Red landed in blind darkness, her knees and palms smashing into a hard surface. She winced at a splinter. It was the pyre in the garden. The harsh fumes of a fire accelerant stung her nose. "Vic, I'm here." His voice sounded at least 15 feet away. "With goons." She channeled air magic to surround Vic in a shield, shoving the hidden guards. Two unseen vampires tackled Red. One ground her face into the platform, scratching her cheek cruelly. The other crammed a ring on her left hand. Her power disappeared as if it had never existed. It left her cratered, helpless. Icy fear pricked her spine. She reached for her magic, but the anti-witchcraft charm cleanly separated her from her last weapon. Cold sweat slicked her face. Oh, goddess, no. She was nothing in this situation without her magic. Hecate she half prayed and half threatened. "I helped your kid once. Now is a good time to return the favor." Vic called out, "What happened, Red?" "Cursed ring! My power!" she sputtered, gasping for breath with a knee on her back. She couldn't help them. "Run!" A pinprick of iridescence pierced the gloom ahead. It widened quickly, illuminating flattened flowers and piled wood planks. A male silhouette appeared inside the light. He whistled a jaunty tune as he strolled out in a funeral black suit. The Leviathan ascended, shadows lifting. A smug Maxwell Baldacci waved to reveal an intact arm. The stitches on his wrist hinted at a recent magical hand transplant. His triumphant expression made her want to spit in his face. You! Red struggled. She couldn't reach for the cursed ring to free herself from the enchantment. If she could, she'd launch everything she had at him for what he'd done to her and her friends. She choked on her impotent anger. She glared at Trudy. There was another act of mercy thrown in her face. She'd been stupid to protect the rogue bard in Portland. This was why Kristoff had let Donald kill Trey the traitor in Los Angeles. Betrayal didn't come from enemies, only false friends. She had been too naive to understand then. Her vampire captors bent her wrists harshly. They slammed her against the center stake, binding her to it with rough ropes. Her hands were separated and pinned to her hips. Tall planks loomed over her like a giant campfire she was kindling. Red still didn't think they would burn her until the fire reached her feet. September 11:10 p.m. Mount Hood, Oregon. Trudy Fox. Dark smoke drifted from the ruined house to obscure the full moon. Darker magic carpeted the mountain estate. Evil had won the battle. Trudy Fox had been its champion. The English warlock smirked beside her in the trampled garden, stroking his goatee. His latest name was Mr. Gabriel. What would it be tomorrow? Hired vampires hung behind their ridiculously dressed leader, Gary O'Sullivan. On the other side of the fire, Dash Anderson guarded Vic Constantine's prone body. Whenever anyone approached, she snarled like the wolves she hunted. A raging pyre cast the villainous assemblage in rich shadows like an oil painting. Trudy forced herself to watch the flames. It was a testament to how far she'd fallen as a bard and a mage. This was her handiwork, even if she had desired otherwise. The warlock had sworn Red would be granted a merciful, clean death when he'd ordered Trudy here. His actions had proved the value of his words and her own honor. There was no use cringing from the sight. Regret and sorrow were unearned indulgences. She had damned her pupil. Again, she deserved to be burned next. The pyre platform was crowned by a conical wooden structure. Fire coiled with the readiness of a viper through the stacked wood below. Smoke plumed from the gaps in the heavy planks in the makeshift walls above. Modified from a forbidden ritual, the savage construct was called a druid's oven. A misnomer. The ancient Spartans had invented it to smother and cook a sacrifice to the satisfaction of the gods long before the fire engulfed it. Red cried from inside, "Stop! Please! Don't! Let me go!" Trudy stiffened. The high-pitched plea stabbed her mother's heart. If she saved the other witch, she'd lose her son. Hitmen waited outside his workplace to kill him tonight at any sign of her betrayal. "You sickos," Dash said, clutching Constantine. Too soon, his rigor mortis would set in. "Shoot her. Put her out of her misery." "The misery is the purpose," the warlock sneered. "I won't be lectured on compassion by a possum skinner. I dope 'em up before I do it, at least." Flames surged on the sides of the pyre, as if hitting a patch of accelerant. The roar silenced Dash. Heat made everyone shield their faces. Burning logs crackled and popped. O'Sullivan hooted. "Is that our hamburger grilling that I smell? If only I could eat marshmallows, boys. I'd make us up s'mores for dessert." The warlock chuckled. "I've never sampled that American tradition." Elemental magic tickled Trudy's aura. Her unsavory companions wouldn't detect it, as they were as blind to higher witchcraft as mundane humans. She'd identified the flaw in the warlock's plan immediately when she'd arrived. Unconsulted and ill-informed, she was aggrieved on both counts. She held her insights to herself. Had Red finally discovered the flaw? If left alone, could she break free? Trudy wanted to test the theory. She whispered to the warlock with an advisor's clinical cool. "We should leave. Kristoff Novak will be on his way soon, if not in transit currently. He'll alert nearby associates." Yes, you want to miss the traffic." He smiled, oozing what he imagined was charm. "The Brotherhood thank you for your loyalty, champion. They won't enter this deed into your chronicle, but I would consider it your most impactful and heroic." Trudy inclined her head to mimic gratitude. The compliment stung worse than an insult. I serve the greater good as always. You may take your car and find your son. I free you from all contracts, except the confidentiality clause. The warlock bowed with a flourish. Enjoy your retirement, shield maiden. Tortured screams burst from the pyre, destroying Trudy's premature hope. The cruel oven muffled the wild sobs and curses. Pained howls drilled into her frontal lobe. Would they echo there until banal cancer or a vengeful Christoph Novak stole her life? The sound would welcome Trudy to hell for certain. Red's shrieks faded into weeping until only the crackling flames could be heard. Trudy bowed her head, sending a prayer to Hecate for the fallen witch. Later, she would perform more respectful rites to ensure the new spirit passed to a better world. In this one, the girl had never had a chance with her scattershot training. The body would be burned beyond recognition soon. There was no salvaging Red. I'm officially a widower, the warlock said, wiping a joyful tear from his cheek. He exhaled a cathartic-sounding breath that made Trudy more curious about the relationship between the murderer and the victim. Who did he think Red was? His beatific smile dimmed as he glanced at his vibrating phone. Bother. Novak's helicopter has been spotted leaving the city in our direction. No popping to the shop for marshmallows now. He dropped a copper disc on the grass. It was etched with Sumerian and other languages. Trudy deciphered a few of the symbols before a glittering vortex grew above the disc. Energy broke like a harsh tide against her own. The vortex was striped with alien nebulas and spotted with undiscovered constellations. It could be a passage to anywhere in this dimension or another. The warlock acted as if he were hailing a cab instead of a wonder beyond most mages. Gary O'Sullivan approached, feathered hat in hand. My other payment, sir. The soul-removing amulet wasn't enough? The warlock squinted at the vampire before pulling a second copper disc, identical to the first, from his suit jacket. His mobile portal set was undoubtedly stolen from alchemists. He flicked the disc like a miser with a coin. Never reveal our association or attempt contact with me. Our gentleman's agreement compels me to warn you. Do not confront Novak tonight. Wait until you retake Las Vegas. Yes, boss, O'Sullivan said, with a choir boy's obedience on his face. Trudy had raised more sons than the one she'd borne. She didn't believe the ploy. He looked as if he'd crossed his fingers behind his back to cancel the promise. The warlock disappeared into his portal, leaving the destroyed garden darker than he'd found it. That was his way, slithering through history. This crime wouldn't have his fingerprints on it, only those of his accomplices. He'd skip into a less troubled future with a rejuvenated youthful body and one less enemy to worry about. Or so she wanted him to believe. Doctors had given Trudy months to live. Magical elixirs would keep her strength up until the end. Once she secured her son, she knew how to utilize the time, killing the warlock. She'd destroy him as thoroughly as he had her student. The remnants of her tattered honor demanded it. She'd once been a champion for innocence like Red. He'd damaged her legacy beyond repair, but she could still offer this last service to the greater good. O'Sullivan whooped a happy cry to the full moon as it rose to its apex in the heavens. The cosmic timing ignited the Bulgarian soul-stealing amulet on his chest. A white glow outlined his body before dissolving into the wind. He flung his hat up and danced a quick jig. I feel that unholy spirit, fellas. That nut-numbing, throat-tightening, anxiety-inducing, yellow-bellied soul is gone. What are we going to do, boss? A minion asked, yanking Dash from the ground. Gary O'Sullivan shot a devil-may-care grin at the moon. Novak has a warlord's arsenal in that house. We'll fire that helicopter out of the sky like a clay pigeon. Then it's on to Vegas. The braggadocio would get his followers killed. Trudy wouldn't be among the number. She crouched by Vic and hoisted him by his armpits. She'd lifted bigger corpses than his. The movement jostled his dead organs, creating a chain of bodily reactions that she ignored. She would change his clothing later for the ritual. The warlock had told her damnably little beforehand, but she'd brought the necessary supplies to correct one of the night's murders. His wasn't the body that she'd expected. Red was supposed to have been left intact, not cremated. The devious mastermind had foreseen the possibility of necromancy. It infuriated her to be tricked again. His lies had brought her to ruin. She had thought once that his orders were from the Brotherhood. That mistake had cost one of her original feet and so much else. Once more, she'd chosen to save her son instead of doing what was right. The warlock wouldn't hesitate to use that leverage again. One day, Trudy would be ahead of him. He'd watch his empire fall in ignorance of who had crushed the cornerstone. "What are you doing with that fella?" O'Sullivan asked her sharply. Fear tightened his frown. Someone must have warned him that she was more than a simple magic-using bard blackballed from the Brotherhood. "He is my other boon as a necromancer." The vampires stepped back as one. They were in her sphere of influence, merely other corpses, despite the demonic essence within them. Trudy smiled as her words had the desired effect. Dash cursed, struggling to free herself from two minions. "All of you are the fucking worst." "I am again," O'Sullivan crowed. He grabbed the wolf hunter by her hair. "I won't feel an iota of guilt for this." Elemental magic erupted in the ether like a bomb. The pyre flared upward with a thundering roar. For a moment it was a fiery tower that dwarfed the house. Angry sparks sprang out. Trudy recoiled, shielding her face with her arms as the impossible manifested. Heat singed her eyebrows. The explosive magic felt like Red's, but how? Was it a death curse triggered by unjust murder? The druid's oven collapsed in a tumble of burning wood. Flames shot out like a djinn's hand to grip a minion on Dash's right, dragging the screaming vampire to his doom. Smoke cloaked the yard. O'Sullivan dropped the hunter, hissing at the conflagration. "Spread out! Take the house!" Trudy dodged a whip of fire. It caught a vampire behind her, taking his head as he crawled away. She looked back as the center stake of the pyre fell. The haze cleared. A sensible desire for survival urged retreat, but she didn't move. She'd earned this reckoning. The inferno parted to reveal Red. Draped only in smoke, she walked over the hot coals without flinching. Her wide eyes were pure black. Soot streaked her haunted face like war paint. Her scorched hair blew behind her. She thrust her arms out as if beseeching the gods of revenge. Flames shot forward. They wrapped around her in a tempest, the magic seeming to hug the witch before it spun to her enemies. The last minions ignited into Roman candles. Gary O'Sullivan ran. The fire caught him before he reached the driveway. He screamed as the blaze raced up his yellow bell-bottoms and puffy shirt. The former Supreme of Las Vegas flared as bright as the lights of his city for a shining moment. His skull fell like snake eyes on the dice table. A portal disc flew from his dust to Red. She caught it with blistered fingers. "Trudy Fox, for what you did to Vic." Her raspy voice deepened as if hell had sent the message. A fireball glowed in her right hand, reflecting on her black eyeballs. She punched Trudy with a flaming fist. "It'll be slow?" Trudy jerked back, cheek sizzling. Their lessons together hadn't curbed her student's impulsive streak. Emotion, not control, had caused the educational breakthrough with the fire element. The same could reach her. "I'll give him back. We must hurry." Red blinked slowly, holding the unnatural fire painfully close to Trudy's face. Grim sanity returned to her gaze. She blew on her fist, extinguishing her primal spell like it was a birthday candle. She growled, "How long has it been?" Trudy checked her wristwatch, breathing deeply to control the pain from the cheek burn penetrating deep into her epidermis. "Nearly 30 minutes. Dash sprang from her vigil by the corpse. "What the hell? Grill this bitch, take her fucking head and make it into an ashtray. You saw what she did to Vic." Red didn't move, yet the threat radiated from her aura. Low simmering madness glinted in eyes still black as the night sky. She'd been a competent backroads hunter, but she'd never scared Trudy during their acquaintance. She was soft and sentimental at her core. The witch who'd walked through the fire was a terrifying stranger. She's undoing it, aren't you, necromancer? Charm would be best, Trudy said, fighting an unnerved chill. She'd expected many things from her student, but this wasn't included on the list. The warlock's vague warnings about Red and her previous incarnation, Juniper St. James, had failed to prepare her. I will harness the ambient power of the area for the resurrection. We can begin the process en route. I have the required resources in my car. Red levitated Vic with a flick of her wrist to float beside her. She stomped toward the collapsed garage while pointing to the large country home. A purse and a duffel bag flew to her side from the hole in the cabin's second floor. 2 trucks blocked the fallen Bard's van in the side driveway. The feral look pinched her features again as she stopped to glare at the obstruction. She swept her arm out as though batting a fly. 4 tons of metal toppled over in a deafening crash, clearing a path for the black van. Trudy shook her head, wincing as the motion jostled her seared skin. The other witch was burning through her magic too fast to recharge. Tempestuous emotion and near-death adrenaline fueled her now. Every well went dry eventually. Resurrection, Ms. Anderson said. Brave and foolish, she scurried alongside the smoke-shrouded elemental witch. He'll come back as a zombie, Red. You think that Victor Park Constantine, the fucking dentist himself, would want that? He wouldn't be a revenant, Trudy said, offended by the insult. She was better than a mere zombie raiser or ghoul wrangler. I'm a master at this craft. This is warped, Red. You're riding high on magic and grief. Shit, yes, sister, I feel it too. That doesn't mean this is the way. This is the best one, Red rasped, utterly resolute. You cared for him, Dash. Help us save him. If only to chop his head off when this hoodoo crank brings him back wrong. Trudy expected a warning flare from the other witch. Red smiled instead. Thank you for throwing the warlock's charm into the fire, Dash. You can't understand what you returned to me. Guard the necromancer as she gathers the supplies. She strode to the van. Trudy didn't resist as Dash marched her to her own hatchback car. She studied the other witch over her shoulder. Was it magic, memories, or more that the warlock's charm had restored? Or had Red brought the black envelope to the fire? It appeared that the enchantment had awakened something. It must be the knowledge to destroy the warlock. Why else would he want Red dead? Dash snapped her fingers in Trudy's face for attention. Think that psycho can't send a fireball at your ass from here? Try it. That would be far too much to your liking, Trudy said. She opened her car trunk, refraining from commenting when the werewolf poacher yanked a gun box out immediately. The sloppy girl left anathema within reach of her prisoner. A quick thrust could bury the ceremonial blade in her eye. Tonight, Trudy didn't choose violence in favor of a higher purpose. She'd inform the girl later of her folly. The huntress had potential despite her sloppiness as a guard. Dash said, "Hurry, lady." Trudy double-checked the inventory before they unloaded cardboard boxes and totes. The ingredients within were already organized in order of use. Organization was necessary for a magical act of this complexity. She must modify the process at specific intervals given her specimen's time in the underworld. 10 minutes ago would have been the ideal window to begin. Vic Constantine was still fresh, but would spoil quickly. His unnatural death eased Trudy's Herculean task. The shadow's touch left invisible marks as with her son. Somehow its victim stayed closer to this realm. Such a violent act would anchor a stubborn spirit anyway. Vic was certainly that. He'd given her many headaches at the Alchemy Academy despite earning her reluctant respect. Their familiarity was another aid. Her mind's eye would need perfect clarity on him to call his spirit back into his body. The precise mechanics of the afterlife still eluded her, but she'd stolen from Hades before. Each experiment was executed better than the last. Vic would benefit greatly from what she'd learned after Ezra. Trudy returned from the car with Dash, burdened with dark magic trinkets long ago banned by the Brotherhood. Her colleagues wouldn't have been mollified by the knowledge that she intended them to help a fellow brother, merely horrified. Victor Constantine had been unprofessional, rude, and unfortunately correct with his instincts about her. His fieldwork was admirable, if not his communication skills. She hadn't known he would be present tonight. Had the warlock? Her brother Bard had done his duty to protect his apprentice, and Trudy had killed him for it. She despised herself. As a youth, she'd been a champion who defeated the Devourer and saved the world. Her tenure as a bard had produced heroes who fulfilled mighty destinies. If only she'd refused chemotherapy years ago when first diagnosed with cancer, she might have died before staining her legacy. Her death would have saved lives. It would have to wait until she restored one. Trudy had purposefully written in pencil, magically speaking, so she could erase the murder from her record. She could have killed Vic in another manner, but the shadow beast would improve the odds of resurrection. It was how she'd planned to kill Red tonight. The warlock had falsely agreed before he went behind her back with his grotesque druid's oven. She'd make him regret his double dealings. Dash and Trudy hauled the first load to the closed van, leaving it on the ground. The wolf hunter nudged Trudy along before she could ask about Red. On the second trip with more boxes, they found the van's back doors open. Its interior light cast a soft glow on the destroyed estate. Inside the van, Red wore a baggy shirt, kneeling beside the corpse in vigil. She changed his soiled outfit and laid down a tarp before properly dressing herself. She had better not have thrown his effects away. It was vital for a later part of the process. Trudy said, "Where are his clothes?" Red pointed to a sealed trash bag at her side. She disappeared to the front seat, calling over her shoulder, "Get what you need from your ride, Dash." Dash placed her armful by Vic's feet. She glared at Trudy, waving her on. "Hurry, do the thing already." Trudy loaded the last boxes and climbed into the van. The door slammed behind her, nearly taking one of her toes with it. She quelled her annoyance to a practical neutrality to begin her preparations. Tibetan prayer flags circled the ceiling. Their symbolism shouldn't interfere with her workings, but the beanbag chairs by his head could get in her way. She arranged the space as she would need it, taking future highway turns into consideration. Red pulled on sweatpants in the front, wincing at her heat-blistered hands. The rush of magic could dull one to pain like alcohol. That intoxication must be waning. One of her green eyes had returned to normal already. Trudy pulled a bottle from her pocket. Prince Merrick's blood stained the glass. It was a present from the warlock that she'd hesitated to accept. She offered it to Red. "I suggest topical use. No more than a dose of cough syrup. The side effects haven't been formally studied in witches, but the anecdotal leads me—" "Thanks." Red swiped the bottle and leaned over in her chair to attend to her feet. "I'll save you some for the job." Unnecessary. Trudy returned to her task on the tarp. It would take all her strength, but she'd packed less nefarious elixirs for fortification. As close to the Reaper as she was, she didn't want to take risks with a vampire's blood. The fluid transformed a human at the point of the death, but otherwise would metabolize harmlessly. Prince Merrick was a most unusual specimen with a unique dark gift, as his kind termed extra preternatural abilities. His blood was worth more than gold on the black market. It was tempting, but long-term use could affect the body as much as hormone injections. Some would heal her, but too much had unpredictable effects on mages. Trudy breathed deeply to cut her own internal dialogue. A lifetime of discipline cleared her mind. She'd first discovered her cold talent as a child. The necromancer's cliché of trying to resurrect a household pet. A lovable old wolfhound named Davy, in her case. Grandmothers were a distant second in the brotherhood statistics. She'd learned from her girlhood experiment after burying the failure. Once an adult, she'd studied how to tap into the power without temporary and limiting emotions. Trudy anointed her forehead and then Constantine's with cedar oil. The ancient Egyptians prized it for their death rituals. They believed the living possessed an energy called Ka. She'd have to trap his Ka. Tracing millennia-old sigils over his chest, she channeled her power and called on the gods. Isis guided her hands as if resurrecting Osiris from the Nile. "Incoming energy," Red said as she leaned out the window to toss something out. A portal grew in front of the windshield. Stay focused, Trudy. Dash hopped into the driver's seat and turned to Red. God damn, girl. I thought you were a barback when we met. What happened to you? Chapter 2. September 2nd, 11:45 p.m. Mount Hood, Oregon. The growing vortex outside the van filled the entire cab with dazzling light. Dash asked, "What happened to you?" "You were there," Red said. "Doesn't mean that I understand." "Drive, please." Red watched Trudy in the rearview mirror. It would be easy to levitate a knife into that traitor's throat. In the back, an athame wiggled as her thoughts began to manifest. She forced herself to stare ahead. In her mind, she was back on the pyre, waiting for the warlock to burn her. The sight had drawn a crowd of her closest enemies. Moonlight had reflected off Trudy's glasses. For some reason, Red couldn't forget how brightly they shone. The trampled front yard was chaos. The cabin was gutted, and Maxwell Baldacci was giddy with excitement. But her mind had grabbed onto that tiny detail. Trudy had guarded Dash for the warlock, but she didn't look away from the pyre. A vein pulsed in her forehead above an appalled expression. Was it unnerving to send another witch to burn? She didn't move despite the play of conflict on her face. Her shadow beast could have ended this assault with an order. Red snorted bitterly as she realized the truth. Trudy was afraid. Her heroic days were past. She wasn't a villain, merely weak and corruptible enough to be manipulated by the warlock. That was her final lesson to her student. Dash used her guard's distraction, pulling something from under herself. It was Red's iron dagger. She cut her leg bonds. Hopefully, she would go for Trudy first when she escaped. Gary O'Sullivan gripped Vic's arm as he savored Red's plight. Magnificent. Novak will weep like a bitch. Leave her alone, Vic said, punching his captor. Maxwell, you mother. 3 vampires piled on him. Red thrashed against her unyielding bonds. Vic! His yell was muffled by a couple 100 pounds of undead bulk. The warlock coughed for attention. He fished a metal lighter from his black suit. Smirking, he sparked the flint and tossed it. The shiny Zippo flashed in an arc. The moment stretched as Red watched the lighter land. It ignited the foot of the platform. Flames raced in a triangle of poured oil, marking the alchemy symbol for fire. Sweet Hecate, he was really going to burn her. She strained against her bonds. Smoke irritated her nose as it collected in the hollow created by the upright planks. What was this? An oven? Fire lurked hungrily in the orderly stack of lumber below. "Oh, finally I can gloat," Maxwell said, fists raised. "This long-delayed day is mine, my sad little amnesiac. If only you could fully appreciate it with me. I was delighted when O'Sullivan informed me you were alive." Red yelled, "That's a funny way of showing it." He strolled to the pyre's edge with a peppy step, as if he were accepting a present. "Your murder will truly be mine to savor. Hearing of my assassin's exploits from afar didn't satisfy me as much as I'd hoped. I underestimated your importance to Novak. He had his prince heal you at the last minute, correct?" Actually, he wasn't correct, but he didn't wait for an answer. Not that Red would give him one. Maxwell grandly gestured to the fire with a showman's enthusiasm. "You'll be ashes before Novak can rescue you again. If I die, he'll make you beg for your own death. I'd be more impressed if I weren't centuries older than your lover. That reminds me." Maxwell tossed a small amulet from his pocket to Gary O'Sullivan. "Your payment as promised. Put it on. It's a rare Bulgarian antique made by an extinct witch coven, so be gentle. The full moon is almost at its peak." Red sneered at the vampire. He'd been made into black market fillets while alive, but he was buddy-buddy now with the guy who'd eaten parts of him. "He overcooked you." Gary eagerly tugged the amulet's chain around his neck. "And now? The fine gent is removing my soul and other obstacles. Funny how things work out like that." Maxwell chuckled. "Our second dinner date went better than the first." "O'Sullivan, Christoph will find you," she said. "Whatever your feud with him was, it was only business to him. This will make it personal." It was to me already, Gary said. The fire hissed and sizzled along with his shrill laughter. Maxwell rapped the vampire's shoulder. Enough. I'm trying to enjoy the show. Red sealed her lips against a whimper as the flames grew. Only a few layers of wood separated her. The warlock and his vampires wanted to savor her fear. She wouldn't break down yet. Sweat dripped down her face. The unconventional pyre was built like a chimenea, directing the heat upward. Fumes stung her eyes. Soot darkened the plank walls as smoke swelled, escaping through the front opening. Vic wrestled a gun from a female vampire, kicking her into the flames. She combusted into a quick decay, young enough in unlife to leave flesh to burn. The cooking hair and meat reeked like foreshadowing. He rushed to Maxwell, jamming the gun barrel into the warlock's side. Get Red down, or I'll shoot your boss. Maxwell said, You have an opportunity to save yourself, Hunter. Vic shot Maxwell in the arm, then pressed the gun to the bastard's head. Release her. The warlock groaned with exaggerated pain. He quickly reached under his collar for a powerful and familiar trinket. Red yelled from the pyre, Kill! Vic launched backward, skidding like a flat rock on a pond. Gary plucked him from the ground, twisting his arms behind his back. Asshole, Vic said, trying to shake him off. Disappointing. Maxwell tucked a leather pouch necklace back into his shirt. Trudy, if you will dispose of him, I'm extremely weary of the entire Constantine lineage. No, Red said. Please, please don't. He's a bard, one of your brothers in the field. There is no coming back from that, Trudy. Trudy flinched, arms raised to signal her creature. If you can't think of the greater good, Fox, Maxwell said, what about your son? The Leviathan swooped down as an answer. The shadows narrowed like the nose of a shark. It grinned without a face. The next seconds went too fast, even as the horrid details imprinted on Red's memory. Gary somersaulted out of the way, losing his hat. Grass stains striped his yellow pants. Vic was painfully human and slow in comparison. Vic, Dash said, leaping from the ground and tossing the iron dagger to him. Pivoting, she charged Trudy. Call it off! Vic caught the dagger. He tightened his grip, facing the Goliath like biblical David. The darkness swallowed him like Jonah. He went mullet first with a warrior's cry. Red screamed. It reverberated in her ears long after the smoke choked her to strangled silence. The next minute dragged painfully like a year. The primordial being flinched, shades trembling, sides puffing out like cheeks it seemed ready to vomit its dinner. Unseen in the belly, Vic spewed profanity. It was the sweetest sound she'd ever heard. Lovecraftian bitch, taste this iron shit stain. This is how a Constantine does it. Trudy chanted in Latin as she grappled with Dash. Blood gushed from the dark witch's nose. She elbowed the other woman away and reached out to etch a rough symbol on the ether. Vic yelled, Teeth don't scare me. I'm the dentist, motherfucker. Spiky, dark shapes bubbled in the shadow like swarming piranha. Violent black waves agitated the surface of the darkness. His curses trailed into terrible silence. No, no, Red said, straining against the ropes binding her. Keep fighting. The murk dissolved. Vic lay on his back in trampled wildflowers. His dagger was clutched in his fingers. A breeze ruffled his short black bangs as his mullet pooled around his head. His unblemished face didn't reveal the signs of a lost battle. He could have been sleeping. Please, she begged Hecate, let him just be asleep. His chest didn't move. Get up, boss, Red said. Vic was more than that. He was like her brother. She loved him more than anyone. It wasn't a word they said to each other when sober, but she wished they had. They should have. He'd been the family she'd needed in her darkest days. Tears clouded her vision. Her throat tightened to a squeak as her heart palpitated painfully. Not him. Anyone but him. No, Dash whimpered, sagging on her feet as if her muscles didn't want to hold her up. It couldn't be, Red told herself. He never lost. He always saved the day or salvaged it or at least got her out. On sarcasm and a prayer, he always prevailed. He had to. Vic! Her own dreadful shrieking assaulted her ears. Nothing roused her best friend. Victor Park Constantine stared lifelessly at the stars. He was beyond earthly strife with his biological kin. Was his little sister Grace welcoming him now? The slain Park family was finally reunited. Christians like him called it a heavenly reward. Whatever the Bible promised, he deserved extra goodness. It shouldn't have come so soon. Red slumped. The ropes digging into her chest kept her upright on the pyre, or else she would have collapsed. She felt so cold, even in an oven. A howling void appeared where her thoughts should be. Trudy knelt beside Vic, checking his pulse. Red snapped back to reality, throwing her body against the ropes. "Don't touch him!" Maxwell sniffed. "He died as my sources tell me he lived, in a terrible outfit. A family trait. Nurture one against nature, I suppose." Red said, "How dare—" Dash barreled into Maxwell. She headbutted him, grabbing his ears for leverage, and bit him. He yelped. The wolf hunter seemed half canine as she pulled back. She spat a piece of his cheek into his face. Blood dripped down her chin. She tossed his leather pouch necklace into the fire. "What are you without that?" Red had never liked the Hellcat more than that moment. Gary O'Sullivan wrenched Dash from the warlock. Maxwell grimaced, fishing a glass medicine bottle out of his pocket. He gulped some, then splashed the red fluid on his arm and cheek. "I'm still your employer, Ms. Anderson. I have another one of those charms at home. I'll have you know." The facial wound healed as the warlock spoke. How much of Prince Merrick's blood did he still have? He corked the bottle and threw it to Trudy. His expression softened into something so much like concern that Red couldn't believe it. "Refresh yourself, my loyal soldier. Have more than a sip. It will cure what ails you, Fox." "Hey," Gary said. He tugged Dash's hair to the side, revealing her neck. "What about me? I need to feed and make more minions. This girlie works for me." "Later," Maxwell said, face hardening at the interruption. "We must attend our barbecue." "Fuck you, Baldacci," Red said, rasping like a heavy smoker. "I'll see you in hell." He sighed rapturously. "I want this witch evenly cooked." Henchmen lifted stray wooden planks from the lawn and sealed the opening of the pyre. The impact agitated the blaze. Embers leaped on Red. She shook a fat coal off her leg with a startled screech. Another seared her jeans as it tumbled down. The denim melted into her skin. She whimpered. A spark landed on the ropes, but died quickly with little damage to her bonds. Fire licked through the boards under her feet. "As you smother in the heat," Maxwell said, gleefully elongating the words in his posh English accent, "I'll regale you with precisely how I came to this glorious victory. I first detected you whilst conniving the downfall of Michel de Gramont. My effusive thanks for your assistance in picking off that pesky Parisian. He'd been bedeviling me for decades." Red bared her teeth. If Gramont hadn't been so shifty, they could have worked together. He'd left Vic alive at least. It was a monument to Baldacci's shittiness that she was nostalgic for old enemies. She couldn't think of any that she hated more. The warlock continued, the smirk dimming in his speech. "Nevia Morgan had seemed a fortuitous weapon against you. The theatrical nitwit proved less than worthy. While weakened after our Christmas duel in the dreamland, I crawled my astral self to my frail body. From a sick bed, I plucked the strings that led to your adversaries Sancha Constanza and Hilda Higby presiding over your vampire tribunal in January. It was far simpler to manipulate Brotherhood bureaucracy to deny your application. Easier still to convince the inner circle last spring that you were a threat to terminate. That is the overview. The details reveal my ingenious—" "I get it! You're a magnificent jackass." "Is that language befitting a lady?" "Die mad about it," Red said. "Oh, I think you will," Maxwell said, overjoyed at the thought. He wouldn't get the satisfaction. She squinted through watering eyes into the orange-red light of the conflagration under her. What was the center stake attached to? Was it buried? Time to test vampire craftsmanship. Pushing with her feet, she tried to rock the hardwood. She slammed her entire body into the effort. The pole wobbled. It jolted furious hope in her. She'd crawl through the inferno to get the warlock, but the smoke would get her before the fire. She needed fresh air. Kicking the nearest plank on the makeshift oven, she missed by a crucial inch. She kept trying. Her movements fanned the blaze. She screamed as fire leaped to her left hip, searing the hand pinned to her side. The cursed ring absorbed the heat, scorching her finger. Her screams turned into a wild laugh. The cleansing fire burned away the enchantment. Her magic returned. Rainbow light flared from her chakras. The magnificent jackass had counted on her smothering before the flames hit the ring and its mystical binding on her powers. But the oven had heated too quickly. His minions had splashed too much lighter fluid on the wood for a slow roast. He'd thought himself so clever or that she was so stupid. Both, probably. His mistake. A strong rush of new energy fortified her. It seemed to cool her from the inside out, like a blessedly icy drink of water. Her lungs fluttered as if breathing in fresh oxygen. Surging power joined her weakened reserves. It felt like her own. The mystical reunion made her shiver. Where had that come from? Was it in the amulet that Dash had ripped off the warlock? It was as if a missing hunk of Red's magic had returned, more than expected. The piece dwarfed what she'd claimed before. She coughed violently. Her dire straits evaporated the amazing homecoming. There was precious little air to breathe, let alone to manipulate with elemental magic. The flames were too overwhelming. Pain shattered her focus. Stop, please, don't, let me go. The begging wasn't for her captors. It was for the flames. She'd experimented with fire magic before, managing to light candles and bonfires. This was beyond her training. She'd die if she didn't pass this lesson. Please hear me. She forced her will over the fire, mortal fear fueling her magic. The element halted at her feet, making her sneaker soles bubble. It fought her. Fierce overflow spewed out the side of the pyre, causing chatter among her murderers. She panted from the effort. Emotions could charge a spell, but they were as unpredictable and changeable as the inferno. Sooty sweat dripped into her eyes. Red clenched her right fist, tucking her mother's ring against her hip to protect it from the fire. She concentrated on her ancestral line of witches. They had escaped the burning times, and so would she. She channeled her magic through the heirloom, leaning on it to hone her fraying concentration. Let me join you, she mentally called out to the fire. A numb calm overcame her. What did she have to lose? Maxwell had already fulfilled her greatest fear. He'd killed Vic. What was physical pain compared to that anguish? Trudy would regret tutoring her about fire magic. Anger chilled into determination. Red slipped her consciousness into the fiery element smoothly like a saddle. Consume the walls that deprive us of oxygen. Give me air. We both need it. She'd punch through the planks with a desperate shockwave once she got enough air to do it. The fire nuzzled her before drawing back, tentatively obeying her will. Red hissed in pain. Her jeans bore the brunt of the red-hot cuddle. The left pocket peeled away to show folded black paper, the envelope from Trudy. It fell into the fire, curling into gray ash. A white flash dazzled her. Raw energy blasted her temporal lobe. She groaned, slumping forward. In her mind's eye, she experienced her first breath, the wondrous sight of her mother's face. We'll name her Juniper. The vision sped as she grew from a child into an ungainly adolescent. Her father's laugh echoed in her ears. It felt like a hug. His funeral trudged from her subconscious. Suddenly, she knew how Adela St. James had ditched her entire life, saved her daughter, to become Brooke Peters and start again in Charm, Oregon. Recovered memories rocketed past. Red saw her life as Emma Peters. She became friends with Zach Sanchez and Stace Bonner. High school dramas blipped onto her radar. She now understood the beef with Olivia Benston. Apocalypses and advanced chemistry finals were overcome. This was her real life. It'd been one well-lived for nearly 18 years. The montage halted. Red watched her teenage self. She wore a Victorian-age costume in her home attic. The Charm City Players would debut their Christmas in July production in days, and she returned late from a rehearsal. She knelt beside a mirror on the floor to do a protection spell. Foreboding lights erupted from the glass. Invading forces tugged her under its surface. That night she lost track of time and fell into it. She landed in 1892. Darker recollections followed. Red remembered too much. She couldn't stop screaming. The fire dried her tears. It whispered what they could do together. She exploded from the flames, seeking the man who had sent her to hell. Chapter 3. September 2nd, 11:45 p.m. Charm, Oregon. In the heavy present, the Millennium Falcon drove through the portal. The 2 tons of metal became weightless. Red stretched into infinity as a starry cosmos drifted past the windshield. Her cheeks rippled as the van soared. The force tugged each atom of her body. Unnatural, the eerie sensation anchored her chaotic mind to stillness. She'd survived trial by fire, but the night wasn't over. Charm Cemetery materialized around the van's creaky landing. It was the most supernatural place in the state, perfect to cloak a resurrection. The van was closer to the Skylosh's crypt than she'd visualized, but this would do. A copper portal disc plunked into existence on the grass. "Oh my fuck," Dash said, parking and twisting the keys out of the ignition. Her hands shook. "Watch Trudy," Red said, gesturing to the necromancer chanting quietly over Vic in the back. The sight of his face ignited flames from her fingertips. She bailed out of the van. Grabbing the dormant portal disc, she kept walking. She couldn't be with his body anymore. There were too many newly recovered corpses in her memory banks. On trembling legs, she made it to the nearest gravestone before slumping to her knees. The lives of Emma Peters and Juniper St. James jumbled in and out of blurry focus. Her synapses fired neurotransmitters to long-closed pathways. Daily details appeared in random order, while entire years were still complete gaps. The flood had overwhelmed her in the Druid's oven. Sweet afternoons with her mother followed nightmares of demons. Horror blended with the mundane until it was only darkness. She'd burst from the pyre when the onslaught had been too much. Rage had spurred her on until O'Sullivan and his vampires were dead. It was only when confronted by the possibility of Vic's resurrection that her racing recollections slowed. She had to save him. The fire had been too hot, but he was so terribly cold. Autopilot had taken over for her shattered mental state. She'd changed his piss-stained jeans and bloody shirt in the van. He'd wake in tidy clothes. Trudy would die if he didn't. A memory about another Constantine squirted from Red's unconscious with the agony of childbirth. Over 120 years ago, she'd been hungry and powerless. Freezing rain soaked into her dress. She huddled on a wet door, shielding a boy with big ears from the weather. Tom Constantine. She had kept him from hypothermia through the night with the little body warmth she had. He was far from the famed bard who would later be documented in Brotherhood lore. Back then he was a scared kid with another scared one for company. She shuddered on the grave as another disjointed flashback jockeyed to the fore. St. Petersburg, Russia, 1896. The details time-stamped the memory. She'd been pretending to be a French heiress in an elaborate ruse by the Burns clan to alleviate their immortal tedium. 5 slaughtered ballerinas sprawled on a magnificent stage. The wet floor was as crimson as the curtains. Rehearsal ended in a flurry of fangs. Soulless and pitiless, Lucas Crawford held her chin roughly to make her watch their deaths. He whispered in her ear, "This is what happens when you try to warn our prey." Quinn Burns dropped the principal dancer into a chair in the front row. He'd bitten her so viciously that her head dangled on her shoulders. Wiping his bloody mouth, he jumped onto the stage. He hoisted a dead chorus girl over his shoulder, then placed her beside the other dancer. Soon the rest of the savaged ballerinas were arranged in the audience, as if waiting for the show to begin. He did it because he was bored. Red vomited in the present, narrowly avoiding her borrowed flip-flops. She reassured herself that she was in a cemetery, not a theater. As a hunter, she'd thought she had seen the worst of humans and demons. Fire had dispelled her illusions. She braced herself against a gravestone. The present felt dull compared to the sharp trauma of the past. The memories felt as fresh as the day she'd experienced them. She now knew how she'd gained the scars that even laser treatment had failed to completely remove. Her body and subconscious had remembered, plaguing her with panic attacks and mysterious dreams, especially during her first months with Vic. Her conscious mind had finally woken up. It was the world's worst hangover. The Skilosh demon raced from his crypt in a bathrobe. "I thought I told you before." In her mind's eye, the Skalosh transformed into darker, more familiar fiends. Fear tightened her throat. Red wouldn't ever be powerless again. The warlock had clipped her wings for the last time. A gust pinned the demon to the stone tomb, and magic muzzled his indignant shriek. Flames exploded from her hand, roasting him. Magic, infinite and deep, channeled her every hurt. Time disappeared. She had the power now, not him. Red blinked, and the vision of the warlock disappeared. The Skylosh demon was a smoking husk. Oh, goddess. She stared at her hands in chilled disbelief. How long had she blasted him? She'd regained a lifetime of experience with witchcraft. Her mother's teachings blended with what she had studied in the past. It was like a library had been downloaded into her mind. Her memory banks were still vibrating with the upgrade from the scattershot magical tutelage she'd had as Vic's intern. The increased knowledge hadn't tempered her fury. Her emotions were more powerful. She had to remember that. "Hey," Dash said. She tossed her a water bottle. "If you're done exterminating the vermin, we have an atrocity to do. The bitch witch wants a place to store Vic." Red gargled the water and spat to rinse her sour, smoke-tinged mouth. She tried to anchor herself in the present to avoid the depths of her mind. It was as easy as staying dry while swimming. A high-pitched giggle vibrated in her throat. She clamped her lips. Keep it together. The most important job hadn't started. "Uh-huh," Dash said, studying her with guarded concern. She pointed to the Skylosh's former home. "This place is definitely free. Do your mystical stretcher routine and get our guy in there." Red staggered to her feet. A twinge radiated from her recovering burns. She plodded to the van to retrieve the bottle of Prince Merrick's blood. A long gulp straightened her spine. His dark gift for healing had been honed for centuries. It had a spicier kick than Kristoff's. Power suffused each drop. Like a cocaine user after an extra bump, she was ready for the next round. She knew from experience. Time travel to the Victorian age had acquainted her with harder drugs than the modern one. Morphine and heroin had been in most cough syrups then. Vampire blood was a better rush than any of it. Red opened the back of the van. "Are you ready?" Trudy nodded as she knelt beside Vic. A burn darkened her cheek. "Ms. Anderson can assist with my boxes." Red traced a levitation sigil in the air as she willed Vic aloft. Her mother had taught her the symbol. She tried not to think of what Mom would have said about this. The sight of him drove her on. She drew his floating body from the van and guided him into the open crypt. Half Gothic tomb, half living room decked out with gamer gear. She'd hidden with Kristoff in here during a rainstorm. Had that really been last month? Time mushed in her mind. The crypt would be comfortable enough for a long ritual. A television and gaming system looked like an alien convenience. The modernity startled her for a moment. Electric light highlighted her friend's lifeless complexion. Determination scrunched his features as if the shadow Leviathan had caught him in mid-charge. She rested him on a sarcophagus in the center, wishing it were a bed. It was absurd. He was dead, but she wanted him to be comfortable. Red leaned her elbows on the stone coffin, head bowed. History had introduced her to many Constantines, but Vic had been her favorite. When she'd materialized into the present, she'd met him first. It was a coincidence that made her wonder now. He'd fulfilled his promise to be with her until the end. If only he had more of a coward in him. She took another shot of blood like it was whiskey. "Enough of that," Trudy said from the doorway, arms laden with boxes and bags. She swept to the sarcophagus and began to set her gear gently on the floor in an exacting, unvoiced order known only to her. That isn't a tested elixir. Long-term exposure has unknown effects on witches, but the current research implies. I'm worried about the short term. Do you have the strength for this? Red held out the bottle. Make sure that you do. Trudy gingerly accepted it. She measured a few drops into her palm to pat on her cheek like a serum. Her burned flesh was already scabbed when she withdrew her hand. Drink, Red said. I don't want that burn distracting you. The bard gave the blood a disdainful sip. Give it a real swallow. You have cancer, and I won't have you croaking beside Vic. Red still didn't trust Trudy, but her best friend's life was in those skeletal hands. If the necromancer died, Vic would be gone forever. Don't make me force you. Trudy obeyed with a prissy glare. Her lips puckered as she sealed the blood bottle and set it on the sarcophagus. Her cheek skin healed to a shiny finish. I won't imbibe any more. It's unwise as a death mage. My magic is too close to the blood to resist its effects. If I think you need more, you will, Red vowed. She placed the bottle in the pocket of her sagging sweatpants. They were Vic's originally. She'd lost her clothes in the fire along with a couple inches of her hair. The blood calmed her mind, leaving her more in control. Handling the necromancer required finesse. If she treated Trudy like the Skylosh, Vic was doomed. The envelope. How did it have my memories? Trudy nodded. I suspected that you had it on your person. The envelope was empty. Your mind held the answers. My enchantment is strong enough to revive the memories of dead brain tissue. I theorized that it should shatter much of the binding on your mind. Perhaps all. It is a little-known necromancy spell that I rediscovered for my fallen hero in training, Melissa, and perfected with my son, Ezra. You don't need to thank me. I should kill you, Red said quietly. Vic had told her that she'd learned the best from her past when she discovered charm. He was right again. If he hadn't been murdered, he could have told her so. Trudy adjusted her glasses, trying to hide her startled gulp. Your mystical amnesia was weakened by your previous efforts to cure it. I imagine your subconscious has been leaking recollections in your dreams and behavior for years. Now you know why. So altruistic, Red sneered. Do you still think I'm the key to the warlock's destruction? Yes, Trudy said, dipping to fetch palm-sized salt rocks from her supplies. She began to arrange them around Vic. My own, too, possibly as a predictable consequence. The resignation caught Red off guard. You want that? The warlock's death? More than you would believe. How long will the resurrection take? Red asked. The longer it went on, the more chances Trudy would have to betray them, or to croak from disease. She was trusting Vic to a woman that she wouldn't trust to pick up her dry cleaning. If she wasn't desperate, she'd have already killed her former teacher for joining a witch hunt. My method consists of multiple rituals in a precise sequence. It will take 13 days to preserve his flesh completely. To make him as perfect as my son will require weeks. Red couldn't bring Vic back wrong. If he wasn't himself again, there wasn't a point to defying the Grim Reaper. We have the time. This first phase is crucial to reawaken his organs and prevent brain decay. Hurry then, Dash said, entering the tomb to set a box down roughly. Trudy jumped at the resulting clatter. What did you break? Dash winced. Crap. Trudy knelt by the box, pulling out a cracked glass carafe of black water and a sodden burlap satchel. She waved the palm-sized sack at the werewolf hunter. Fool, this is Byzantium dust, composed of the most sacred ground herbs and salts. Saffron is the least expensive ingredient in it. I'll eat the cost, Red said. She flicked through her mental list of mystical vendors and institutions most likely to have a stockpile of the dust. The smaller guys wouldn't have more than a thimbleful. Overnight shipping would be too much to hope for, even from the infamous Smith and Reaper Bank. Do you have a supplier, Trudy? It's alchemist work, and they only sell a fraction of this to outsiders. I had to beg, borrow, and steal to collect this much. When do we need it? The maximum is 76 hours, Trudy said. A day would be the ideal timeline. The portal disk should have 2 more journeys on it. Magic and comedy follow the rule of threes, Red muttered as a desperate idea formed. She glanced at the Latin and Sumerian instructions written on the portal disk. Her entrance and exit had to be seamlessly fast to return with the Byzantium dust. Dash said, "You're not leaving me with her. She'll raise hell again and run." Red shook her head. "I'm not going anywhere yet. Continue the ritual, Trudy. I want a little more spirit behind that chanting, too." Trudy reapproached the stone casket, a balanced, emotionless approach. "That didn't get your son back. He came out better than Melissa because you were desperate, not intellectually curious," Red said. She gripped the other witch's hand tightly. "Don't mistake me for the simple hunter you met in Las Vegas. You destroyed that gullible girl, and this is what remains." "I realize," Trudy said, trying to take her arm back. "You don't, but it's a start." Red squeezed the captive hand harder. "Chant!" She pushed her energy into the spell as Trudy beseeched the Egyptian gods. Red's intention was laser-focused on her best friend's return. Glittering energy flickered over Vic to swirl above his heart. She synced her breathing with the other witch, and their power became one. It didn't feel as dark as she expected. That would have worried Red if she'd been in a state of mind for self-analysis. The rush of magic blissfully drowned out her memories. There was only chanting. There was only magic. She surrendered to their purpose. An hour or minutes later, Trudy ended the incantation. Cedar oil scented the quiet tomb. Dawn shone through the grated windows. Energy curled over Vic's body like a burial shroud. Red emerged from the trance. She wiped her sweaty face, her fingers aching as she stretched them. How long had she been in the same position? Her legs were cold and asleep as she trembled against the sarcophagus for support. "We did something incredible. That was like nothing I've..." Trudy nodded wearily with a small, knowing smile. "Every time." "Finally," Dash muttered as she stood from the couch behind them. She tossed a vintage Game Boy on the coffee table. "That took like all night. I had enough time to hide the van. Cleaned up the dead demon, too. Is Vic finally good to go?" He looked almost serene. His face softened into a sleepy countenance. Rightful decay would have stiffened his limbs, puffing his stomach. He was preserved as a saint. "It's working," Red said, conviction cemented. She'd get him back, as long as the necromancer could perform the ritual. "You said you had elixirs for strength, Trudy. Drink one." Trudy ignored her to place ancient gold coins around Vic. "This is a bribe to Karen to forget our wayfarer. Next are crystals to amplify the enchantment. Then I'll arrange the foxglove and place the seeds in his mouth. He'll look like a funeral wreath before I'm done. As I said, I do this in a series of rituals to ensure a precisely perfected result. Soon I will take an elixir." Red nodded. This first phase sounded better than other resurrection rituals that, in her research, mostly resulted in flesh-tearing zombies and dead necromancers. No matter how good Trudy was, the end of this process wouldn't be as wholesome as flower arrangements. Other necromancy revivals demanded a living sacrifice. Hopefully it wouldn't be something cute and fluffy. That was a grim task that Red would worry about if or when she had to. She grabbed her phone from her purse, then found gloves and a ski mask in Vic's duffel bag. To shake her fatigue, she took the final gulp from the blood bottle. She couldn't weaken now. Red said, "Dash, help her." The werewolf hunter asked warily, "Where are you going?" Trudy shot her a withering look. "Obviously to the Alchemy Academy for the Byzantium dust. I don't need her for the rest of the resurrection, and she knows the territory, so she is best suited for the errand. A quantity should be in the locked student apothecary for the East Laboratories, Red." "Use the portal. A simple Latin activation phrase is written on the disc as a quick trigger for your escape. You'll arrive before working hours with minimal witnesses." "Really?" Dash asked, showing too many teeth. "I figured she'd stop her vampire boyfriend from killing your son. He should have already discovered that witch-burning scene and smelled your ghoul funk on it. Isn't that the deal? You revive Vic so your boy isn't buried beside him? Trudy paled as if the possibility hadn't crossed her mind. Red didn't mind Trudy's fear. It would make her easier to manage. Maybe you're both right. Dash, my number is programmed into Vic's contacts list. His phone is with his things. Call when necessary. Dash nodded, crossing her arms with a wary look at the necromancer. Red stepped out of the crypt, ignoring the complaints at her exit. She had one last rabbit in her magic hat. The portal disc vibrated in her hand as she tossed it to the ground. She visualized the academy and its east laboratories. The apothecary was behind a door that she'd passed every day as a student. A shining vortex materialized with a glow that outdid the cemetery sunrise. She tugged on the ski mask and gloves, then stepped inside. Chapter 4. September 3rd, dawn, Las Vegas, Nevada. Alchemy Academy. Red left the portal with security in mind. She flicked the air, channeling her magic, and tilted the wall cameras to record the ceiling as she stepped into the apothecary. This shopping trip could only take minutes. She couldn't leave a trace. The gendarme, the Alchemy Academy police force, would soon grab their bowler hats and investigate the illegal vortex in the Las Vegas campus. Her memories as Red were still the clearest. They hadn't failed her in visualizing a space she'd seen once through a cracked door. She'd bypassed the darkened apothecary's front room for the inventory locker. It was where the good stuff was kept. The long shelves were helpfully labeled. A thief always appreciated good signage. She bent to pick up the portal disc and put it back in her drooping pocket. A brass gong reflected her as she passed. She wore scrubby sweats that wouldn't pass the dress code at Walmart. Her hair was hidden under the ski mask. Gloves shielded her fingerprints. If Perenelle Flamel herself had been watching, she wouldn't have identified the burglar. The immortal alchemist must have recognized her last spring. Red might have experienced it as a new meeting, but as Juniper, they were well acquainted. Flamel had tattooed the black liar on her shoulder. Red pinched her arm to stay present in the burglary at hand. Byzantium dust had many uses, but most notably it belonged to a family of cures that could heal in small doses and kill otherwise. It was a question in one of Vic's pop quizzes when she'd been studying for the Hunter's Challenge to officially join the Brotherhood of Bards and Heroes. She'd make good on what he'd taught her. Red rushed, following her nose and witchy senses through the astringently perfumed rows. Someone had enthusiastically used a label maker on the inventory. Each squat basket, glass bottle, and fermenting jug was marked with usage notes and more. She found the Byzantium dust in a clay jar, double the quantity that Trudy had possessed before. It was worth less than what Perenelle's silence had cost Red. Siren lights strobed in the inventory room. Pale gas spewed from the ceiling vents. Heart skipping, Red held the jar under one arm as she flung the portal disc down with the other. She triggered it with her magic, whispering the Latin phrase, and imagined the safest place she could be. The apothecary door burst open at the end of the aisle. Boots echoed on the floor. Ian Calei led the gendarme. He yelled from behind her, "Stop!" She jumped into the portal. Limbs stretching, she tumbled through the infinite cosmos and curled around the Byzantium dust. Her eyelids flapped in the galactic breeze. Red landed on a leather couch with a bounce. Shaking, she clutched her stolen prize as she sat up. She was in Christoph's apartment in the N2 Corp building. Where was he? She exhaled in relief to be there. Dozens of vampires and hundreds of miles separated her from the alchemists. She set her treasure on the coffee table before ripping off her ski mask. A clump of charred hair went with it. Somehow, she was still alive. It felt like a miracle after last night. She'd lived it, and still didn't know how she'd managed to see this morning. Red texted her success to Dash via Vic's number. A tear dripped down her dirty face as she scrolled through their past messages. This was all for him. Her body begged for sleep, but she had one last goal. She had to warn Christoph not to kill Ezra. Her presence would convince him more than a call. She slumped into the couch. The phone fell as her hands weakened. She felt flattened, squeezed like an old tube of toothpaste. The room spun as if from the bad side of a wine bottle. Her aura churned like her upset stomach. Magic had a cost. Mom had tried to warn her of the price. Their memories together melted in her feverish mind. Chills descended on her like a quick flu. Her temperature switched like a thermostat, heat scalding her cheeks hotter than the druid's oven. She pushed off her pants and curled onto the couch. Her own smoky stank was more noticeable and nauseating in the clean home. She hadn't felt this terrible after using magic since accidentally summoning a wall of flames in Los Angeles last Halloween. That unexpected feat had been triggered by Archibald Fowler's broken amulet. Red hadn't met the werewolf, only been introduced to him by Jackson's stories about the aged shaman. Juniper had met Archibald when he was young. His cruel face flashed in her disjointed mind. He'd been given a piece of her magic as payment. It was stored in an object, like the power that she'd recovered from Maxwell. The insight faded to smoke as a fiery flashback exploded unbidden. Last night wasn't the first time that someone had tried to burn her at the stake. The lesson had been brutal, but she'd finally mastered fire. Pillowing her arm under her head, she slipped into tortured unconsciousness. A pyre burned behind her eyelids. Maxwell's laughter rang in her ears. Hours later, she staggered into the bathroom. The cold shower reminded her that she wasn't in an oven. Soot and grime sluiced onto the white subway tile, leaving gray water at her feet. Scattered images, a bloody ballet shoe, a fallen bellhop's hat, and a hopeless scream under the floorboards, assaulted her mind. Fragmented and soul-curdling, the montage continued until she slapped herself. This was what she'd yearned for, wasn't it? She didn't know if she meant the bitter question as Juniper or as Red. One wanted to return home and the other wanted to remember it. Neither wanted this Pyrrhic victory. The retrospective shuffled into a baffling chronological order starting in the 1990s with her birth, then a frightening detour into the 1890s in the summer of 2010. The timeline spiraled and made her brain ache. Maxwell Baldacci had pulled her into the past for nefarious reasons. The motives still blurred in her mind, lost in the scramble of a complicated lifetime's recollections. His result was clear. For 8 long years, she'd been stuck in the Victorian age. The pressure to preserve the timeline had haunted her every decision. She'd done terrible things to ensure the correct future, despite her anachronistically disruptive presence. It had almost turned out as she'd engineered, except for the warlock. She'd escaped the Burnses before New Year's of 1900 to ensure their destiny the following August 1st. Maxwell Baldacci had been the sugar in her gas tank then as now. He'd almost ruined it when he rallied the Brotherhood to arrest her. Fate rolled on despite his intervention. Lucas Crawford and his vampire family had regained their souls at the hands of the Jesuit Father Matthew. The resulting fallout was called the August Harvest. Thousands more vampires had gained their souls from copycat mages. It had led to the founding of the Blood Alliance. One night in a monastery had shaped the supernatural world as much as the First World War had the human one. A part of her never expected to see the fruition of her labors. The rest had been scared to witness it. Red crept to the bathroom mirror, flinching at her reflection. There was more behind her gaze than she understood. Fried hair clung to her pale face. Dark circles ringed her bloodshot eyes like she'd been on a bender to end all benders. Her mouth tightened as if suppressing a scream. She wasn't, but perhaps her expression was stuck that way. She looked better than she felt. This wasn't what I wanted to be. Juniper had talked to Red in the dreamland once. It was really a conversation with her subconscious. Like now, her past had apologized to the future. That surreal dialogue bounced in her head again. To avoid the hag in the mirror, she searched the drawers around the sink for scissors. She snipped her hair, hacking the burned ends into a long, shaggy bob until the last damaged lock drifted to the counter. Even groomed, she couldn't stand her reflection. The things she'd done, the things she'd seen, they were only a flashback away. There was so much that she didn't want to remember. Maxwell had forced her onto a dark path that had claimed so many lives, starting with her mother. She'd killed Isaac Gruber for her mother's murder. He was hardly innocent, but he'd unknowingly confessed to the crime. His ritual to open a rift to the blood realm to consume her neighbor had done little beyond possibly priming the atmosphere for evil. It had been so cathartic to vanquish him. Justice had been served. She'd been wrong. Maxwell had ripped open the hole in time and space that exploded into the house fire that killed Adela St. James, aka Brooke Peters. The knowledge ripped the scab off Red's grief. She'd mourned her mother before she knew her. She had only seen one home video of Mom. A lifetime of memories now showed her what she'd lost. Her teen years had felt tense, as they'd lived under an alias and charm, but it hadn't always been that way. Her childhood had been spent running around her mother's archaeology digs. Mom had uncovered relics from the sands of Morocco and the forests of northern France. Dad would follow with his nose in a book as he researched folklore. Red teared up as she thought of her father. She'd lost him at 13, and now it felt like she'd lost him again. Sorrow had marked her life early. Maxwell had accelerated her suffering. Red shivered, returning to the tub. She unleashed hot water from the faucet until she was submerged to the chest. It felt like it took too long for her core temperature to rise. Her tense muscles seemed to resist the warmth. She wrapped her arms around her knees. The bathroom door creaked open. Christoph appeared at the threshold. His rosy cheeks belied the demon in his gaze. Blood spotted his white undershirt and dark slacks. His expression softened on her. He blinked, rubbing his face as if worried about hallucinating. She drowned in the flooding memories of a courtship in secret glances and stolen words. Red had seen him as a villain when they'd met in Club Vltava. She hadn't had a clue. When she'd met his eyes, it felt like she'd crossed the ages again to when she really met Christoph as Juniper. She saw him completely now. Red rose from the clawfoot tub, slipping as she ran to him. He caught her, holding her close. He'd been without her for over 100 years. It broke her heart. There were parts of her mind that had missed him for as long. Tears splashed down her cheeks. She kissed him desperately, as if fate would separate them again that second. "I remember you," she said. "I remember you. I remember us." He cradled her face, uncaring of the water dripping from her hair onto his shirt. Wonder made his eyes glitter. Juniper? She leaned her forehead against his, stroking the black and red geometric lines on his bare bicep. Her fingers seemed magnetized to his skin. Energy smoldered between them as it had when she'd first met the former butler. The closer they had become, the hotter the sparks grew. She'd feared once the fire would burn their futures. Red didn't fear the flames anymore. "I didn't want to leave you like that in the Stone Tree Monastery," she whispered. So much could be said, but an apology was first. "I'm sorry." Christoph cuddled her close, sighing. "I know, my love." "I wish we'd had a better hello when I met you again," she murmured against his cheek. She kissed his skin, gripping him tighter. "I didn't know what we were before." "I quite enjoyed the fist fight with Lucas in my Los Angeles club," he said. His light tone faded. "I won that, not like the one that interrupted our final goodbye in England. If I had, you would... We did what we could." On a dark summer night long ago in a monastery far away, she'd almost lost him. It was the night of August 1st, 1900. Destiny rumbled in the air as a soulmancer waited in the chapel to make history. The vampires had raided the Stone Tree Monastery to rescue her from the Brotherhood. She hadn't planned to be bait, but fate had a mean sense of humor. Her earlier rampage to regain her magic from Maxwell Baldacci had drawn violent critique. Ever unpredictable, Lucas had changed the script from extracting her to siring her midway through a massacre of monks and bards. She'd already escaped a cell when Lucas and Christoph found her in a hallway on the trail of the warlock. "She doesn't want you," Christoph said, stepping in front of her to block his sire's approach. 4 simple words were kerosene on an already raging fire. His rebellion threatened the future as much as the gesture could save her. "What did you say?" Lucas faced his progeny. I can't understand that bloody awful English. You'll have to chain her to keep her, Crawford. She won't like you better in the morning. The argument had ended with Kristoff beaten and dropped unconscious at her feet. Only the soul curse had stopped Lucas from killing them both. Red had had Netta carry Kristoff to safety. Then the night was a blur. So much of her life still was. The next thing Red remembered was waking on the banks of Coyote Creek with Vic Constantine staring down at her. 118 years had passed between those 2 points. How had she skipped through time again? It hadn't been her own ingenuity. Darling. Kristoff smoothed her wet locks away from her face, his touch drawing her back from the dark labyrinth of her mind. The feel of her lover made the past inconsequential. She'd survived to be with him in the present. His urgent voice echoed on the bathroom tile. Juniper, how? She rested her head on his silent chest. The quiet calmed her mind. I told you that I didn't know where our roads led. I should have known it would be to you. I don't understand, he said. A shadow clouded his joy. Is Red still in there? Don't be shy. Are you asking if the spirit of Juniper St. James supplanted the woman you knew? You really did love me when I was her, didn't you? She hugged him as warm tears spilled on her cheeks. Their romance had begun when he was her servant, in a situation that only vampires could engineer. She'd often wondered if their closeness was a mere trauma bond. Time had proved her wrong. She'd fallen for him without memories, and he'd loved her without status. You're both, he said as if vindicated. We're one. I mean, it's been me the whole time. I just didn't know who I was. It felt like she'd worn as many names as dresses: Juniper St. James, Emma Peters, Kat Caulfield, Felicia Humphreys, Claudette Mimieux, and more. Most had been chosen by others to suit their own agenda. Red was one that she could be proud of. Vic had named her that. She said, You can still call me Red. Kristoff wiped her tears as he held her. When we met again, I thought I'd gone mad. My suspicions grew as I noticed these little mannerisms and phrases. Until we discovered Emma Peters' grave, I could have sworn that there was a connection beyond reincarnation. That's why I was so determined to know your past. My mother's red herring fooled us all. She was a smart lady, Red said, swallowing her grief. She smiled sadly. So I wasn't too different without my memory. You were free and acted like it. The heroism wasn't a surprise. I knew what you could be without his golden handcuffs, he said. The implication needed no explanation. Lucas Crawford. Hindsight honed from a darker life made her rethink so much of her time as Red. Lucas was tarnished most from the new perspective. She had to think of Quinn Burns as 2 different people entirely to conceptualize the vampire she'd met as Juniper and as Red. While his plucky secretary in Los Angeles, she'd never fully understood the source of his self-loathing. She did now. Her own actions for the last 2 years felt painfully simple and moralistic, like a comic book. She must have picked it up from Vic and his superhero fetish. Television and books hadn't made up for the life experience that she'd lost along with her memories. The world had been black and white for her then. People were good, demons were bad. A soul was the sign of a good guy. O'Sullivan had shown how quickly some vampires would scrub theirs off. Her recovered memories added so much gray to her internal palette. Kristoff, I didn't tell you so much about myself, where I came from. Red withdrew from his arms to meet his eyes. They'd started their relationship off lifetimes ago with a lie. She didn't apologize. The deception had been necessary. She could finally be honest. You found my real grandmother in Philadelphia. His brow furrowed as he tried to calculate time travel. It wasn't easy for her, and she was an experienced traveler. He asked, Could you explain more? I've had so many theories about you over the years. What is the truth? Those 8 years between high school and when Vic found me, I wasn't in the blood realm like we thought. Alice fell through a mirror and so did I, but not to Wonderland. You were born in the Industrial Revolution. I didn't have a choice either. I plopped into a convent courtyard. It was a mystery then, but Maxwell was behind it. Red quickened her explanation with a blush, hearing how unbelievable it sounded. She didn't want to dwell on the dark, recovered memories. Telling the full story would make her cry again. Months later, Lucas found me. You know the rest of the story. It seems insane. No, it makes me feel more sane, Christoph said. He wrapped a towel around her and guided her from the bath to the attached bedroom. Really? More than a few of our conversations had prescience upon reflection. When the Soviets launched their first cosmonaut into space, I thought of that odd comment that you made about men on the moon. Do you even remember? She shook her head as she sat on the bed. I tried to tread lightly through the past, ensuring history unfurled as it was meant to. Does that include me? Especially you. I knew about you in the future, before we met in the past. She chuckled, wishing she had a chalkboard to make a flowchart to explain herself. Her teen years, living under the false name of Emma Peters, had been spent studying the supernatural with Stace and Zach and defeating the Alaric Order in charm. It was like prep for her trip to ye olden times. She'd utilized that knowledge to the fullest to bring the Burnses down as their human servant in the past as Juniper. Her backstory felt like a spiral now. She said, "You were always meant for greatness, Mr. Novak." Christoph grinned, kneeling before the bed and taking her hands. Last night was the worst of my life. I found a mountain of ashes where my favorite person should have been. Today might be my best. I'm sorry you had to miss me. For last night and all those decades in between. I made you mourn too many times. You're my little phoenix, always rising. He kissed her deeply, cupping her cheeks gently. As a demon, he could rip the heart out of a person, but he'd guarded hers carefully. She wouldn't have survived to meet the future without him. Red wrapped her arms around his neck. She didn't know if she'd ever let him go. It would be selfish to cling. If she stayed, he was in danger. No one can know I was here. Everyone is safer if the warlock thinks I'm dead. I need to go into hiding. If I can get a fast car, I'll make sure it's returned. You're shaking on your feet! Red stilled her trembling legs, resisting the urge to brace herself against a wall. I'm fine. I saw the aftermath in my garden. The magic you must have used to escape. Even if I couldn't see you, I wouldn't believe you. Christoph cut his wrist with his thumbnail. The sight tugged her closer. He said, You need strength if you want to make it even to the street. She took his arm, caressing his skin as she drank. The raw jolt from his blood was more intense from the source. Stars exploded behind her eyelids. Her chakras flashed to her third eye. She whimpered when he stopped bleeding. Christoph bit his lip and kissed her deeply. She succumbed to the power. In his arms, there was only the present. Every thought faded, leaving her mind capable of only sensation as he nibbled along her neck. He was here. She was here. They could finally be together. No one could stop them. Their bodies met in a star-crossed reunion over a century in the making. Chapter 5. September 3rd, late afternoon, Portland, Oregon. N2 Corp. Red cuddled Christoph in bed after a quick rinse together. He always knew how to center her energies. The respite from her internal dialogue faded with the afterglow. A wall clock warned her of a hard goodbye. His apartment attached to his office was only a temporary shelter. Her inner compass drew her west. He caressed her arm with a dreamy smile. What are you thinking about? Vic. He raised his brow with a dry, tolerating look. I wasn't expecting that, but Netta has wondered about you two. Loudly. He's dead. She squeezed her eyelids closed against the immediate tears. It felt like she'd cried more in the last few days than in months, not including her July of perpetual torment. A pit developed in the center of her stomach. She'd tried so hard to save Vic in the time loops, then failed when there wasn't a do-over. He deserved more. In all her identities, she'd never had a better friend. Christoph held her against his chest, stroking her back. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Don't be. Not yet, Red said. There's a jar in your living room with a powder that, well, It adds to a greater whole. I need to get it to the charm cemetery today. He gritted his teeth, clever blue eyes narrowing as he connected the clues. The necromancer's alive, then. Her son was mum on that. Don't kill him, she said, unsurprised that her lover had sought every lead once he assumed she was dead. She'd have done the same. That's my leverage. It'll take weeks for Trudy to finish. I need to bribe Dash Anderson to stay there as a guard anyway. If he's hurt, you'll want me to release the lad. Hold your concern. I barely bloodied him. Thank Arno's foresight for that, Kristoff said quickly, as if to get out the assurances before an interjection. She waited politely for him to continue. He tilted his head in bewilderment. I just implied that my men kidnapped Ezra Fox from his home and have been interrogating him for hours. She nodded, confused because she'd understood the first time. Considering the scene that Kristoff had found at his vacation home, she was impressed that Ezra wasn't dead. I'd prefer a tight leash on our collateral, but you should let him go. Trudy won't play nice if she thinks her son is in danger. Besides, the diner is short-staffed. Zach will need him. You were once quite protective over Mr. Fox. He charmed you on that one date for sure. Then his mother killed Vic. Red stifled her rising anger. She'll fix it, or I'll make her join him, but it's delicate. Who else can do what she does? I can't have her distracted. Can you trust her? No, but we have her son, and she seems to want what I'm trading, Maxwell's destruction. If her health lasts, I'll get what I want. Red had to believe it. The alternative hurt too much. Kristoff nodded slowly, as if he was holding in an argument for another time. He'd hated Trudy since the first assassination attempt. Gord can deliver the bartender, and my local people will keep tabs on both Foxes. She hugged him in relief. The necromancer wouldn't have any option but to save Vic. Exceeding expectations as usual. I don't know how I could have gotten here without you. What is the Dark Witch doing for you? He kissed her palm, worry creeping into his voice as if he already knew the answer. What she did for Ezra. I can't let Vic stay, Red said, unable to repeat that he was dead again. He's coming back. Kristoff's voice softened. That's the Red in you. She's still here. I'm her. Well, she was me without the extra scar tissue. I can get you to the Warlock, he said. An annoyed frown settled on his lips. We should leave soon. I have an irritating and meddlesome house guest. I'm not the only unexpected visitor? Simply my favorite one. He gestured to the closet. You'll find an outfit in your size, maybe not to your tastes. I can inform my personal shopper if it isn't. I remember your closet, Red said, chuckling. She retrieved a pair of jeans. The humble garment was rendered novel after nearly a decade of petticoats had been shoved into her memory banks. The last 2 years are vivid. It's the ones before that are confusing. I've recalled so much, but it's like a necklace that's missing most of the beads. Speaking of, I found a silver chain that I gave you once upon a time. It was in the cabin. Kristoff dipped his head, shyly pleased as he traced his fingers on the bed sheets. He'd gained the relic after being forced into combat by an undead king of Prague that even vampires might have forgotten. The story was bloodier than a Grimm Brothers fairy tale. It had led to their second kiss. She remembered it as well as their last. You kept it, he said. Of course, she said as she dressed. I put it in the Smith and Reaper vault with my first diary. If I managed to return to my rightful time, I wanted it. I never thought the necklace would be so puzzling to my future self. I also thought that both my diaries would be deposited with it. Then again, I assumed I'd come back with my mind intact. Relatively, I'm clearly not a seer. Did the effects of time travel make you forget? She shrugged on a blouse. Someone wanted me to forget. I still can't remember how I escaped. Those memories are the darkest part of my blackouts. I remember the fight in the monastery when Lucas was cursed. Then I ran to find the Warlock, and it's blank after that. My mind feels like a riot, but not everyone is here yet. A reminder can trigger a convoy of recollections that I don't need. You can imagine how many of my memories are as a servant of the Burns clan. I won't suggest a trip to Los Angeles in the future. It was said lightly, but his face tightened as if he was thinking of Lucas Crawford and Delilah Burns. He leaned against the wall beside her. Where did Baldacci escape this time? Into a portal. Your guess is as good as mine. Once I can trust that Vic is stewing correctly, I'll go after the warlock. She paced. Her task was gargantuan. The weight made her sink onto a corner of the bed. I have a list. Cora Moon found it in Michel de Gremont's office after his execution. I thought it was of black market buyers because it was connected to Mr. Gabriel, but the Frenchman was tracking Maxwell. Those were the warlock's known associates, maybe aliases too. I'm not sure yet. I'll make my way down the docket until I find him. He had a sizable piece of my lost magic on him last night. How much more does he still have? Red, you won't need to walk alone. I can't ask that. You have a great life and some beautiful homes that weren't trashed last night. I love you too much to risk that. I'll be a liability. Maxwell Baldacci lobotomized Yolanda and nearly killed you, Christoph said, striding to her. His fangs jutted from his gums in anger. I've ripped the teeth out of men who merely insulted my past girlfriends. I'd destroy him even if you didn't. Red averted her eyes to her fidgeting hands. Could she ask this of him? I know what people have said about me through the years. They say I'm a homicidal dark witch. If they only knew how hard I tried to save people. You met me at my worst with Lucas, and then after I escaped him, I dragged you on my quest against the warlock. Do you really want to do that again? Hell, yes. Cards down, I don't know what I'm doing here. Maxwell has beaten me every time we've met. I didn't recapture my full magic or kill him when I tried last time. He's a merchant of chaos. How do I fight that? I'll be your tutor in mayhem, Christoph said, kneeling at her feet. He entwined their fingers before kissing her knuckles. We'll have the resources. My prince will give us a generous stipend if he knows we're tracking the warlock. He'll like that more than my vacation request. She pounced on him in a hug. Thank you. Always, my love. We should get that very expensive dust to charm. We'll arrive by sunset. You'll need to drive the car. He looked skeptical, as if she'd be more comfortable with a horse and buggy. I still remember how to drive. She swatted his bare butt. You'll need trousers. Christoph kissed her with a mischievous smile. I run this joint. HR wouldn't say anything if I tangoed in the lobby naked. We'll test that another day, Red warned as she admired him changing into a suit. He skipped a tie. Her mind superimposed a vision of him in a butler's uniform in Prague. 120 years later, he looked exactly the same. The hairstyle was updated, but the features were eternally as she remembered them so long ago. He'd grown in other ways. Deflecting from the Burns vampires and the Alaric Order at the turn of the last century, his demonic nature had been tempered outside their influence. The killer instinct had turned to business. His evolution was better than Red could have imagined. He was better. She would have despaired at his lack of a soul before. He was still a killer. As Red, she'd grappled with the ethical dilemma. As Juniper, he'd seemed like a knight compared to other vampires. Their mission required a demon's touch. As always, he was exactly what she needed him to be. How did he manage that? Her heart fluttered. Without her memories, she wore it on her sleeve. The muscle was tougher after the fire's revelations. No matter how deep she tried to bury her heart, he always found it somehow. Christoph held a courtly arm out to her. Red accepted, feeling the past and present collide. The two concepts would supernova soon once she reunited with her diary. It would make a surreal read. She'd written a second one that chronicled her escape from Lucas and his family until that fateful August night in 1900. Was it mislabeled in a Smith and Reaper vault, or had it vanished? They'd find it. He made the impossible feel possible. She held his hand, so grateful for finding him as they left his apartment. She kissed him in the elevator until the door opened. What's that look for? Christoph asked, stroking her cheek. I can't believe you're mine. If he'd had a human circulatory system, he seemed like he would have blushed as he ducked his head. He wrapped an arm around her and led her into the dark subterranean garage. I was going to say the same. She felt a presence that had once been as familiar as her own aura. Her chest tightened. Palms sweating, she tried to move, but her limbs didn't respond. Lucas was here. Chapter 6. September 3rd, late afternoon. Portland, Oregon, N2 Corp. Red couldn't believe it was Lucas Crawford. He rushed to her in the parking garage. Smiling in relief, he patted her shoulder. "You're alive! Bloody hell, I thought you were—" She shied from him, clinging to Christoph. Lucas had played too many roles in the production of her life. Her paramour, her hero, her personal villain. What hadn't he been to her? She'd seen him as a hero and monster, with evidence to prove either theory. The historians could squabble over his legacy, but as Juniper, she'd known him as few had. History, bloody and gilded, stretched between them as current as the present. He couldn't see it. He'd put it in the rearview mirror. She'd had the glass ground into her. The dark-haired vampire withdrew in alarmed confusion. He thrust his fists into his pockets, rocking back on his heels. His mannerisms were the same as in her Victorian memories. A patched leather jacket and black t-shirt had replaced the overcoat and vest. She knew every centimeter of his skin better than her own. Lucas said softly, "What did those bastards do to you?" "They burned a witch," she said, staring at her feet. "I've dealt with everyone but the warlock." "I counted the skeletons. You did good, but it seemed rough. Let me get a look at you," Lucas said softly, beckoning as if she were a skittish cat to lure. The gentleness infuriated her. He'd called her kitten so often. As Red, she hadn't known that it was his old pet name for Juniper. Context cast a pall over her memories of Los Angeles. She understood why he had seemed so conflicted over their relationship then. He knew how grotesque it was. A charitable interpretation of his actions said that he'd thought she was a reincarnation and tried his best to do right by her as he hadn't before. His soul shone, and his empathic concern was in his eyes. He'd spent the last lifetime doing good. She could only see the demon that Lucas had been. He'd courted Juniper in blood and mayhem, as only a vampire would before he asked her to be his courtesan. She'd said yes to direct him back on history's course and then escape. That was her plan. Naively, she'd thought it would work. Her infatuation with the souled hero he could be had distracted her from the unsouled vampire he was in the 1890s. She'd thought she could handle herself. Reality had humbled her. Death had followed them for years after. Her signature was on a devil's bargain in complicity. It was right beside his own. Lucas stared at her as if confused by her silence. He sniffed. "Are you copacetic, Red? You're carrying enough Byzantium dust to retire on. I know that smell. It's attached to memories of some nasty necromancers. What are you doing next, kitten?" "That's my own affair." She screwed her eyelids shut, telling herself, "I'm not a kitten." Her words sounded small. She felt smaller, too. "You aren't alone in this. I'm here." Christoph countered, "So am I." Lucas sniffed the air again. Though their senses were weaker than werewolves, vampires could still smell your fear, what you ate last night, and which bed you left. He was easier to read than a watch. Hurt tightened his features as his gray eyes flickered amber. He clenched his hidden fists in his pockets as he glared at Christoph. He knew about them. She didn't care. She wasn't powerless anymore. "You're looking for help in the wrong place," Lucas said. "He'll turn on you as he did on me, Red." She met his gaze. Adrenaline kicked into her system. She wasn't ashamed of her new relationship, and she knew far more about his past with Christoph. This wouldn't end like the Stone Tree Monastery. They'd both changed too much for that. He wouldn't last in a fight against her magic now. She didn't need a soulmancer's intervention anymore. Lucas glared at Christoph. "You can't trust him, Red. You want revenge, and I wager he's promised to throw cash and connections at the operation. He'll cheer you to the dark side if it means you'll take a chance on him." "I'll send him away, darling," Christoph said, shielding her from the other vampire. "Grow up, Novak. I spent the whole night thinking my friends were dead." I'm not in the mood for your Romeo routine. What happened to you, Red? Where is Vic? Gone, she said hollowly. Her throat squeezed from sorrow. The more people she told, the more real it felt. Bloody hell. Now it all tracks. Lucas winced and ruffled his hair. Constantine was a bard to the core. He won't thank you for using that bleeding dust on him. Think about this. Give your other grief-stricken decisions a ponder too, he said as he eyed his progeny suspiciously. She has, Kristoff said, taking her hand. A slow grin spread across his face. As for your other insinuation, our relationship isn't due to manipulated mourning. Ask Dilly Labernis when you go home. Lucas snapped, Red doesn't need an oily spokesman. Red did. She couldn't move, let alone speak. Her bravado ran dry. There wasn't a single emotion that she hadn't felt for Lucas in the past. In the present, shame and anger mingled with a buried relief to see that he'd survived to see his future. She'd sacrificed to ensure his destiny. It was something that she'd believed in so strongly that it had seen her through the nights that should have broken her. She'd first met him in 2010 as a plucky teen sidekick to Stace Bonner. He'd known her as Emma Peters, but a glamour spell had concealed her familiar face. Maybe she would have had an easier time if he'd recognized her from the beginning. Time travel made it hard to know when that was. His punkish look and heroism made her infatuated on their first encounter when he'd saved her life in Charm, Oregon. It was months before she disappeared into the past. Those days must have been chaotically stressful when she'd lived them, but they seemed idyllic in hindsight. Alaric and the remnants of his order, like Isaac Gruber, had been attempting to besiege Charm that spring. Lucas had joined Delilah, Quinn, and Celine in the ragtag alliance that had formed in the town against Alaric. When Lucas left after helping stop an apocalypse, she'd never expected to see him again. Her crush had survived a time jump to 1892. She had thought that she could coax the hero out of him initially. In the end, Lucas had changed her more than she had him. It's been said never to meet your heroes. Dating them was a worse idea. His proximity rattled her, flashing her back to times both dark and golden. The winter of 1895 was bitter. Snow sleeted against the window of their rented house outside Berlin. He was to venture into Alaric's lair tomorrow night. A summons from the head of his vampiric order couldn't be refused. It left him in an oddly introspective mood as he explained the unholy pomp and circumstance he'd have to endure. She ran her fingers over his high cheekbones. He was chilled as if carved from marble. There were nights when he was so sweet that he could make her forget his sins. This was one of them. It was a boom before the bust in a relationship that was built on such patterns. She combed through his mussed hair. Do you at least have a secret handshake? Afraid not, kitten, Lucas said. We have a lot of inane rituals, but handshakes are not one of them. She pouted. Not going to lie, I'm a little disappointed. Chuckling, he rolled her under him faster than she could process. He kissed her as he ran his fingers through her hair tenderly. Demon and lover, he had two sides like a coin. It was a scene that had once come to her while napping in the Millennium Falcon. She didn't realize it was a memory. Only minutes after she awoke, she had met Lucas again outside LA County. She'd forgotten the coincidence after she left that city. That reunion felt different on reflection. She knew why Lucas had fled from her then. He'd had to reface someone that he'd harmed and loved in equal measure, at least in his mind, she supposed. She would quibble over the ratio. It hurt more because, fucked up as it was, she had loved him once. Red realized that Lucas was staring at her in the present. She said, You're not my master. Kristoff is, and we're leaving. Why are you talking like that? Is Novak putting you up to this master rubbish? Kristoff looked thoroughly amused by the idea. I'm along for the ride. Lucas snarled at his child before facing her. You're grieving, Red. Vic was my friend too. I'll miss him like hell, but that doesn't mean you defy the natural order. You're the last to lecture me about morality, she said. She tamped down her magic before it reacted to her emotions. She couldn't lose control again, like with the Skylosh demon. She hadn't even comprehended that she'd killed it until she finished. The emotions triggered her magic. If it happened again, she could set the building on fire with dozens inside. She couldn't stop herself from adding, "Did you see Vic die? See the shadow spit him out? I did. I see it when I close my eyes." You won't get what you want back, only a beast to put down. A back alley resurrection will hurt you too, kitten. I don't. Lucas recoiled at her hateful stare. She stomped past him. Her voice dropped to a growl. I'm not a house pet. For most of the 1890s, she might as well have been. Historians called it the gay 90s. It had been a slog for her. Lucas kept her in silks and high society, but that was the surface dressing of their affair. Dark lows and conflicting highs fought to become another montage. Red stared at him, weighing her pain, unknown to history, compared to his widely publicized achievements. Was it worth it? Not Vic, Lucas said. It was the one word that would anchor her to reality. You know what you're doing with him is wrong. Red marched to the SUV. Do you really think he deserves to stay this way? That's not what I'm saying. Christoph grinned, opening the driver's side of the car. I believe the lady made herself clear. It won't turn out like you think, Lucas said. Did he really think of her as an idiotic kitten who couldn't calculate consequences? She pivoted around, planting her hands on her hips. The warlock thinks I'm dead, burned to a crisp. He's watching everyone I ever called a friend after killing my best one. My old life is destroyed. How much hope do you think I have? Enough to be disappointed. I know this seems like a nightmare. I'm waking up, so stay out of my way. Red climbed behind the wheel of the SUV as Christoph hopped into the side door. She sped from the parking space. Distance didn't thaw the chill in her spine. She called into the back of the car. I never thanked you for that night in LA. You're welcome. Christoph perched on the latest in vampiric daytime transport, an armored, space-age-looking casket. The back seats had been removed, but it still barely fit. Which night? Red had been so mad that evening at Club Vltava. It was her second day in Los Angeles, and he'd bitten her before fist-fighting Lucas. She smiled. When you claimed me before he could. I didn't want history to repeat. He had hurt you enough for one lifetime. Even if you hated me after, you'd be safer from my kind, he said, almost shy. He opened his light-sealed pod. We'll have to continue this on speakerphone once we hit the sunlight. Get some rest. You've been up too long. I can tell. She glanced into the side mirror. Lucas sprinted after the oversized SUV. Red, don't do this. She made a sharp right in the garage, zipping through a gap in the parking row. Christoph tripped into his casket in the back, the lid slamming closed on him. Sorry, honey, Red said, driving with determination. I'll get us there in one piece. Daylight stopped Lucas from following them outside. His presence triggered enough recollections to continue the chase. Old kisses and past threats haunted her from 7 years together as a vampire and his courtesan. It burned brighter than the few months of juvenilely dating him as Red. Lifetimes ago for him, less so for her. She desperately clutched the steering wheel, focusing on the other cars inching through the packed one-way street. Bright sunshine stung her world-weary eyes. The modern downtown faded into horse-drawn memories. Smoggy London replaced Portland in her mind's eye. Queen Victoria had ruled in widow's black as the Industrial Revolution powered her reign. The globe was still drenched in British red and the blood from the victims of the Bloody Burns clan. It's not now, she told herself with a pinch. This was when she was supposed to be. An on-ramp to the highway increased her speed, but her past kept up with the SUV. The twists and turns in her history were sharper than the road west. She had been born Juniper St. James in the 1990s to a lineage that she still didn't understand. Emma Peters had been her first alias, devised by her mother, with more to come. In a puzzling turn of events, Quinn Burns had returned her birth name to her in the 1890s for her last year with his clan. They knew her real name was Juniper, after Celine had compelled the truth from her, but she'd kept her family name a secret. Maybe he had heard about the St. James Coven from a rumor about American witches. Her family was famous in certain circles. What would her mother say about Vic? The scolding would last for hours for sure. It was a stupid thought exercise. What sensible magical mom would allow it? Trudy Fox didn't count. If Red hadn't witnessed Ezra Fox's restoration, she wouldn't have considered the risk. The chance was there. Smaller than she liked, considering the tricky and ailing necromancer, but she had to take it. Vic deserved it. How long would it be until Lucas warned her friends to stop her? Chapter 7. September 3rd evening. En route to Charm. The sun sank on the western horizon, guiding Red toward home. She turned off the car radio after getting weepy to the song Freebird by Leonard Skynyrd. It was one of Vic's favorites. Her anguish turned to anger at his murderers, then switched to him. The unbidden emotion made her feel guilty, but she was pissed at Vic all the same. He would have survived if he'd run when she told him to. Why didn't he go to the panic room? By choice, he had gone out like a Constantine, fighting against the darkness with a weapon in hand. That didn't mean she didn't owe him. He'd given so much during their friendship. She'd do her best for him. Resurrection was the only unsolicited bit. The rest was his final request. Vic had told her during their first hunts, and this was verbatim, to pop a cap in the ass of anyone who brought him down. He'd do the same for her. She knew because he'd died trying to. Red dialed Stace's house phone from memory as she drove. Sleepovers and research sessions from high school jostled free with each tap on the keypad. Zach and Stace had lost her before without warning or word. She couldn't do that to them again. The voicemail answered as she hoped. I'm alive, but too much has happened. It's the Warlock. He came for me at the cabin. His people could still be watching Charm. I'll be back when it's safe for everyone. I'm sorry to go again. Red hung up, resting the cell phone on her fidgeting knee. It wasn't a comforting message, but it was a sign of life. The next call should be to LaShawn. She tapped the wheel, grimacing at the road. It was the one she never wanted to make. He deserved to know what happened to his brother, but she wouldn't have to deliver that terrible news if everything succeeded. A wary part of her whispered, he might stop her if he knew. She couldn't risk a call until she was thinking more clearly to persuade him. The road cut through a forest preserve, one that she'd driven more times than she realized. Nearly 14 years old, she sat beside her mother on the bus to an unknown new life in Oregon. They'd adopted the name Peters states ago, in a random and sprawling zigzag road trip from the East Coast. They were dodging a family secret that her mother didn't dare speak of. It seemed more like a curse. All she knew was that her father and his parents were dead in separate tragedies that marked the end of her childhood. The recollection was another strange pearl left on the beach of her mind. Trudy had bragged about her envelope trick, but the original memory binding still restrained some. Red was almost grateful. She had plenty of traumas bubbling to the surface. She flipped on the radio to hear something besides her own thoughts. A blood-red sunset announced twilight. Her headlamps reflected on the welcome signs for the blink and you'll miss them towns that clung to the highway. The house windows pleaded like eyes to take them with her. Christoph rose from his pod in the back of the SUV once darkness fell. She turned the radio down when he climbed into the front seat. He studied her face with a relieved smile, as if he expected her to have been a hallucination or ghost when he woke. You've made good time. We have a deadline. Red shifted in her seat, fighting against a persistent yet awkward question. It burst from her mouth. Why are you different without a soul than he was? He sat in the front seat with a contemplative air. You're referring to Lucas, I assume. Of course, when you first met him, he was at his most gentle with me, if you can believe it. You had a rude start as a vampire, but you've always been... She didn't know how to articulate it. It wasn't as if he was soft or guileless. She'd seen him kill and scheme without leaving a clue for his enemies. Christoph smiled with an amused snort. You want to know why I am able to resist hurting who I care about without a soul, and why Lucas couldn't? A wealth of biting rejoinders come to mind. Be serious. I can't promise that, but I'll try to be objective. he said, frowning at the mental effort as he seemed to consider his opinion carefully. Lucas was groomed for a decade by the most vicious vampires of their age. I wasn't. I had you as an early tie to my humanity, then Arno. I only spent a year with the Bloody Burnses, then lifetimes obeying a queen with a shred of decency, along with a soul. Vampires are influenced by their masters and clan. Your time travel ensured that I would have a good one. Red smiled. You're something that I got right then. What I said isn't the full truth, he sighed, tapping the car door handle as if he loathed to admit the next words to her. I shield you from the demon side of myself. In truth, I could find a stranger on the street, gut him, then change my shirt to meet you for dinner. The encounter would fade from my mind once I reached the restaurant. I'm as unsouled as Lucas once was. I'm merely disciplined. Older, too. So, you're saying it was the wrong place and the wrong time to meet Lucas? She shook her head. That was something she'd figured out a long time ago. He was an entitled rich boy in life and beyond who had everything handed to him. So let us not forget that. Empathy comes from suffering. An entrepreneur and a philosopher. Red chuckled weakly, hiding how much the conversation twisted her gut. In their relationship, she had tried to build up Lucas as if he were a house that needed renovation instead of a vampire that needed a soulmancer. He'd achieved his destiny. But what about hers? What are you thinking? I sabotaged the Alaric Order, brought the Burns clan to their soul date with fate, and I sacrificed so much for it. I still am. When will it stop? Kristoff took her hand gently. This is a new century. We can make our own rules. Thick fog covered the exit signs for charm, but she knew the land better now than when she left. The haze faded as they neared the crossroads outside the village. She could turn into the gloomy cemetery gates or the bright diner's parking lot. The darker path spurred her onward. She killed the headlights as they entered the graveyard. The full moon guided their way on the rolling paved road through the tombs. She parked as close as she could to the Skylosh's former lair. We're here. Kristoff gave the crypt a considering look as he opened his car door. He recognized it for sure. His nose wrinkled as hatred simmered in his gaze. He must have smelled Trudy Fox. Red twisted to grab the jar of Byzantium dust, and he was gone. The ajar door of the crypt clued her into his location. She trotted inside, hoping he wasn't choking the other witch. They still needed her alive. A mound of wilting foxglove rested on the sarcophagus. She almost missed Vic in the middle of the tubular yellow blooms. It made her heart clench in pain. Never again, Kristoff said, finishing his sentence with a sneer. He loomed over Trudy in a staring match. His fangs glittered. Do you understand me? Red asked, What did I miss? Dash lounged on the couch in the retrofitted gamer-style living room section of the tomb and ate pretzels. Only that he's a scary dude who can summon ninjas or something to bag her son. Did you get the stuff? More than before. Red lifted the clay jar. Are you ready, Trudy? It was made explicitly clear that I don't have a choice. The disgraced bard pushed up her glasses with a sniff. She pointed to the cast iron plates at either end of the sarcophagus. I will burn the dust for 5 days. In the interim, I must shave my eyebrows in mourning, as was the ancient Egyptian fashion for the followers of Bast. This is a Romanized version of a spell originally created by wizards in Thebes during the reign of Cleo. Oh my God, Dash said. I've already heard this lecture. Send it in an email. Trudy scowled. You have no appreciation for history. It's a shame, Red said dryly as she handed the dust over to the necromancer. Do you have what you need for after? And during, Trudy said, pouring the white contents from the jar into the incense burners. She lit one with a long match. A complicated aroma sparked to life like a desert cathedral after a rain shower. The smoke drifted over Vic's body as if drawn to him. I've perfected my technique. You have nothing to fear from my end as you chase the warlock. I assume that is your next goal. Good guess, Red said, Toss me a breadcrumb about Maxwell Baldacci to guide my way. Ah, so that is one of his names. I had my suspicions. Trudy nodded, stroking her chin. The earliest that I encountered, it was a footnote in the Crispin family's Brotherhood file. A family rumor about a murdered boy in the 1700s. The records were sparse. He has been the downfall of more honorable bards than I. If you can vanquish him, I'll start a production line of resurrections. The stoic necromancer turned giddy at the prospect. Dash groaned. Don't encourage the bitch. Red shrugged. An incentive was an incentive. She still wasn't certain that Trudy's cancer-ridden body had the strength for a single resurrection anyway. I found a list of affiliates. What can you tell me about his defenses? Trudy gagged as she tried to speak. Sweat poured down her red cheeks. She leaned against the stone tomb, wiping her face. Are you okay? Trudy said, I can't repeat the name you revealed without blinding pain, so we can assume it's genuine. This isn't his first alias. His cloaked manipulations and associates are his defense. His network is the smokescreen that he manipulates from. The warlock has connections to every notable magical secret society of the last 3 centuries, from the Illuminati to the Hellfire Club, even the Wardens. The who? To be frank, the Hellfire was a sex club for Victorian occultists. The notoriety is overblown. I'm familiar. Red arched her eyebrow. She'd been an English vampire's courtesan. Of course she'd been to the Hellfire Club. She'd accidentally killed a bard there. The night wasn't one she wanted to relive now. Oh, you mean the Wardens, Trudy said. Begun in the 1200s in India, revived in the late 1800s, it was a faction in the Brotherhood obsessed with beings commonly called fallen angels. The timeline seems implausible, but his influence as Mr. Gabriel has conquered my skepticism. You won't find an ally with the head bard, Joan Cormoran. I never expected to. Red crossed her arms. The last head bard that she'd trusted had imprisoned her. As Juniper, she'd met Iron Jack Constantine in the dawn of 1900. He had earned his moniker in a tenure that still divided Brotherhood historians. Was he a stubborn tyrant who'd ordered his bards into foolish risks, or a canny general who'd preserved them in the last bloodline war? Imagine a sober Churchill. She'd briefly been his bodyguard for his less savory meetings. The details were fuzzy, but the real politic wasn't. How had she found his great-great-grandson in the future? The Constantines were hard to pin down, even when one looked for them. She'd appeared on a creek bed just before Vic Constantine, the adopted great-great-grandson of Jack, decided to pull off the highway for a leak and nap. Their meeting was statistically improbable. Trudy peered over her glasses at Red. My spell released a wealth of knowledge within you. If you confide in me... No, Kristoff snapped. Red rubbed his arm absently to comfort him. It was sweet. He seemed worried that she'd get her heart broken by her former teacher again. As an amnesiac, she'd had so little life experience to draw on that she was too trusting. Fire had cured that flaw. She said, Gather your research on Maxwell Baldacci and hand it over to Kristoff's men. Then we can compare notes. I haven't earned your confidence, but I can help, Trudy said. I want to finish my career with Maxwell's vanquishing. Vic is how you earn back that trust. Kristoff showed too much fang for his mild words. My minions will ensure that you have every requirement for success. The confiscated supplies from your last hovel will be returned. I'll watch her to the bitter end, Dash said with a glare. She nudged Red aside, out of earshot of the other witch. I worked with the warlock once before. A pelt deal for a dude named Teruaki Asato. He's a real horn dog. I'm not sure how tight they are, or if it'll turn into a lead. It's appreciated anyway, Red said, glancing back at Trudy. That one needed watching, if only bilocation was her talent. You'll have plenty of backup from Kristoff's people, along with compensation for this favor. Text updates. I can return quicker than you think. Dash chuckled uneasily. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't even think a silver bullet could take you down. It wouldn't, Red said. She could stop one before it hit her. Taking Kristoff's hand, she led him from the tomb. She traced fast angular sigils over the exterior stone wall to cloak the magic within. She'd learned this in a private occult library in Rome at Quinn's orders. He'd wanted a solution to keep witch hunters off Celine's scent. Red had had to learn to craft them at a moment's notice. He hadn't spared the rod when she failed. Her remembered skills were hard-earned. 10 minutes, Kristoff growled to Trudy from the doorway. She nodded gravely at her post by Vic's side. On the walk to the SUV, Red asked, "What did that warning mean?" "It was how long I told the necromancer it would take my minions to reach her son. Actually, it would be 5, he said with satisfied certainty. I handled matters earlier while you drove. There is a small plane waiting for us at the municipal airport. Do you have your hit list handy?" "I need to see an old friend before I look for new enemies." Chapter 8. September 4th, after midnight. The Mojave Desert. Soul House. Red bounced in her seat from turbulence as the small plane landed in the California wasteland. The full moon bleached the sand outside. A long hacienda waited in the distance. Kristoff huddled with the 3 vampire crew in the cockpit. Officially, it was a meeting, but he'd grown more uneasy with every mile south. She didn't blame him. This mission was an unscheduled visit to the undead's version of a boogeyman. She waved from her oval window at the most famous soulmancer in the world. Father Matthew waited beside the dirt runway in mechanic's overalls. His beard blew in the breeze. In 1900, the tall man had filled out his dark Jesuit robes. He was lanky in the new millennium. What deprivation had he suffered before he was turned into a vampire? It was a story that she hadn't had the context to ask before without her memories. Red beat the flight attendant to the front exit. "Stay here. Kristoff, you too." The stairs unfurled, releasing arid desert wind into the cabin. She descended, already starting to sweat in her jeans and black blouse. Heat simmered from the ground even after midnight. Matthew waved. "Welcome to Soul House. You've arrived at a good time. We actually have some food in the freezer. Pot pies." "Sounds like you expected me. Celine told you?" "Some." Matthew inspected Kristoff at the top of the plane stairs with a friendly smile. Red gave her lover an encouraging glance. They'd already discussed his trepidation about anyone going inside the compound. It had taken most of the flight time to reach a compromise, but he still wasn't sure that she should go alone. She asked the soulmancer, "Was he part of it?" Matthew laughed, gesturing to a path lined with white rocks toward the big ranch house. "No, but I might have guessed. Your friends are welcome too." "This is a solo visit, I think," she said for Kristoff's benefit. A secret commune of vampires led by the one who had returned their souls wasn't exactly his scene. He called it a cult. Their last visit hadn't endeared him to the place. "Maybe another time," the soulmancer said. Red studied the tiled roof and deceptively folksy charm of Soul House as they hiked closer. There were more flashback triggers inside. Kristoff had labeled this idea masochistic. He wasn't wrong. "I'm not here for pot pies, you know." "Good, because they come from a gas station." Father Matthew paused by a tumbleweed and hovered his hand over her forehead. "You've regained what was missing." "Much of my mind, yes," Red said. Half of her magic was still gone by Maxwell's doing. "Enough to know you as a friend, Matthew Svoboda. When you ran from me on your last visit, I ruminated on our conversation. It was a rare misstep for a soul reader. I don't usually make those anymore. Had I given you the wrong impression? Should I have said more?" "I didn't let you," she said. "As much as my conscious self was curious, a part of me knew it would be bad news. I realized how much too late. There should be some pride in your revelations. You set me on my glorious path." Red bit a surprised question from rolling off her tongue. She'd met him when he'd been a boisterous Jesuit librarian in the famed Clementinum Library. Unlife had brought him from Prague to exile in the Mojave Desert. His pale cheeks were as gaunt as his older brother's had been. Peter Svoboda, the infamous witch hunter, had a face that Red would never forget. He was as cruel as Matthew was kind. Her history with the Svoboda brothers had been dark and tangled before the unlikely alliance with Father Matthew. Lucas had killed the Jesuit's illegitimate son, his brother, and more for it. As far as she could tell, destiny had destroyed Matthew's life. She couldn't contain her morbid curiosity for long. Do you regret it? How could I? Matthew opened a side door to the expansive hacienda. My sacrifice changed history for the better. It's more than I could have prayed for. Isn't it for you? That's a step too Catholic for me, Red said, following him inside. Conflicted and guilty, she'd preserved the bloody march of history. She'd closed her eyes as innocence died because it was predestined. The bards had been scandalized by her battles against the warlock. As she saw it, her worst crimes were the ones by association. She'd seen the Burnses kill so many. Red realized that she'd fallen silent as the father waited expectantly for more. She finally said, I can scarcely believe it. Neither would I. It's glorious. Heh! His words made her cringe because she could have said something similar long ago. She'd once believed she was fulfilling a prophecy to destroy the Alaric Order. That mission had kept her alive and almost sane. She tried her best, but the vague Brotherhood accounts in both her timelines rendered a question mark over Father Matthew's confrontation against the Burnses. All she knew was the day, location, and the main players. It was that last step that she always knew she had to wing. Not that she had much control over the rest. How much had she changed the future? Was it better or worse than before? Red still couldn't say. Small changes wouldn't have been documented by historians. This brave new present seemed normal. It wasn't as if she knew what was supposed to happen after 2010. She definitely hadn't predicted the Fukushima disaster, the pandemic, or the last few American elections. Oh, Hecate, she hoped her butterfly effect hadn't reached the White House. As a time hostage, she always assumed if she actually managed it, that she'd return to where she started and finish her senior year. She'd been nearly 18 when she left. It would have been hard to explain why she looked so old to the principal, but that was a dilemma for another day. She'd never expected to be rocketed to her first high school reunion. She said, You don't have regrets? Like every man, I do, but not that night. Father Matthew guided her through a short, dark hallway to an open-air courtyard. A saguaro towered over the cacti garden. He surveyed his home. Gratitude crinkled his eyes. I try to ease the suffering in others to thank God for choosing me. My condition gives me a long view on his design. Red looked away to hide her dismay. They'd been ground under the wheel of fate. Neither of them deserved it. She said tightly, The gods work in mysterious ways. A golden haze surrounded her one and only conversation with a true deity. Kronos could have warned her about this. Or had he? He had given her a gift and chatted longer than she could remember. Only the essence of his grandeur remained. That memory lock was greater than any mage-made charm. The dam had broken on her long-buried past, but what had sealed it in the first place? Perenelle Flamel had told her once that the amnesia was perhaps done as a mercy. That speculation became suspect with their full history in hindsight. Was she involved? Why hadn't she said anything about Juniper in Las Vegas? The powerful immortal alchemist had been a stalwart collaborator once. She had helped shelter Father Matthew before his famous trip to England. Maybe she wasn't an enemy, but she couldn't be trusted. Red covered a shiver at the terrible realization. You don't have to be afraid of me, Matthew said, opening a turquoise-painted door to the kitchen. It had been ransacked last January by marauding, unsold vampires. The replaced table was in the same position as the old one. It rested above a panic room with a weapons cache. Soul House wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. I'm not. Everyone who seeks answers is safe here. It's not you, really. She sat at the table as he closed the door to the courtyard. You've tried to be honest with me from the beginning. That's rare in this world. I might have saved myself a lot of nasty shocks if I'd been wise enough to listen. He took a chair solemnly, as if settling into a confessional booth. I see your open ears. How can I be of service? I came to learn if these memories were an enchantment. She held back a snort of derision at her own hope. It felt like a relic from her days with amnesia. The details flooding her mind felt too real. You've answered that in a way. I was never a reincarnation, was it? That was your wish. No, I'm sorry, but I sensed you were the woman that I met so long ago. He sighed. I'm a coward. My wish is that you don't remember what I did. I forgave you long before I forgot. She took his hand on the tabletop. On a dark night in 1899, the soulmancer thought he'd drowned her on his brother's orders. It was a twist on the old witch test. The ordeal was an unplanned first step toward her successful escape from the Burnses. Later, she'd recruited him along with Perenelle Flamel and the bards Tom Constantine and Kent McGregor to help fulfill what she told them was a prophecy about the Burnses. Allowing herself to trust someone had been as difficult as drowning. Time had proven him more trustworthy than the alchemist. Red said, My hard baptism severed the ties that I needed. You made a long journey for a woman that I've been told twice was dead. She let go of his hand with a deep, fortifying breath. Why did she want to see him? It had been so simple when she'd explained it to Christoph. The undead soulmancer was a bystander to the parts of her past that were merely murky, and the end that she still couldn't recall. His presence didn't soothe her like Basil Bansko's did. He only reminded her of tarnished times. It was the punishment that Christoph warned her about. Lucas always said that she did things the hard way. It was a trait that amnesia hadn't suppressed. Red asked, What happened to us in the Stone Tree Monastery? I remember you in my cell, then we separated. My magic was bound by anti-magic cuffs. I sought the key, but found Lucas. So much else is a blur of light and screams. I cursed the Burnses as we planned, Father Matthew said. I hid in the chapel, but they were scattered across the grounds. It wasn't until the bards and hunters had reclaimed the monastery that I revealed myself. The strain of 4 soulings in a row made me collapse. I asked young Tom Constantine about you when I awoke in a Brotherhood hospital. The next part is quasi-speculation, so I shouldn't say. Go on, please. He told me that you were gone, dead, according to the head bard Jack, killed by the warlock like Kent McGregor. Your duel was his last, too. Guards hustled Tom out before he could share more. His soul grieved for his mentor, but only held uncertainty for you. Whatever story he was fed by his father, he didn't believe it. Can you believe the warlock is alive? Maxwell Baldacci? Absolutely. He could be revealed as the snake in the Garden of Eden, and I would feel vindicated. Likewise. Red wished for a cup of tea to distract her restless hands. Gathering her racing thoughts, she said absently, I think your brother's road would have been far different without the warlock. Peter? Father Matthew said, seemingly startled. I keep him in my prayers, but I try to remember the boy that he was. He truly grew into my father's son in the end. But Maxwell! The warlock offered the temptation to strike at the alchemists at their October masquerade, but my brother was ready for it. He'd transformed from a witch hunter to a murderer, however one defines the line, years before. Old Kent warned me of Baldacci's gift. Like Satan, he finds a weakness to corrupt. He is generous with his bribes. He slithers to power too, she whispered. The bards must have questioned you in the hospital. Did they give any clue about his origins or future? I didn't believe he was dead either at first. Causing a stir as I did, I had many guests who interrogated me. I scanned each to ensure the face matched the soul. I'd sense his rank essence even if he hid as a typewriter. 2 bards who visited were under an illusion, but neither was him. However, their questions returned to you again and again, he said. They were the ones who exiled me to the Outer Hebrides. Did they ever refer to themselves as wardens? Or did you ever overhear that word in an odd context? I know it's been a century, but if it's possible to recall. A man doesn't forget his jailers. The title was branded on their souls like a gang tattoo, Father Matthew said. Old grievances ignited in his gaze before the holy man mentally seemed to turn the cheek as his savior would. They weren't so powerful as to keep me from the Alaric order. Isaac Gruber wrested me from a lonely Scottish isle to turn me into a vampire. It was ironic revenge for cursing Delilah, his blood sister. As for the wardens, I haven't heard anything about them since they lost me. What about Baldacci? Red asked. I thought him dead, or at least walled off in a cell for his crimes, Father Matthew said with a disappointed headshake. He was always too sly for justice. Not anymore. I won't ask if you're prepared for him. I read the London Times when you two last fought. The yellow journalism had run wild with rumors after her assault on a high society auction. It was hosted by a necromancer at the Warlock's Manor in the Essex countryside. She said, "I'm aiming for discretion this time." "I'll pray there won't be zombies," he joked. "Please do," she said, her grin dying as she thought of Vic. She wouldn't let him become a revenant. Either he came out as perfect as Ezra or she'd bury him. That was a possibility that she couldn't face yet. "I have a few other names to ask you about. Potential associates of the Warlock. Before that, can you think of any vampires who would work with him?" Gary O'Sullivan made a splashy appearance in her mind's eye. She'd torched him too quickly to appreciate it. He'd taught her a valuable lesson about misspent mercy and the mixed value of souls. Red said, "Baldacci had a charm to offer a vampire who wanted his soul removed. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a source for more." That would be attractive to a newly cursed vampire, indeed. Matthew shook his head. "He has the reach, but I hear less out here than you're hoping. It's why I live in the Mojave and not New York." "I'll get to the rogues list then. Have you heard the names Terwaki Asato, Stuart Olson, or Lincoln Seagrave? I have more." "No, I'm afraid that I haven't," Father Matthew said. He offered her a worried yet apologetic smile. "I sent Celine to a plant nursery with a chaperone earlier, but we don't have much time. She'll tell Lucas if she sees you, and I would wager you don't want that." Too late. Red smiled ruefully toward the doorway. "Hello, Selene." "Juniper, it's been a dog's age!" Celine scampered into the kitchen. Draped in a black lace dress and purple scarves, she fluttered in excitement. An aged petticoat peeked from her skirts. The uneven embroidery was faded on the hem, but Red recognized her own stitch. It had been done as a Christmas gift for the vampires in 1898. They'd been in Paris then. The soulmancer glanced between the women. "Celine, if you could go outside, I'll explain later." "I think she knows," Red said, rising from the table. Maybe subconsciously, she'd come to see the vampiress too. Celine always understood more than people gave her credit for. "I didn't quite predict this," Celine said, dipping into a curtsy. The little tiger bobbed in and out of time. Quite confusing. It was hard to know which you was actually you, especially with your mother's glamour. My original prophecy was better than I thought. "Seems like." Red shrugged. In 2010, the seer had come to stop the Alaric apocalypse in Charm. She'd foretold that Red would take down the order before recanting and saying it was Stace. The half-fae had struck the final blow on Alaric, but Red had vitally weakened his order over a century before with the pestilence of the soul curse. Celine was understandably confused. Who wouldn't be? Time was a funny and horrifying spiral like that. Celine wrinkled her nose. "I still don't like the name Red. Too crude, unimaginative. When Lucas first found you, I wanted to call you Gunda Marie Letitia Claudette Featherbottom." Red blinked, processing the florid road not traveled. She said dryly, "That's beautiful." "He wouldn't allow it." Selene crossed her arms with a huff. "You haven't visited me in so long. I thought you forgot about me." "It's hard to believe that I could," Red said, remembering long washed-away soil on her fingers. It was 1893, and Celine had secreted her to a graveyard to gather ghost flowers. They were still in London then. Lucas had recently rescued Red from the streets, but he hadn't yet grasped how to care for a human. She was hungry most days. It was a surprise that Celine had thought to procure a hot meat pasty before their ghoulish girls' night out. She had offered it to Red with the fuss of an older sister. "You're still too skinny," Celine said with a sympathetic smile, as if she too were often dragged to the present. She pointed to the fridge. "I made sure we had pasties to cook in the micro-dealie." Red hugged her before good sense could stop the sentiment. Out of all the Burnses, she had the least reasons to keep Selene alive. Her psychic abilities could have revealed the big secret, yet even in the past, Red couldn't ever see herself killing the vampiress. In many ways, their unlikely camaraderie had endeared her more to Lucas in the beginning. Selene petted Red's hair as they hugged. "Be kind to him if you can. Lucas tried his best. We weren't quite ourselves then, were we?" Red drew away at his name. It was always unnerving when the seer could guess her thoughts. The anti-divination tattoo on her shoulder blocked magic, but not normal perception. "I was. He worries so. I feel it. We were his great loves, you know." "That's special," Selena said like it was cute. Girlish and cruel, she'd held his heart in her blood-red nails for centuries. It was merely another trifle, even with her soul. Red swallowed her annoyance. An echo pained her heart, shaming her with the memory of a sad competition with the vampiress for Lucas's affection. She'd been a consolation prize when his sire was occupied with Quinn. Their household had functioned in a dysfunctional polyamory fit only for vampires. She'd been at the bottom of the hierarchy. "Celine," Father Matthew said, "you've had visions of the warlock. Tell Red what you saw." "He serves the angels, the Brotherhood, and the Queen, in that order." Celine tisked her tongue. "The last is when it's convenient. He burned you but only destroyed your cage. When you find him, he'll have one last surprise." "What is—" Red asked. "I see him, his new hand and cocky stride. He doesn't know the panic that you'll start. It will take you around the world." Celine sobbed, doubling over. "Oh, Lucas, the old man with his eyes full of lies sees him. He knows my prince will rescue you again. The warlock shall kill him for it." "You can't let Lucas follow me then," Red said. "He doesn't need to be involved." Selene nodded sadly. "It would give him a chase to sink his fangs into. He's been restless for decades. California never agreed with him." "He loves you," Red said. "Keep Lucas safe here. Call to say you need him." "I do more than ever without Quinn. He died to save you. That was how much you meant to him." Red didn't know why she was comforting the vampire, but she was one of the few who understood what Selene had lost. And how confusing it must have been to lose the man that had once tormented her while burrowing into her heart. "Lucas always tried to outdo Quinn," Selene said with a frown. She brightened. "Oh, I know. I'll tell him that you've arrived, so he'll come running. We'll take tea in the garden in the meanwhile." "Tea?" Red calculated the travel time from Oregon in swift panic. She'd be long gone before he arrived, even if it came to a girl fight. Reuniting with Lucas once was unsettling enough. Terrible and beautiful, the sight of him had triggered an avalanche of memories. She had been smothered by it. There wasn't a convenient time loop for a redo to demand explanations, closure, something, or at least to kick him in the nuts since he didn't remember that erased timeline from July. The plane ride to the desert had been long enough to think of all the clever things she could have said to him. It almost made her want to sit tight. That urge told her everything she needed to know. Lucas was a distraction. "I'm not staying," she said sharply before softening her tone as the vampiress pouted. "Tell him about your vision. You could change his future." "What is possible and what is permissible are different." Selene picked at her cheek, drawing blood. She cocked her ear, inspecting the distant empty space above the oven. What did she see? She spoke to the thin air as if someone else were there. "Yes, yes, but Persephone has my offering. I gave her the firefly." "I did." Red inched backward. Wincing, she watched Selene claw her own face with nervous fingers. This was the prelude to a meltdown. Only another vampire would be able to contain her. The Burnses had special manacles handy for such occasions. Father Matthew stood to calm his charge. "We won't keep you, Red. I wish you well." Red summoned a small smile for him as she tiptoed out of the kitchen. Darting into the courtyard, she found the compound's exit. The air was lighter and the past farther away in the open desert. Christoph paced between the house and the runway before he rushed to her. He kissed her cheek, but his wary eyes were on the door she'd left. A stake was strapped to his right arm, its pointy end peeked from the cuff. "Celine is in there." "She might stall Lucas for a few days." He studied Soul House skeptically. Some opinion was solidifying under that fine head of blonde hair. Whether it was on his sire or Celine, he'd made his negative feelings known about both before. He mentally seemed to cede his misgivings as he asked, "Where to next?" "Somewhere no one will expect," Red said. "I need a strong internet connection and time to research Maxwell's associates." "We'll go underground, literally." Christoph wrapped his arm around her as they walked to the private plane. He kept checking over his shoulder. "I hid Al Capone from the feds in this lair. I'll say where once we're airborne." She quickened her pace for his sake. The compound gave him the heebie-jeebies, as it would any unsold vampire. "Can I get a clue?" "Imagine the opposite of the beach. In the 1920s, though. It was quite the party." "I'm sorry this isn't the Mediterranean holiday that you wanted." He revealed his fangs as he grinned. "A vendetta is as good as a vacation." Chapter 9. September 5th, late night, en route to Canada. Red cuddled Christoph on a couch in the cabin of his private plane. The stars were bright outside the windows, high above the dark earth. She'd been impatient with their refueling in Los Angeles before meeting the undead soulmancer in the Mojave, but the current nonstop flight suited her present mood fine. Father Matthew had answered her questions to the best of his abilities. It was the conversations with Celine and Lucas that loomed heavy on her mind. Christoph kissed her head, caressing her arms. It was difficult to see him. Yes. Red realized he was waiting for more. Did he expect a rambling confession? She conceded that he might. In this last year together, she'd been so unguarded. Her memoryless self would have objected to the term, but Red had mere emotional fences. Juniper had armed turrets. The ingrained habit crept up, even with her lover. He said, "When you told me about how you arrived in my time, you said I knew the rest of the story. I don't. I've held a torch for you since the McKinley administration, but there is so much that is a mystery. You were eternally a puzzle to me." Words crowded her throat. She'd had to lie to him for complicated reasons when they met. Instinct made the truth hard to utter. It was so convoluted, too. She played with his shirt button. "You've pieced together my childhood and my teen years hiding as Emma Peters. Then it gets complicated." "You were stolen from your home," Christoph said. She nodded, grimacing as she thought of the power that had taken her through time. The Force had destroyed her house and her mother inside it. That death was on Maxwell's head. He would pay for it soon. Red said, "I'd come from a play rehearsal before I fell into the past. I struggled against the spell on my mirror. Maybe it's why I landed off course." "In a convent, you said?" "I was there for weeks. Luckily, I was found in an upper-middle-class costume for a production of A Christmas Carol. I should send the seamstress a gift. The authenticity ensured my good treatment. You know how appearances mattered." The endless etiquette of the Victorians streamed through her mind. Duchesses were addressed as "Your Grace." Unintroduced men could only approach you to assist with a trolley. The soup spoon was placed at the right on a table setting. She'd learned the basics from the nuns. One could spend a lifetime learning the rest. The convent had been cold and friendless, but it was safe. Her attempts to find a spell or a ritual to return home had failed each time. She'd even sent word to her witchy ancestors in Philadelphia, but either the letters were lost or they'd thought it was lunacy. She hadn't fled the stern sisters because there was nowhere better to go. Christoph stroked her hand. "It must have been arduous." I was a girl without a family, Red said. They told me it was a fine privilege to be assigned to work in a fancy house. I was supposed to be a governess, but ended up a maid. It seemed like a way to make money to track down a bard. That was when I had full faith in the Brotherhood. I didn't realize until later who my new employer was. Maxwell Baldacci. I don't know the exact mechanics of how he is involved, but he is. This wasn't the last time that he trapped me. I gave him the slip in his time spell without realizing it. Somehow, he tracked me to that convent and arranged for delivery. I didn't know it was a ruse until I was held hostage on a pentagram. He was sloppy and clearly thought I was an idiot. He tried 2 rituals at once, one to sacrifice me to a higher demon and another to steal my magic. I escaped before he finished. Naturally, Kristoff said, nuzzling her. His confidence made her sigh. One ritual worked. It merely had a delayed effect. I lost my magic when I was on the streets of London without a cent, living off luck charms and odd jobs. He stole my power when I was at my most vulnerable. I was 18. Oh, my love. Kristoff tightened his arms around her. His touch was gentle, but his eyes promised cruel revenge on the warlock. I don't know if I can face him like this, she confessed. Am I really powerful enough? I'm half strength without your blood or my mother's ring. Of course you are. We recovered some of your magic from Wadsworth in the Hellfire Club, and later you took out Atkinson the necromancer. She pressed her fingers to his lips to silence him. The longer she went without speaking of these dark times, the harder it would be to share them. It's why I had the minor gift that I returned with to the future. I didn't know how to use it. If I had, I would have saved us some grief. Kristoff kissed her fingers, stifling the questions that lingered in his gaze. Red said, Maxwell dealt my magic to his followers. He gave objects imbued with pieces of it to Archibald Fowler and Nigel Wadsworth as payment. But I didn't know it then. I knew I was hungry and alone. It's where I met Tom Constantine. Kristoff said, I don't follow. You were practicing witchcraft when we were in London in 1900. What happened to your magic in the meantime? Maxwell stole it. I was as weak as a novice hedge witch during my years with Lucas. It's why I couldn't escape without Paranel's help in Prague. I dragged you on that hunt for the warlock in London to get it back. That spree created a reputation that I didn't expect, clearly. How does Tom Constantine come into this? As a boy, he kept me alive. He taught me what the nuns didn't, how to survive in the slums. I tried babysitting, picking coal, being a maid, but those jobs paid so little. It's a long story that still makes me angry, but I was thrown out of the workhouse because of a creepy supervisor. Without a referral, I couldn't get a factory job or another maid assignment. There weren't many options after that but the seedier jobs. I know too well, he said gravely. It would have been harder to explain to a modern man, or even an average one in the Victorian era, but not Kristoff. He'd been born to a courtesan on the wrong side of an aristocratic bed. It had directed the trajectory of his life. People had so few roles back then. The woman who recruited me got a hefty fee from the madam in a fancy house with card games and vaudevillians to mask the real business. I dealt poker in the beginning. It was the first time since I was stolen from my mother that I had a decent meal. Then Lucas walked in. Kristoff asked, That was a few months after you left the convent? Yes, I'd escaped the warlock to London after he stole my magic, met Tom Constantine, and barely eked out a living in 1892. It was in the spring of 1893 that I saw Lucas. He'd been dead for over a decade then, practically a fledgling vampire. We were young, I was at least. I recognized him as a hero who'd saved Charm. Unsold and unleashed, he was far from who we know now. That started the next bloody chapter in my life. For 7 years, give or take, I was the Burns family servant, the Renfield to their Dracula, but without the bug eating. When I finally fled, I worked with Father Matthew and others to create the world you know. You must have been so lonely. I missed home every day, she whispered. Kristoff stroked her cheek gently, as if she would shatter. It seems as if you're trying to summarize to save my time. I'm immortal, and it's a long flight, Red. You aren't alone with this secret anymore. I can take some of this burden. I wanted to tell you for so long. In the dim airplane cabin, she revealed the entirety of a story that only her diary knew. They landed in Canada before dawn. The rising sun chased their rented car from the Moose Jaw Municipal Airport to an ice cream shop in town. Morning peeked dangerously through the windows. He was too enamored with the recent restoration to the Art Deco architecture. Red pushed Kristoff into a walk-in freezer. She closed the door, sealing out the daylight. Stop bragging about the 1920s crown molding. It could kill you. But the historic preservation is immaculate. She pointed to his pinked cheeks. You have a sunburn. Fingers crossed for a tan, Kristoff said, sliding a shelf to the side to reveal a trapdoor in the floor. He lifted the hatch with a flourish. Electricity illuminated the steep staircase below. A row of light bulbs, spaced a few feet apart, marked the sloping subterranean ceiling. She stopped counting after the first dozen. How deep did it go? Red said, I expected that your Canadian lair would be in a Toronto skyscraper next to Drake the Rapper. I'm not that predictable. Good old Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. This city partied like Miami during the American Prohibition. That ice cream parlor was once my speakeasy. I hosted Canadian mafioso Rocco Perry, Chicago gangster Bugs Moran, and Hollywood screen queen Gloria Swanson in one night. That wasn't even a good party. Sounds like a time, she said blandly, recognizing two of the names. Dating a vampire involved many stories with references she'd have to research later. She descended as he closed the trapdoor. A grinding sound announced that the shelf had returned to its place. Let me guess, this subterranean lair was perfect for brewing and bootlegging? He took her hand as they walked down the cement steps to a tunnel. A network of passages lies under the oldest parts of town. They're still tourist attractions, but far less fun than in Prohibition. This one doesn't connect to the rest. It's snug, she said, eyeing the low ceiling. Kristoff barely fit. It's secure, he said. Regret tightened his features. I deliberated on taking you here instead of Mint Hood for the start of our vacation, but submerged under Saskatchewan isn't where one imagines a romantic getaway. We'll fix what happened, she promised. They reached a steel door where he typed a code into a keypad over the knob. The door swung open to a spacious chamber with a wet bar and kitchenette to one side and a state-of-the-art office on the other. A wall of computer monitors on standby bore screensavers of the Square N2 Corp logo. You've made renovations since Al Capone, she said, impressed. A few years ago, I refreshed it from some truly 80s creative choices. I have no idea why I was so enchanted by postmodernism, but there were multicolored squiggles everywhere. The original cave stone walls were incorporated into the new interiors. The designer was inspired by Japanese and Swedish aesthetics. Kristoff smiled as he seemed to realize that he was on a tangent. He watched House Hunters a lot for a vampire. I'll give you the tour later. Rest assured that you'll be able to oversee the quest for Maxwell and Vic's resurrection from here. Red hugged him, hiding her face in his neck. She didn't know what to say. This was exactly what she needed. You can rest, and my people will work, Kristoff said, showing her a giant computer monitor. He clicked the mouse to open a document with a bullet point list. Andrew Atkinson, Lincoln Seagrave, and Stuart Olson, Archibald Fowler, Frank Lopes, Mr. Gabriel. The names went on, ending with the late Horatio Hufnagel. Michel de Gramont had held a grudge against Maxwell Baldacci that Red still didn't understand, but she appreciated the effort it had taken the dead vampire to compile the list of allies and aliases. Some names were more familiar than others. Vanquished in 1900, the necromancer Atkinson's end was as vivid in her mind as Frank Lopes's death last spring. Lincoln Seagraves and Stuart Olson were unfamiliar. Were they lost in the few remaining gaps in her memory, or added in the new millennium? Whoever bound her memories must have concentrated their efforts on her last hours in the Victorian age and the warlock's shadow conspiracy that had kidnapped her. Those recollections had withstood Trudy's memory spell. The unknown pricked at her. She hadn't suffered this much to still have unanswered questions. It was more proof that the universe had a deranged sense of humor where her life was concerned. Life was easier when she was merely Vic's sidekick. Red said resolutely, "We'll begin at sunrise." Jet lag and too much magic use made her a liar. She overslept. The faint sounds of a meeting woke her. Red reached for the empty side of the bed where her lover should be. She pulled on a robe and retrieved her current field journal from a cardboard box that had been delivered shortly after they arrived in the night. It was the books and grimoires that she'd stashed in the Millennium Falcon and at Kristoff's mountain cabin. His minions had collected them along with her old diary from last century. Red crept out of the bedroom into the wider chamber of the bunker. Kristoff sat at a computer monitor in jeans and a tank top, computer glasses slung low on his nose. Netta Chernin appeared in a video conference on the main screen. She pursed her lips warily, noticing the witch before he did. He twisted in his chair. "Good evening. I tried to wake you, but you kept asking for 5 more minutes." Red smiled, tying the robe more securely around herself. What did I miss? "We're in the middle of our agenda," Netta said from the high-definition computer monitor. She looked pixel-perfect with a full face of makeup and a crimson blazer. "The Dark Veil Assurance will make Maxwell Baldacci our top priority. Every Supreme shall know his real face." Red said, "He'll go to ground with a fresh alias. Maybe get a new face for all I know. He found a new hand after all. We can't set him on full alert yet, only release the composite sketch to trustworthy Supremes." Kristoff said, "You want Baldacci to be comfortable, darling? He has assets to allow him to disappear. His allies will cloak him. What is he without them?" "Bleed the beast," he grinned, grasping the plan immediately. "We destroy his ventures and his friends until he is a husk of himself. Then target him. It should be a two-front offense, in person and online. We reveal his secrets to the world when he's weakest. The Brotherhood won't protect him then." Red stopped before she explained that their cyber attack could be timed to deploy automatically, so it didn't matter if Maxwell killed them. It wasn't an argument that would appeal to either vampire. Immortals didn't do suicide missions. She was willing to take the risk. Netta sucked at her fangs as she seemed to internally deliberate, or it might have been the buffering stream of the video conference. "I can appreciate a slow decline only if it results in a brutal end. This bastard nearly drained my stepson." Red grinned. "Oh no, it won't be that slow by vampire standards. He just won't expect it." "I like that more," Netta said, the high-tech computer speakers broadcasting her intrigued tone. "We found another one of his warehouses in Delaware. He doesn't appear to have visited it, but the dark energy made a Dark Veil Assurance mage faint." "Torch it," Red said. She braced her palms on the wide desk to stare into the web camera. "Sabotage a gas line to look like an accident or something. Loot whatever you want, but these have to seem like isolated misfortunes. Of course, make some fuss about looking for him since he'll expect that from the prince. Redirect his focus from my movements." "And those are?" Netta said. "Like Santa, I have a list and I'm checking it twice. Add Teruaki Asato to it. Huffnagel, Lopes, Atkinson, and Fowler are dead, but the rest are game." "I looked into Mikkel G's shit list already. A natural lifespan has beaten most of the names to the punch." Red said, "Your census record would say the same for you, Netta." "The new generation will face the sins of their grandfathers," Kristoff said, squaring his jaw. "Nigel Wadsworth kept a sample of your magic in his cufflinks. What heirlooms did these dead men leave? I say we liberate them." Red touched her throat chakra. The rest blazed with the colors of the rainbow from crown to feet. Magic sparked in her aura, brighter because she'd recently drunk his blood. She'd been born with more. The mystery of where it had gone had haunted her for years. She hadn't thought deeply about what to do about her missing magic. Vic and Maxwell's futures had concerned her more than her own. Could she even get close to the warlock without her full power? What about Vic? Trudy might need a boost during the resurrection ritual. The fire had released a conflagration of emotion and revelation that had fueled Red's earlier abnormal magical feats. That couldn't be replicated. Would she have the strength to help the Dark Witch at the finish line? I need all my magic back. Maxwell can't be allowed to use it against me. Not again. Kristoff said, "We have the resources for a heist." "I'll comb a few family trees," Netta said, making a bored note. The swift taps of her keyboard echoed in the video conference line. He said, "She's forwarded the DVA's full dossier on the investigation into the royal kidnappings and their mastermind." Netta leaned her chin on her hand, vulnerability cracking through her tough facade. "Donal might as well be governing Portland. Prince Merrick hasn't left Yolanda's bedside. He isn't eating well. I want to deliver him the head of Maxwell Baldacci. I've promised. Don't make me a poor stepmother. I'm not tolerating any human compassion at the last minute either." Kristoff examined Red thoughtfully. "She'll be like Judith in a Caravaggio painting. You'll get your head." "I'll destroy his world before I do it," Red vowed. Netta lifted her eyebrows with an impressed shrug. "Then I'll scrap my next agenda note, which was to persuade you to execute him. I'm happy to see that we won't have another Trey situation like in Los Angeles. We'll carry on discussing our assets. I don't see the fairy muscle with you. We need that one." Kristoff said, "Hardly." Red didn't share his apathy, but only said, "She's teamed with the Gonzalez pack on their own hunt for the warlock." "We'll see who finds him first," Netta said. "The wolves won't work with us, so pump your friend for information later." Red said, "I have a man in the Brotherhood who can help too. He's been on the lookout in London since the first time I supposedly was assassinated." "Have you updated him? Well, go on." Netta flapped her hand at the webcam, making her fingers look huge on the bunker's computer monitors. "We've been streets behind this warlock from the beginning." "Right," Red said, stepping into the bedroom and closing the door. She pulled her phone out of her pocket. Soon the contacts would be transferred to a new one for security. So many details assembled on her to-do list. Revenge required more organization than it seemed. She dialed Fat Crispin's number. He'd been Vic's point of contact in the Brotherhood, doling out bounties to them via email. She'd only seen him once in a video call under dire circumstances. A distinguished older bard, he operated with honor from another age. His kind was a rarity, even in Iron Jack Constantine's time. "Red," Crispin answered. His voice sounded too weak. He'd been ailing in their last few chats. His condition seemed to be chronic, but he never spoke of it. "A call? I fear what could have compelled you." "Mr. Gabriel is a warlock named Maxwell Baldacci," she said, then explained the rest as concisely as she could. It took longer than she wanted to finish. "The Brotherhood libraries could have more on him than I can find on the outside. I need your research skills. Maxwell will have had dealings in England and France before he arrived in Prague in 1899. I've heard the name in a family story from generations ago. The boy who would have grown up to be my ancestral uncle was in boarding school when his magic was fatally drained. The Brotherhood failed to find justice, but the Crispins never forgot the suspect." Red thought about what she'd discovered about Maxwell in the dreamland when she'd taken the fight from her subconscious to his. The Crispin boy had been his first murder. He'd learned to steal magic from others from a young age. Warlocks didn't possess their own innate power. How he must have coveted it in others. It seemed to drive him still. She said, "Focus your search on the tenure of head bard Iron Jack Constantine from the mid-1880s to its end." Highly specific. Maxwell had the ear of head bards and their inner circle then as now. "The Juniper St. James affair is at the center," she said, striving for a clinical distance from her past. Her memory banks were murky when it came to many of her meetings with Maxwell Baldacci and Iron Jack. It couldn't be a coincidence. There was a connection to her memory binding and time travel, even if she didn't quite remember. If the evidence exists, it will be classified. I've noticed from my past inquiries. Fat Crispin coughed, his lungs rattling over the phone line. You and Mr. Constantine will be mounting an offensive soon, I presume. Vic is out of commission. I'll be taking this job solo. You'll get a text message from my new number soon. Red evened her breathing after the two truths and an omission. Be safe, Mr. Crispin. She hung up, holding the phone to her chest. There was one last conversation that she dreaded. She'd lied to Fat Crispin, and soon she'd lie to LaShawn Constantine, too. Resurrection was a dark process that neither man would trust a rogue bard and necromancer like Trudy Fox to perform. Red barely did without desperation buoying her hopes. She'd rehearsed in her head how she might persuade LaShawn. It felt futile. The by-the-books accountant knew the laws around the natural order. He'd become a werewolf, but he hadn't lost his sense of rules and regulation. Red called him before she lost her nerve. LaShawn picked up immediately. Red, thank God. Are you okay? Where is my brother? I'm in hiding. The warlock attacked when Vic came to visit me at the cabin. She closed her eyes as she said swiftly, He was hurt by a magical creature. I've left him with a witch. She can bring him out of his coma. Hold the phone. Where is Vic? Where are you? Is he... I'm on the move, LaShawn. I'll have to ditch this phone. It's not secure. The warlock will have eyes on Charm, too. Seattle would be safer for you. I'll reach out when I have news. She disconnected with a wince, feeling like a coward. Red had bundled the truth with lies, but she couldn't tell him yet. It would break his heart if she did. The waiting would be anguish, but the outcome would be worth it. She wasn't declaring Vic gone until the bitter end. Christoph beckoned her to his computer command center, where he continued the meeting with Netta. The monitors had shifted to a map view with glowing dots around the world. He pointed to the screen. Each represents a connection to Maxwell Baldacci. England, China, America, and Brazil held the biggest clusters, but the dots filtered along the major cities and supply lines of every continent. He squeezed Red's hand. We'll find the warlock whether he is in Amsterdam or Antarctica. He has a weak link somewhere. She leaned closer to the map. Where in the world was it? Chapter 10. October 4th, evening, Chiang Mai, Thailand. Red fanned herself in the back of a taxi as the radio played Thai pop music. Christoph rested his cool hand on her knee. His minion Gord acted as their driver, hiding his long braids under a hat. Scooters zoomed past them into Chiang Mai. Beautiful temples and glittering skyscrapers graced the distant landscape beyond the busy highway. They drove north past the old walled city. The sun had set over the mountains hours ago, but the humidity remained. She still preferred Thailand's climate to a bunker. She hadn't expected to spend her September in Saskatchewan, of all places, but the month after her second supposed death had gone fast. Alchemy-grade hair tonics had restored what she'd lost in the fire. She had done more than watch her hair grow in the interim. The old bootlegger's tunnel had better Wi-Fi than expected. Christoph had made sure that every database and subject matter expert of his clan and the DVA was at their disposal. The list of Maxwell's known associates had been distributed to trusted private detectives and allies. Red gathered the clues, creating a map of connections and black markets to find a pattern. It had taken the effort of dozens to assemble. Then social media had dropped the best lead, Rodney Olson. Vampires, shadow mages, and alchemists had searched for a weak link in Maxwell Baldacci's network for decades, maybe centuries. Mark Zuckerberg's algorithm had solved the mystery in a week. A DVA analyst had discussed the case while scrolling Facebook in a meeting. Later, a webinar advertisement landed on his feed. Red hadn't recognized Rodney Olson in the forwarded ad. Toothy, blonde, and tan, he mugged in front of a Ferrari with bikini models. His webinar promised a 3-step formula to make millions online. The sleaze factor made it seem like a parody. How did it have hundreds of ecstatic comments? The surname Olson was more familiar. For 2 years, she'd lived with a guy who regularly pirated copies of Wired magazine. Vic regarded Olson Technology with the same suspicion as any company whose CEO had a standing invitation to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Others saw the family firm as the Kennedys of Silicon Valley. Rodney was a lesser fruit on that tree. His career seemed hinged on someone recognizing him for his more successful cousins. Was he a warlock, like his ancestor, Stuart Olson, who'd made Faustian deals with Maxwell Baldacci? The family had grown more prosperous and secretive since. The objective tonight was to discover which of his relatives were still active in the occult. They were going to take Rodney Olson to an after-party that he'd never forget. Not that they'd let him remember, it's why they'd recruited Gord, with his ability for mesmerization. Sorry you missed out on Moose Jaw, Red said to the Canadian vampire who'd been assigned to work for the prince in Portland after healing from his battle injuries. Saskatchewan sucks. Not as much as Alberta, though. Gord shrugged as he explained, It's a British Columbia thing. Uh-huh, she said, confused about any inter-Canadian rivalries as an American. Christoph checked his phone and chuckled. Dressed in jeans and a checkered button-down shirt, he'd slicked his dark blonde hair over his forehead in a facsimile of a bowl cut. A conference badge hung around his neck. Horn-rimmed glasses capped his human disguise. She'd stopped him in the safe house from adding a pocket protector and pens to his outfit. Even as a classic nerd, he was pretty sexy. A tech bro might not notice under the geek gear, but any straight woman would. Red said, What's so funny? He showed her the phone screen playing a half-played video. Look at this ass. The YouTube video was titled Society of Women Computer Scientists Conference, Dr. Stevens' keynote of 2018. A stately gray-haired black woman in a dark turtleneck spoke at the podium. When I first programmed NASA launches, I was in a sisterhood of so few, a hidden figure. The place of women in science is now a respected one. Dr. Stevens faltered as she glanced off camera. Rodney Olson hooted and clapped as he trotted onto the stage. He dodged the arms of a staffer to make it to the speaker. I gotta stop you, Mrs. Stevens, and give you thanks as a man in science. That spaceship stuff you were talking about was great. You're a credit to your gender and race. I have some notes, but that is for the green room, am I right? Dr. Stevens smiled tightly, visibility controlling her annoyance. She gestured to the stagehand, who inched closer to the presentation crasher. My next statement was to highlight the challenges in the workplace to come, but Mr. Olson has helpfully illustrated them. Rodney wiped his forehead. He looked sweatier and more bloated than in his webinar. His button nose was whiskey pink from drinking. He unbuttoned his blazer to reveal a shirt that read, No Fat Chicks. An annoyed buzz crackled through the video feed from the audience. He looked down at his attire. Oh, what? That's ironic. Satire. It's from The Simpsons. We all like that show, at least the first 10 seasons. Despite his intoxication, he seemed to realize that he was losing the crowd. He swayed on his feet as he pulled out his phone to blast a song. Hey, you dames remember fun, yeah? Half of you are pinging my gaydar, so check out this Melissa Etheridge. Dr. Stevens fled the podium as Rodney Olson commandeered the microphone. He sang off-key, Come to my window. In the corner, an embarrassed man in formal dress who looked like an older and more sober Rodney covered his face in disgust. He met with Dr. Stevens in an apologetic huddle. It was Winslow Olson, who must have rued inviting his nephew. Currently, he ran the family business after a takeover that Forbes called a battle of brothers. Rodney realized long after everyone else that he'd managed to offend the entire gala. Security guards chased him from the podium before tackling him. Red paused the video. Wow. Christoph put his phone away. You can tell by his coca bloat and the way the doctor recoiled at his bousabrith that he was riding high that night. The Woman Engineers fundraised $1 million off the Twitter outrage. Half came from Winslow Olson and his family foundation. And that was 2 years ago? Red asked. Rodney is selling out conferences as an e-commerce guru now. Humans have remarkably short attention spans, even without supernatural interference. It's why my kind has done so well, he said with a shrug. He pointed at a mall outside the taxi window as they swiftly passed. That's the Maya Shopping Center. I made a small investment in it. Don't tell me that you're going to film a webinar now. I keep my business secrets, he said with an enigmatic smile. We're entering the playground of the so-called digital nomads, expats looking for cheap rents and fast internet. Chiang Mai is like their mecca, and Niman Road is the center. Every generation thinks they're the first to invent sex, rebellion, and travel. Red joked, "You have us millennials figured out?" As if you are really one of them after experiencing my contemporaries. It felt more true than she realized. I still know all the words to "The Band Played On" from 1895. Casey would waltz with a strawberry blonde, Christoph sang quietly with a small smile. I appreciate his tastes. She carried on the tune, and the band played on. He'd glide across the floor with the girl he adored. Of all the things I could remember. That song, mostly the refrain, always reminded me of us. It played at the Alchemist's Masquerade before we left Prague. I wish I could have asked you for a dance then. Me too. He was the one who'd ensured she survived that ball in 1899. Maxwell had turned it into a massacre with the help of witch hunters. A dozen of Paranel's students had been burned at the stake in the aftermath. It was a crime that the immortal alchemist never forgot. Red couldn't either. She'd heard the screams. Her smile faltered. Christoph took her hand. Tonight will happen as planned, I promise. You've never disappointed me. The passing lights of Niman Road reflected off the conference ID on her neck lanyard. It was a VIP conference pass, ordered under an assumed name with an untraceable account that she'd picked up while scoping out the busy early orientation. A picture of herself with a blonde shoulder-length bob smiled from the plastic card. It was nearly identical to her current appearance because the hair dye potion and portrait had been taken that morning. The listed name was Bridget Templeton, but it was her most meaningless alias yet. She'd delete it tomorrow. Christoph snorted in disbelief as the taxi slowed at a busy hotel. I thought the website lied about selling out for this party. Reedy white dudes smoked cigarettes and joked on the sidewalk with each other as their Thai girlfriends seemed bored. Cars idled in a line to release their passengers. Red said, maybe he gave out free tickets. Rodney Olson's Make Money Online Summit was being hosted at the Monica Hotel. For the last week, Red had analyzed the blueprints for weaknesses in the 8-story building and its open-air bar in the center courtyard. There was a side door by the DJ stage that led to an alley where Gord would wait after disabling the exterior cameras. She'd lure the man of the hour there. It wouldn't be easy, but she had bait and plenty of flattery to grease her manipulations. She adjusted her blue cocktail dress to hide the illicit-seeming plastic baggie in her bra. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't realize that Christoph had built himself into a rant. The Monica Hotel is part of a chain that is barely more than hostels, he said with a grimace of distaste. A hospitality startup specializing in cookie-cutter experiences for people who traveled millions of miles to barely dip their toes in the local culture. It's unsurprising that Olson chose them. Red appreciated his commitment to travel authenticity. Her archaeologist mother had taken her to unusual locations for work as a child, and her life with the Burnses had sometimes felt like an international chase to stay ahead of rightful murder accusations. She was more at home on the road than otherwise. Yet she suspected his indignation was a front. You have a hotel nearby, don't you? I'm not sore about a lost conference bid, Christoph grumbled, exiting the car. She hid her smile, waiting for him to open her door. He held out his hand as he had hundreds of times outside a carriage. Her muscles remembered the motion. The body always did. It had given her so many clues that she'd fought in her amnesia. Too many were about him. She didn't know why she asked, "Does this remind you of our night at the Hellfire Club?" I doubt these web developers and digital marketers are that sexually inventive. I mean, we're infiltrating a subculture to question someone. Never mind. Red regretted her words. Why'd she have to remind them of that? She'd killed Nigel Wadsworth, a bard from a distinguished Brotherhood family, at the Hellfire Club in 1900. She hadn't known he'd been bespelled to silence about Maxwell. The grim accident had led to a recovered fraction of her magic. It wasn't exactly a cheerful memory to dredge up. Kristoff had enjoyed that evening more than she had. "I understand," he said. "Tonight will go more smoothly than that night." "Olson gives his speech at 10, then his handlers will keep him in the VIP section," she said, nerves making her repeat the agenda that they'd already analyzed for days. They'd only struck at Maxwell's network and assets from afar in the bunker, commanding minions to torch property or sabotage suppliers. This was her first step on the front line, where someone could see her supposedly dead face. Kristoff grinned. "He'll wander. I made sure his drug dealers have gone dry." "First, Al Capone. Next, you're going to tell me that you were friends with Pablo Escobar." "Pablo was an animal lover, and I won't hear a word against him." Kristoff said it like a joke. She had a sense it wasn't. "By the middle of the night, Olson will be begging for the next snort. If your stash doesn't entice him, then my venture capital fund will." "My big spender," she said, chuckling to hide the embarrassment for her worry. With a finger snap, she could rock these entrepreneurs' worlds with an elemental magic show. She wouldn't tonight. The operation was strictly undercover. She didn't want supernatural gossip mongers to chew on a single rumor about a witch in connection with Olson. Even if Winslow didn't warn his family ally, Maxwell Baldacci could still read between the headlines if they blew this operation. It was too soon for him to learn about her. Red put on a surgical mask, as did Kristoff. It was common in Asia if you were out in public with a cold, even before the pandemic. His blood kept her healthier than vitamins. It was really for the front cameras. She wouldn't take the mask off until she oriented herself to the interior ones. She said, "Are you ready for the Internet Marketing King?" He slipped his arm around her waist. "I'm an old hand at regicide." A peppy conference volunteer welcomed them at the door. Their lanyard badges earned them a quick entry. Techno music vibrated a colorful mural in the hallway to the large courtyard bar. The painted jungle flora shook from the beat as if it were a breeze. Red didn't succumb to the infectious rhythms. She opened her third eye to detect magic as she scanned the volunteers herding the conference goers to the party. They were clean. She didn't detect a supernatural aura besides her boyfriend. That didn't clear the area totally. Warlocks were tricky. A loosely defined category between mages and humans, they were people without natural powers but with knowledge of the arcane. They relied on bespelled objects made by others. Bought or stolen enchantments could emit enough energy to reveal the owner. This was a big night for Rodney Olson. If he was an occult practitioner, he'd at least bring a confidence or luck charm. Red would have to get close to examine him. Kristoff narrowed his eyes as they entered the open central courtyard. Vampires preferred it many decibels lower, or maybe it was his competitive nature whenever they entered a rival's establishment. "I'll get us a drink. Don't get too bored." "Couldn't be," she said. Rodney Olson swaggered around the DJ stage, and the crowd acted like he was a rock star. The music cut out as he began a rambling speech about the power of motivation. He urged them to awaken the online business giant within. It was his best Tony Robbins impression, down to mild copyright infringement, and his followers lapped it up. He shared a story about being at rock bottom in this very city after his third business failed, and how he had built himself back up with internet marketing. His famous family was left out of the tale. Red navigated the throng, averting her face from the camera by the bar and the one by the hallway entrance. The VIP area was a small banquet room near the stage with a velvet rope and a volunteer bouncer in a conference t-shirt. She peered inside. The private party didn't look better, but it cost $1,000 more for access than the regular tickets. Most of the very important people had cleared out to listen to the speech, leaving the Thai waiters glancing at their phones. The bouncer held a clipboard, but he hadn't checked it for the last incomer. Doodles decorated the corners of the spreadsheet's list of names. He'd briefly looked at their lanyard IDs. Security was as lacking as expected for the skeleton volunteer crew. As in her earlier recon visit to the Monica Hotel, there were no magical sigils or traces on the walls or elsewhere. She'd expected at least one money spell, but this was a thoroughly human event. Behold, the real power of marketing. Christoph rejoined her with champagne glasses. Olson should have wrapped up 10 minutes ago. We're almost on the part about how, through hard work and ingenuity, but mostly startup capital from his uncle, he succeeded despite his many personal faults. He laughed, amused as only a self-made man could be. Red held her pass up at the VIP room, letting the plastic glitter in the strobe lights for the bouncer. She made sure to look bored. The first rule of fitting in among the aspiring rich was never to look too impressed. Their next entry was as smooth as the first. Conference goers filtered in to take advantage of the smaller bar line once Rodney finished. Every other eavesdropped conversation was about marketing funnels and hacking the bottom line. She lasted 20 minutes until complaining, "What's taking Olson?" "We'll take the VIP experience to him," Christoph said, steering her into the general area. The vibe was more hyped in the cheap seats. She would have lost him in the crush if they weren't holding hands. Olson preened by the stage with his admirers. He checked his phone between each picture. He leaned close to an older, skinny woman in a flowy beige cardigan, whose frenzied expression matched her frizzy hair. It was Carol, who had been his aide for 2 years. 43 years old and educated at Vassar, she was qualified for more than being his babysitter. She habitually skulked in the background of his photos so often that it had become a running gag in his online community. Red had spent too much time stalking his social media. Familiarity had bred contempt about 400 selfies and asinine Facebook posts ago. Olson growled something inaudible to his assistant. Christoph smirked, whispering to Red, "He wants his powder. His PA is about to lose her job unless she can produce within the hour. Why don't you help him out, my love?" She kissed his cheek and stalked through the crowd. The music dimmed as she focused on her quarry. Rodney Olson was puffy, but athletic under his white sport coat and teal shirt. He wasn't a computer jockey. He outsourced those tasks to ensure a 4-hour work week. The golden tan came from yachting. His muscles hinted that he had brought a personal trainer along. Medical reports noted his heart condition and not his rumored vices. Hard living might make him croak in his 60s, but at 35 he was as close to a prime as he'd get. She'd beat him in a fistfight, but it wouldn't take long for security to notice. That was a last resort, but she wouldn't mind taking a swing at him for the honor of women engineers everywhere. Red joined the queue for his attention. She waited patiently for 10 minutes until texting Christoph. "We need to thin the admirers. Order a free round at the bar." He replied with a businessman's negotiation savvy, only domestic and on draft. She sent him a thumbs-up emoji. Soon the DJ announced the freebie and half the dance floor shifted to the bar. The repeated offer roused the rest. Olson waved his guard off with a drink order. Only one determined dude in a Make Money Online Summit hoodie stayed in the line ahead of Red. "I'm Colton Acacio, and you've changed my life, Rodney," he stuttered. "I've taken every single one of your courses. I left everything behind in Texas so I could come here and meet you. You said life is a video game, and I need to push play. I did." "Whoa," Rodney said, his distracted gaze darting between Colton and his phone. "That is some dedication, Pete. What sales figures are you raking in?" The fanboy flinched and his cheeks reddened. It's Colton. That isn't important. I just launched my business. My savings are covering my hostel stay. You said Chiang Mai is where it's at. I'm just like you, starting from the bottom." Red glanced away to cover her pity. His off-brand jeans and worn tennis shoes were from a different tax bracket than his hero. He didn't understand that in the baseball game of life, Rodney Olson had hit his home run on third base. Olson checked her out over Colton's shoulder, curiosity flaring in his bored expression. Her short dress wasn't that alluring. There simply weren't many women at this conference. She'd only spotted 13, besides employees, so far in the hundreds of men. Red tugged down her surgical mask, pretending to take a selfie for the excuse to lean over to show off her cleavage. A little baggie peeked from her bra. White powder stained the edges. If it had been cocaine, the amount could have landed her in a Thai jail for decades. She covered it with a wink at Rodney. His nostrils flared reflexively. He rubbed his nose with a quick grin at Colton and patted him on the shoulder. Keep on pressing play, bud. I'll see you at the group brunch tomorrow. Colton stuttered as Rodney Olson brushed past. The personal assistant wrapped a fast arm around the spurned fan to lead him toward the VIP bar. I have a drink coupon for you if you want to give a video testimonial. Olson stuck out his hand to Red. Where have you been this entire shindig? I haven't seen you at any sessions. Red shook his hand, keeping her smoky gaze unaffected. She wasn't masquerading as a wannabe, but an established player. Who attends these things for that? The after party is where you actually make deals. He looked down at her chest as if reading her name tag, but it wasn't a misdirect to look at her boobs. He was more interested in the baggie hanging out of her bra. It looks like you have a better one planned than I do. It's been a multi-million-dollar year for market saunas. Would have been more without the supply line issues. People have their minds on their health, she said, shooting for apathetic cool as she recovered her face with her mask. That's why I don't need 101 panels. Next year, we'll get you to do a workshop. This conference needs more estrogen. Olson put his arm over her shoulder. What are you doing tonight? Red repressed her instinctive disdain for his touch. A venture capital guy invited me to a hotel party down the road. He sponsored the free round at the bar. Olson whispered, impressed. Blaine from Global Ventures? Did I hear venture capital? Christoph said, appearing with 2 shot glasses. He must have internalized some of her sartorial feedback because he'd rolled up his sleeves and slicked his hair back, so he looked more hipster geek than Revenge of the Nerds. He pressed a fireball shot into Rodney's hand. You don't have a drink. I was about to send a strongly worded text message to my assistant about that. Rodney slurped the cinnamon-infused whiskey down. Be a brother and give me another. Christoph laughed, offering the second shot. In the planning stage, they'd assumed it would be more difficult to inebriate their target. You don't need to strong-arm me. Red pretended to be apologetic as if she'd spoken out of turn earlier. I invited Rodney to the party. Is that cool? Bridget, Christoph said, using her fake name. It's a penthouse, not a hostel dorm room. We could fit 10 more Olsons. That would still leave out 30 of his cousins. Rodney held out his hand. You only need one tonight. What firm are you with? Upfront Ventures, Graycroft, or maybe Smith and Reaper? You have the look of an S&R man. I'll start with my name, Ken Bennett, Christoph said, feigning annoyance to make the entrepreneur sweat about losing his invite. I'm with Patmos in Boston. We're a startup disrupting the industry. Red quelled her shock, thankful for the mask to cover her puckering mouth. He was supposed to use a made-up business name, not one of Maxwell's shell companies. This job was supposed to be quick, nab the rich boy and mesmerize him for intel. No traces, no odd details to intrigue a detective, no clues. Yep. She hadn't dyed her hair blonde because she looked better that way. Rodney rubbed his nose. He said absently, Massachusetts, huh? I was always on the Cape as a kid. Where is that party again? I did the contractual appearance with my VIPs so I can fly the coop. The Easton, Christoph said boredly, as if regretting his open invitation. He played hard to get better than Red expected, considering their relationship history. My driver is waiting in the back alley. It might be too short of notice for you. I make my own schedule, Rodney said. He bounced toward an exit, waving them on. That's the whole point of this business bullshit, am I right? Red and Christoph followed their target behind the DJ stage to an employees-only hall. She kept her face lowered as curious waiters and cleaners passed them. He opened the door to the alley. Their taxi waited. You trust this guy? Rodney asked, lifting his chin to examine Gord at the wheel. That's not a local. He looks Filipino. Her heartbeat kicked up at his words. Rodney was wrong about the nationality. Gord was an indigenous Canadian, but he knew when someone wasn't Thai. Christoph nodded seriously. I use him whenever I'm in town. Red feigned boredom, looking at the Instagram app on her phone, as expected from a bored rich chick fiending for her next dopamine hit. This guy didn't bat an eyelash when I crushed a line last night. He's cool. Can we go already, Rodney? I'm losing my buzz as we speak. If that's the case, what do you say we have a cheeky toot in the car? Rodney glanced into the hallway and cowered at the sight. Balls. It's my personal assistant. Don't let the mousy cardigan fool you. Carol Power walked to them. Yoga thin and buggy-eyed, she dressed in flowy beige fabrics that matched the wallpaper, giving her a chameleon appearance. A funky pendant swung on her chest. It glimmered with magic to Red's third eye. Mr. Olson, you have to film a live stream for your Facebook page in 10 minutes. Carol, Rodney whined as she grabbed his arm. I'm with my friends. She lifted an eyebrow at Red and Kristoff. Do you know one's a witch and the other is a vampire? Oh, snap! Which is which? Or is it which? Rodney fearfully laughed, wiping his sweating forehead. Never mind, this isn't the time to joke. Chapter 11. October 4th, evening, Chiang Mai, Thailand, the Monica Hotel. Red tugged the baggie from her cleavage while the personal assistant was distracted by Rodney Olson. She dumped the white powder on her palm and blew it at them, hoping the wind didn't change in the hostel alley. It wasn't cocaine. Olson swooned against the taxi in a faint. The somnus powder made his eyelids drift closed. Winslow will hear, Carol the assistant said, head bobbing. Kristoff caught her before she dropped to the pavement. He bundled her into the trunk. Gord rushed from the driver's seat to stuff the swooning entrepreneur into the back seat, then returned to the steering wheel. Red slid into the car next to Olson and closed the door. Kristoff took the other side. The taxi zoomed into the muggy Chiang Mai night. She gritted her teeth. This was a complication they didn't need. Thailand was far from Kristoff's territory. The local supreme vampire wouldn't appreciate the pressure from the Olson family if Rodney or his personal assistant remembered that mysterious dead men had snatched them. The patriarch Winslow Olson had protected his nephew before. He was sure to pursue action against kidnappers. Red pushed the internet playboy's head off her shoulder. Carol is in the mix. We had a plan C, Kristoff said. Gord can mesmerize her along with Olson. We'll dump them at the same drug den. She'll think that she was trying to pull him out of there. I doubt it will have been the first time that she tried to save him from himself. She has a nifty magical pendant and mentioned Winslow Olson. I guessed as much. The uncle assigned his wayward nephew a handler. He wouldn't leave her unprepared. She can't use the pendant if she is unconscious, and I gave her another somnus dose. A murder draws too much attention. We've been careful so far. If the warlock realizes we're winding a noose around his neck, he won't. He didn't notice that warehouse fire in Delaware. Our wildcat strikes are working. Kristoff kissed her. His passion drowned her worries. He had power over her that he didn't understand. He made her believe anything was possible. Red could believe it when she was with him. When he drew away, he said, I'll get everything you need from this overgrown frat boy without anyone being the wiser. We can delay our dawn flight and catch the conference brunch if you want to make sure. I'll take pancakes from anywhere else. She kept her tone light, but the part of her that had spent 2 years as Vic's apprentice protested the entire gray hat operation. Rodney wasn't a demon or a warlock. He was simply a crude human from a dubious family that had practically shunned him. Odious, but hardly a paranormal concern. There was too much that could go wrong in a kidnapping, or be fatal. The plan had skittered into the unpredictable. In the bunker, the long-distance research made this all seem theoretical. The reality felt like too much with Rodney Olson snoring beside her. He could lead them to Maxwell's inner circle. Red kept telling herself that. The rationalization kept her calm as the taxi took the backways of the city. She'd played hero with Vic, but she'd spent longer as a villainess beside vampires. Gord slowed the car as he turned into an alley behind a boutique hotel sandwiched between a cafe and a Brazilian steakhouse. Kristoff had investments in all three. Cameras and witnesses were already removed. He carried Rodney into an unmarked door. She'd studied this blueprint, too. If they kept walking in the hall, they'd hit a lobby. It was as empty as the alley. Only Gord shadowed them, silent. He would ease the interrogation later with his dark gift for mesmerization. They took an elevator to the penthouse. Red hadn't lied to Olson about that. The hotel suite had a magnificent view of Chiang Mai from the wraparound balcony. It was lightly littered with the debris of a party. Christoph's hired hands had carefully staged fallen glasses on the floor. Crumpled napkins lay by an overflowing trash bin. Half-empty wine bottles were scattered on a catering table. A television softly played in the living room. The clocks in the hotel suite were set hours forward to the natural end of a rager. The attention to detail couldn't be faulted. Some gifted vampires like Gord could implant memories in humans, but it penetrated deeper with window dressing. They needed their cover story to stick. Later, mages might probe Rodney Olson's unconsciousness. Red waited until Christoph had dropped his burden onto the couch to wave smelling salts under Rodney's nose. She tucked the vial into her purse as she sat next to him. Olson stirred, mouth gaping open. He wiped his chin and straightened his back. I know this movie. Almost Famous, she said lazily, as if they'd been awake for hours. The movie had been chosen because it was supposedly the last one that Olson had seen with his father. She'd heard the fact in one of his overly long live streams and thought it might jog his mind about his family. It's my favorite for an after-after party. Christoph knelt at the glass coffee table, cutting cocaine into lines. The cast is doing an Elton John sing-along on a bus. This is what you watch when you're coming down. Don't tell me you're giving in now. I'm not, Olson said, seemingly out of it, but wanting to hide that he hadn't been following along. Red held back her distaste. How often did he black out that this time Skip wasn't alarming for him? He wiped the dried drool on his chin. I dipped out for a second there, but I'm young, dumb, and full of... We get it, Christoph said. Take the free drugs while I'm still drunk and like you. Drunk? You're cool as a zucchini, Olson said with a little giggle as he bent over to snort a line. Red tossed him a practiced lie. I know we've clowned around tonight, but what you said before about your uncle, I felt it. I had a shitty one, too. I can relate. Olson sniffed loudly and pinched his nostrils after he finished his line. The stimulant sped up his limbs, leaving his sluggishness behind. Uncle Winnie. Oh man, how deep into that story were we? Pretty deep, she said. In the Victorian age, she'd been acquainted with cocaine. It was promoted as a cure-all that could put a pep in the gloomiest step. Many patented medicines for adults as well as children contained it. Coca-Cola became a global brand on its addictiveness. Freud swore by it. Then as now, it made the user too chatty. Olson said, Was I at the part where I was a constant disappointment to Winslow and a shame to my dead parents, or when he cut me off? That part of the speech was true. He was sick of my shit, and there went my allowance. My own uncle reduced me to selling socks online. If my father was alive to see what the new CEO has done with the family business... She settled her face into sympathetic lines, as encouraging as the cocaine. Rodney Olson breathed deep to launch into the next rant. If there was one person that Winslow was scared of, it was my dad. It all should have gone to me. There is a legal term for it. I'm the only child of the oldest son. The executive board, Olson Hall in Napa, the terrarium, it should be mine. Primogeniture, that's the word. Red kept her confusion off her face. The disjointed litany of grievances matched her research, but the terrarium didn't register. What did that mean? Christoph shrugged at her, seemingly caught on the oddity as well. Rodney said, Winslow can suck it. He lords over San Francisco like he owns the Bay. All the greats in tech had a secret sauce. Bill Gates had Wozniak locked in a basement. Steve Jobs ate a fuck ton of fruit. Winslow, he just has an old glass jar of dirt and vines or whatever. Probably killed my dad to get it. He's ruthless, huh? Red said, trying to steer the conversation. Works with anyone to get what he wants. It's why I won't take a cent from him anymore. He's two-faced, I swear. A gentleman in public, but a dick to family. I'm hardly a prize, yet I'm upfront about it. There aren't any surprises with me. They call him a magician for a reason. It's all sleight of hand. She tried to piece together his rambles. A magician with a terrarium? Rodney stiffened, pained as if realizing how much he'd revealed. Thanks for the fun, kids. I'm grabbing a taxi. It's getting close to dawn. He trailed off as he checked his phone. His eyes widened and darted to the wall clock. He was a Yale man. Even on drugs, he could calculate the discrepancy in time. Christoph didn't hesitate. He pinned the human to the couch, gripping his neck. Why leave now? Aren't you having fun? If you're robbing me, the wallet is in my pocket. I'll pull out more cash to keep my phone. Red asked, Can you say Maxwell Baldacci, Rodney? Panicked, Olson said, Max who? Baldwin. Is that like a safe word? Maxwell Baldacci. Will you let me go? Christoph said to her, It answers one thing. Winslow and the terrarium, Red replied. There is a story there. No, madam, Olson croaked. It's nothing for the 99% to worry about. Eccentric rich white people, am I right? That's a meme, right? He just likes plants. Christoph motioned to the other vampire in the corner. His heart is racing. Why is he more scared to talk about that terrarium than to get mugged? Gord cracked his neck and knuckles as if readying for a fight. He was supposed to be the best of the best. Only one vampire hunter, trained against compulsion, had resisted his gift before. Regular humans wouldn't remember his face if he didn't want them to. Olson strained against the hand, forcing him to look at the other vampire. His already dilated pupils widened upon eye contact with Gord. Red said, I was going to ask you how to get close to Winslow, but then plant magic came into the story. What powers does he have? The minion repeated the question. Over the California State House? Rodney Olson said. He runs it. There are presidents with less power. He has intelligence and timing. A big network, too. He owns people and what they do. Whenever there is a problem, he taps into one of his assets. Is he a warlock? Christoph asked. A fucking what? Olson recoiled, nervously laughing as if it was ridiculous, yet hit too close to home. There's some voodoo or whatever wasps practice, but I was the family screw-up from a young age. I never got invited to the Golden Child functions where everyone praises Satan or whatever. Who did? Uncle Winslow knows. He hangs out in Europe over the holidays, so he doesn't jet lag at the World Economic Forum in January. I can tell you where he goes if you free me. He uses the same security company and the same resort. Christoph shoved him deeper into the couch cushions and glowered over the human. Tell us something we can't find out in the Wall Street Journal. Red hadn't moved from the notion of Winslow Olson and horticulture. Explain the terrarium. Does he take it with him, Rodney? No. Gord repeated her question, compelling the man. Rodney Olson hung his head. It's a bedtime ghost story, the family origin, or a joke. I don't know. I've never seen it. Grandpa had it in a conservatory at Olson Hall that no one was allowed into. It's supposed to be a century old. My cousin Trosper said it's full of spiders. Little Blaine says it's just an old plant. All I know is that when things are bad or stocks are in the toilet, the head of the family goes to the terrarium, whatever that is. How did you learn that? Red asked. I overheard my parents one night. My dad was ranting about Winslow, said that he was over-harvesting the terrarium. They were only supposed to use it for an emergency. My mom closed the door to his office when she noticed me in the hall. 2 months later, they died in a helicopter crash. Then I went to live with my uncle. When did you start believing Winslow was involved? She asked, more out of curiosity than practicality. About 5 years later, Rodney said. Mournful self-deprecation entered his tone. I'm not the brightest bulb on the family Christmas tree. She nodded to Christoph for him to carry on with their prearranged questions. Over-harvested. The word kept looping in her mind. It made her spine chill. Maxwell had stolen her magic when they first met in 1892. He'd transplanted the power like one would seedlings for sale and his own personal use. By 1900, she'd found two pieces hidden in a duplicitous bard's cufflinks and inside an upper crust necromancer on a tier through England. In the modern age, she'd accidentally regained her magic from Archibald Fowler's broken amulets. She'd recovered more when Dash threw Maxwell's leather necklace onto the pyre last month. It was the world's most frustrating scavenger hunt. The memories only pissed her off more in hindsight. Red was still missing the majority of her magic. The warlock claimed he had another piece left. Obviously, he'd shared more with his friends. A demigoddess had warned that bits of Red's magic were spread over the globe. She'd been too focused on vengeance or resurrection to reflect on what it truly meant. How many other pieces were out there? Red had a list of Maxwell's nearest and dearest to find out. She recorded the audio on her phone as Christoph drilled Rodney on his uncle's habits. Winslow rose at dawn, then exercised and worked in a routine that had little variety beyond his protein shake flavor. His international travel to visit Olsen technology outposts had a predictable seasonal pattern, too. In the movies, interrogations were breezed through with a montage or fast-forwarded to the break in the case. They were actually tedious back and forth about dates and locations. This one ground through the night. "I don't know what more I can tell you," Rodney said at last. "I'm not hip to Uncle Winnie's latest bowel movement or his house security codes. The guy barred me from every family function for the last 2 years and shackled me to Carol." Christoph glanced at Red, straightening from his tough guy stance over the human. He'd been at it for hours. "I believe him," she said. "We need to get Rodney back to his hotel so he can sleep through half the conference brunch." Rodney Olsen nodded vigorously. "I won't tell anyone what happened here." Christoph smiled, motioning for his minion. "Of course you won't." Gord leaned close to Olsen as he said, "You've been at a hotel party tonight. It was fun. You almost scored with a blonde until you threw up on her shoes. We had a few laughs and watched a movie. And now you're sleepy. Tonight will be a pleasant but ordinary blur." He returned to his post by the television after his command. Rodney yawned, stretching as if he'd woken from a nap. "Shit, what's the time? It's been real, it's been fun, it's been real fun, but I need to Uber." He stared at the cocaine still lined up on the glass coffee table with a sniff. "If I could have a cheeky one for the road," Red said with a wink, slipping into her knight's persona. Her alias, Bridget Templeton, liked the man more than she did in reality. "You can take a beer for the taxi. The hotel has a driver waiting out front." Rodney leaned over the table eagerly, like he was about to lick it. He snorted 2 lines loudly in succession. Sniffling and rubbing his nose, he grinned at Red and Christoph. "You two are all right?" He flopped forward on the table with a glass rattling thud. Blood dribbled from his nose. He twitched as his eyes fluttered closed. Red gasped at Christoph. "Is he ODing on us?" "His heart is still beating. It's arrhythmic." She jumped up to pace the hotel suite. "He can't die." "I know. Black sheep though he is, the Olsens will notice, and then the warlock will." Christoph gestured for his minion. "Take Rodney to the medic downstairs. Administer whatever you need to get him moving. Dump him as planned. Make his assistant believe that she found him." The vampires moved so quickly it was hard to follow. She blinked, and Rodney was gone. "His heart condition," she whispered, touching her chest. They'd dosed him with more downers and uppers than he could handle. A little voice that sounded like Vic asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Christoph took her hands. She expected him to be annoyed at her weakness. His smile was small, yet almost relieved in a strange way. He'd gotten his Juniper back, but did he miss being with who she'd been without her memories? That woman wouldn't have done the job like this. He said, "We have a plane to make before dawn. I've never begrudged your tender heart, but we need to go now. Olsen will live." She was ready to leave the nightlife as they fled the penthouse for a waiting car. By the time the sun rose over Thailand, they were gone. Chapter 12. October 10th evening, Hong Kong, Luang's auction house. I present our next selection with excitement, the auctioneer announced from the low podium platform. It will be hotly contested, I'm sure. Red hid her face in disdain under a respirator mask that matched her dyed black hair. She clapped along with the rest in the auction house. Their applause made crystal chandeliers tremble in the crimson chamber. Leung's was the paranormal crime syndicate version of Sotheby's. It served the worst of Hong Kong. Naturally, Maxwell had dealings with them. Tonight, Westerners had been invited to an annual English language event dating to early British colonial rule. Red didn't stick out in her seat as much as she would have another day. The wealthy crowd wore so much black that it seemed like a funeral designed by Gucci. Christoph had been right when he'd suggested her dark outfit, a steel-boned corset with slim-fit trousers concealed under a split skirt. It made her feel like a Bond villain. She adjusted the silver rosette pendant on her necklace, careful not to block the hidden lens in the center. A giant vault dominated an entire wall of the spacious chamber. The door nearly reached the ceiling. As it opened slightly to release the next auction item, a tall man in her row stood for a better view and blocked hers. The magic of a young witch, the auctioneer said, gesturing to his beautiful assistant, who carried a carved crystal bottle and rested it on a table by the podium. The magic inside glowed blue. This is a special unlisted item. An excited stir went through the audience. Red fought her surprised instinct to shatter the wretched relic. Was it her magic? She couldn't tell because of the wards on its prison. Mystical detectors would alert guards once she did a single spell. She had to wait until the right moment. Security was tighter here than at the summit in Thailand. Hopefully this job would go as well as that one. Rodney Olson had been recovering in a hospital since he was found unconscious outside a bar notorious for drug dealing. His family had suppressed the news reports. Supernatural gossip was silent on the topic, indicating that the Olsons weren't making underworld inquiries. It seemed as if they accepted it as a normal consequence for the playboy. Their deception worked in Red's favor. Later, she would find Winslow Olson. She had more business on this side of the Pacific first. The upscale black market was a long-time middleman associated with Maxwell Baldacci and his dark relics. Dash had revealed a clandestine trade in werewolf pelts leading to it and to buyers as far off as Terwaki Sato in Brazil. Red would free the unfortunate beings locked in the vault once she spied on the buyers and attendants. Earlier, Christoph had kissed her on the cheek and separated with Gord to find the general manager. The meeting would end with access to their records. How the manager reacted would determine his survival. She couldn't summon much sympathy for him given his trade. Christoph was supposed to text when he needed the chaos of a jailbreak. Jiggling her leg, she was impatient with the wait. She had practiced for the last week on a replica of the vault, learning how to jimmy air magic through the lock mechanism to open the door. Sale items had been retrieved from it periodically throughout the night. A smiling waif in a ball gown closed it swiftly each time without allowing the guests a peek inside. Red gripped the black paddle on her knee for silent bids. She'd offer more trouble than cash. The auctioneer said, "The value of this rare specimen is proportional to its strength. Bidding starts at $500,000. Sourced in Japan, this magic." Ushers in sleek navy blue suits admitted a startling newcomer. Stace Bonner contrasted vividly against the black-clad attendees in a pink cheongsam gown, with her curly hair slicked into two buns on her head. The half-fae obviously hadn't gotten the memo on the dress code. She took a seat on the opposite side of the room near the vault. Red had last seen her friend mourning with a wolf pack. Obviously, the hunt for Jackson Gonzalez's killer had gone international. She texted a welcome, but either Stace was ignoring the message or, more likely, had brought an unknown throwaway phone. What was she doing here? The auctioneer took rapid bids for the stolen magic. It distracted Red from the half-fae's hasty retreat from the chamber. She raised her black paddle impulsively. A bald white man turned to glare at her from 3 chair rows ahead. His eyelids blinked eerily sideways. He raised his paddle in a bid. They exchanged a silent war to the auctioneer's delight. The crowd watched as Red and the other buyer lifted their paddles with the speed of a ping-pong tournament. Her entrance fee had been collected, along with the number to a hefty account in the Cayman Islands. Whatever she spent, the funds would be frozen before the auction house withdrew its payment. They'd scrutinized her banking information, but not her outfit. A camera hidden in her necklace recorded the scene. Soon the DVA's facial recognition database would know each attendee. As the bids grew into the millions, Red grinned at her rival to show that it was pocket change to her. He threw down his paddle, crossing his arms in vinegary defeat. The audience clapped as the crystal bottle was presented to her on its cushion. She secreted it in her skirt pocket. Later, she'd crush it to release the magic within. "Our next," the auctioneer said at his podium. A thud rippled through the steel vault and shook the floor. He tumbled into the front row onto a furred humanoid in a kimono. 3 more unseen blows from the inside bent the metal vault door. The ushers revealed pistols and batons plated with iron and silver. 2 evacuated the wealthy buyers out of the room, while the rest circled the disturbance. Red huddled between the chairs as the others ran. She readied her magic for deployment. Hopefully, Kristoff had finished his task because the chaos was starting ahead of schedule. She tapped her secret earpiece to activate their communication line. "Honey, I didn't do it. The inmates are escaping." The vault door fell with an earthquaking thud. Stace Bonner ran out, casting fuchsia sparks from her fists. A newfound backpack bounced on her shoulder. The ushers fired. Red raised an air shield around the half-fay. The bullets bounced off it. A scaly boy with half a tail crawled on the ceiling out of the vault. 2 parrots flew after him to claw at the pistol-wielding ushers. Half-shifted, a were-tiger charged the ushers. More angry supernaturals followed. The weaker ones limped behind. Moaning, a rock-shod demon stumbled out with bandaged stumps where his arms had been. A woman in a soiled skirt suit slumped against the prison threshold. Glancing around with fear, she stuttered in Japanese. She looked like a secretary, but fire witchcraft tinted her aura. Red destroyed her auction win, cracking the crystal bottle on the ground. Would it be hers? Blue energy flew into the other witch. The secretary's grim expression brightened to vivid joy as if she were complete again. She tossed a fire orb at her former captors. Hopefully Red would know that feeling someday. Stace held her palm out, shooting a beam of pink light to defend the freed. She shielded a toothless male vampire whose soulful eyes were tightened in pain. The other injured ones huddled behind her. She flagged them on. "Go! Out into the hallway! Tigerman, clear the way. I'll cover you." Red grabbed a fallen baton and ran toward her friend. She slowed to whack an usher who was grappling the demon boy to the ground and motioned the kid along. She wove through the fight of able-bodied prisoners and their increasingly panicked guards. The ushers expected backup. She had an idea of which hand-sewn devil might be delaying it. Red dodged the parrots flying toward the auctioneer. She still didn't know if they were magical or simply irate. Reaching Stace, she said, "I love your dress, but we need to run." "What? I'm doing super." Stace crackled energy as she spun and kicked an usher. "I thought you'd be in Nevada." "The heat is here." Stace did a double take over her shoulder. She shoved Red ahead. Literally. The fire starter erupted as the guards closed in on her. Red leaped out the door, rolling into a somersault before flames exploded behind her. She ran down the hallway with Stace. The lights of Hong Kong glittered outside the high-rise windows, shining onto the elegant calligraphy on the gallery wall. Ahead, 3 ushers ringed the injured-souled vampire with ready stakes. The vamp waved the last of the injured ahead. His somber face was resigned to a last stand. Red tapped into her magic, raising her mother's ring. A gust flung the stakes away from the ushers. Stace slammed 2 ushers together, cracking their heads together. She kicked the other one into a wall scroll. The delicate paper tumbled to cover the prone man. She smiled at the vampire and said a few passionate sentences in Chinese. He nodded vigorously, renewed hope in his eyes, and limped swiftly to catch up with the escapees. Red asked, "What did you say?" Stace smiled. "To be strong for the weak." It was in bad Cantonese. He probably understood half of it. Red shook her head with a little grin. That seemed like the summary of one hell of a pep talk. She expected nothing less from a certifiable hero. Not to sound like Olivia Benston, but the backpack doesn't match your dress. What did you steal? The backpack and a dragon egg. I can't let the warlock get it. Stace winced in realization as they reached the end of the hall. Did I ruin whatever you had going on? I didn't mean to run into your mission. Red peeped around the corner to see a dead tiger-clawed usher. The echoes of distant fighting emphasized the uncertain hush of the empty corridor. You saved me the hassle of freeing the prisoners. Kristoff should have found buyer records by now. We think it leads to Maxwell's cronies. That's why I'm here. Why are you even in Asia? I was in Tokyo. It's not a long flight, Stace said lightly. Red knew her friend had studied at a Brotherhood school there to prepare for her duties as a guardian of a dimensional rift zone. How was Charm without her? Red thought of Zach Sanchez on the home front. She hadn't contacted him since her voicemail. Hopefully Stace had. She felt guilty thinking of him alone in their big farmhouse on the edge of the cemetery. Dragon egg, huh? Stace patted her bag proudly as if still surprised herself. Tatsu was right that the warlock had been an auction regular. I didn't quite believe that irritating Yakuza, but your presence cinches it. I half expected that he just wanted an egg delivery. Who is Tatsu? A friend, kind of. He's my connection to the Japanese underground, where the warlock has made enemies. The Gonzalez family sent me. Don't ask. They wouldn't like that I've told you this much. Werewolves being secretive, Red said, expecting as much. They're as bad as alchemists. Don't I know it? Stace grined. This auction wasn't as much of a detour on my duty as I thought. Red shook her head. Hold your excitement. It isn't the first black market that I've investigated with ties to the warlock. You've been looking for his enemies. I'm looking for his allies. I'll text if I find anything interesting. Do the same when you can. Stace stuck out her hand. You take the west, and I'll take the east. Don't give him a centimeter. I'm frying him on sight. Red hugged her friend, overcome with the sorrowful sensation that they might not meet again. Their teen years together were still her happiest. Demons had interrupted biology class, and a ghoul had raided the talent show, but she wouldn't have traded it for the world. They didn't have time for her to confess her mushy feelings. What she now remembered would take hours to explain. I missed you so much. Stace patted her back with a touched, if confused, smile. What happened on your vacation? Kristoff exited an unmarked stairwell and trotted to them with a surprised glance at the half-fae. Our car is waiting. Stace opened a door along the opposite wall. It's a long story, but I'm freeing that fire starter, too. You get home safe. Red waved as her friend disappeared to save another innocent. The half-fae shimmered with golden purpose as a champion. Red's own journey was darker, but as necessary. They would meet again to defeat an evil older than their grandmothers. We must hurry, Kristoff said. He swept Red into his arms and zoomed down the stairwell as she clung to him. Ran into trouble? The general manager threw himself off the roof. It was a well-attended spectacle. He inspected her frown. If you heard the story that Gord pulled out of him, you'd think it was too quick. I saw his inventory, she said, remembering the armless demon. The tiger shifter is probably disappointed that he didn't get there first. He was. I passed him in the hallway. Kristoff set her down at the foot of the stairs. I have a full hard drive of records and translators on call. Fabulous work as usual, Red said with a happy tug on his suit lapel. She opened a door, peering out into a luxurious atrium. It was packed with nervous buyers who sweated through their black Armani shirts. But look less pleased with yourself, honey. We're supposed to be scared. Like humans, right. They blended into the evacuated people onto the street. She didn't take off her mask until they were in a taxi with Gord at the wheel. The windows were tinted illegally dark for discretion. Kristoff rested his arms behind his head. That was neatly done. Your friend's actions will deflect attention from us. The warlock has expected her retribution, I'm sure. Red nodded, miming a smile. Her mind was closer to home. She'd left more than Zack and Charm. Vic still languished between life and death in the cemetery. He'd have thought the explosions tonight were badass. It made her heart hurt. He wouldn't have appreciated the unsold vampires, but he'd have enjoyed the international travel on this trip. When they'd crisscrossed the West Coast, he'd sometimes spoken about seeing Asia and finding distant relatives in Korea. Even if it took black magic, she'd make sure that he'd have the opportunity to take the trip. She still couldn't understand how chance had engineered their first encounter. That was one question she'd ask him before she flew him to Seoul. Vic had been born to the Park family before their grisly murders on a camping trip. He'd been taken in by the Constantines, who had Iron Jack as their storied origin. The son of a Bristol fisherman, Jack Constantine had entered the Brotherhood as a hunter and then later a bard. Red had met him at the peak of his power as the leader of the order. After she had escaped the Burnses, she'd joined the Brotherhood under an assumed name as a hunter. The head bard had had her confined in Stone Tree Monastery when the collateral damage from her first hunt for Maxwell in 1900 spiraled out of control. A snarky grump, Vic was a touchy-feely hippie compared to his adopted ancestor. What a difference the century had made in the Constantine family. In a private shooting range lifetimes ago, Jack had inspected her firing form. The links of silver and iron around the gray-haired man's neck marked his position as head bard as much as it repelled supernatural creatures. His dark suit was well made but well worn from frugality. He was a leader who spent as much time with his advisors as on the front line. Red hadn't been surprised to find him where his hunters practiced. Iron Jack maintained a constant dour expression that she doubted would change even during a parade. The perpetual frown deepened after observing her stance. You reflexively close your eyes when you shoot. When you see what needs to be done, keep those peepers open. There was more than weaponry advice behind his words. She didn't know what gave her the bravado to ask such an esteemed figure. Is that how you became head bard? It's how any hunter catches prey. Hesitation will kill you. He tapped her sagging posture with his cane, then went to deliver his critiques to another shooter. The memory felt as vivid as the day she'd smelled the spent gunpowder. His practicality must have been a Constantine habit, because Vic shared the same pragmatism. Her mentors were separated by lifetimes, but Red thought she understood their teachings now. She'd shot too many times metaphorically without looking and missed, or hesitated when she shouldn't have. That weakness had allowed Gary O'Sullivan, Trudy Fox, and Maxwell Baldacci to get the jump on her. Vic might still have been alive if Red had learned those bitter lessons sooner. She sent a text message to Dash, who still loyally waited in the crypt as a guard to the necromancer. Any updates? Dash replied, It's been 6 hours. It will be the same in another 6, like it's been the same every day that you've checked in. Trudy is nearly catatonic in a trance at his bedside. She says it will take until December. He looks like he'll wake at any second, but he won't. Red wrote back, Keep the faith. That's what Vic always did. She leaned against the headrest and took Kristoff's hand for comfort. Vic is still on schedule, he said, obviously peeking at her messages. Ezra took weeks, too. I know. I don't want him half-baked. Kristoff tipped her chin up to kiss her. You'll have everything you want. I'll make sure of it. He was so confident that Red almost believed him. Almost. Chapter 13. November 5th, near midnight, far outside Dublin, North Dakota. In the smoky back room of a honky-tonk, Red rested an elbow on the back of her lover's chair. Her hand didn't stray far from the gun hidden under her denim jacket. You can do it, baby, she said to Kristoff with a silly giggle. He played poker with 3 roughnecks in a game where $100 was the initial ante. A cowboy hat hung low on his brow. He'd introduced himself as Travis many rounds ago. Red was Gina. She wore a pink jacket and had curled her dyed blonde hair. Her blue contact lenses were emphasized by her overdone eyeshadow. It was the costume for an alias that had been minted yesterday. They were between Nowhere and Lone Tree Lake in North Dakota. Wood paneling and old Sports Illustrated posters shielded them from the rolling stretches of arid hills. Country music blasted from a boombox on a sagging shelf. The walls were soundproof. It would have been hard for the patrons in the rowdy barroom down the hall to hear over their own jukebox to complain. The two men at the left and right of the table were young bucks. Paxson and Dave raked in fat paychecks from the back and oil fields and had too little to spend it on. An illegal high-stakes poker game was the most excitement this rural county could offer. Neither man knew the third player opposite Christoph. Older, he wasn't here for the thrill, only the money. He fit in visually with his buff hide jacket and flannel shirt, but the hard cast to his eyes was different. His family owned land nearby, where he stayed between distant jobs. He hadn't introduced himself. His name was Hank Seagrave. Red had come for him. Four of a kind. Aces, Hank said. He laid down a winning hand without a change in his remote expression. The other players groaned and tossed down their cards. Tawny-haired with a bushy beard, Seagrave had aged more than his 30 years. The wrinkles were earned from a hard life. It began at birth to a disgraced Brotherhood line, muddled with military service and jail time for assault, then continued with tours as a mercenary for whatever outfit, magical or mundane, would take him. Many were financed by organizations connected to the Warlock. He'd also been spotted trailing Ezra Fox in Charm last September. Maxwell Baldacci must have had him on speed dial. Hank Seagrave was also known in the area as a hero who kept the vamp population down when he drifted through between less heroic contracts. He had killed as many humans as demons. There were more hunters like him than Red wanted to admit. He wasn't as interesting as the heirloom he possessed. Like his cards, he kept it close to his chest. In his last mugshot, she'd spotted a battered patron saint medal of St. Anthony around his neck. It held more than a holy blessing. The Seagrave clan had handed down a lost piece of her magic. That lead had been helpfully passed along by Fat Crispin from his research in the Brotherhood libraries. Red avoided watching Hank Seagrave too closely. She tossed her hair back, falling into the role of a vapid girlfriend to a card shark. She murmured to Christoph, "You lost the hand, but the game isn't over." "Thanks, baby," he said. The vampire was a better player than his deliberately poor showing tonight. She'd taught him the game when he was alive. His Canadian accent was for their cover story as migrants from the Alberta oil sands to the Dakotas for work. "You're lucky, pal. What's your secret, eh?" Seagrave collected the piled $100 bills from the center of the table. "I know how to play." "Hey, fella," said Dave with fake outrage as he drank a beer. Paxson fanned himself with his hand. "I'm not sweating because of the game. It's hot in here." He smiled at Red. "Be a sweetheart and dial the thermostat down." "Sure, if I can find it," she said with another dopey giggle. It was beside the door above the light switch. She'd cranked the heat up earlier in hopes that Seagrave would take off his jacket and provide visual confirmation that he had the Saint medal. She bumbled around the room, pretending to look for the thermostat. From the corner of her eye, she inspected the gun on Seagrave's hip. The other players were holstered too. Each looked like he had caused or finished his share of brawls. The room was bare except for built-in shelving and the cheap poker table. Bullets would turn it into Swiss cheese in a gunfight. Red could deflect any projectiles she needed to, but she preferred to keep Hank Seagrave alive. What family lore had he learned over the years? How had his ancestor Lincoln Seagrave acquired the Saint medal? There were some damnable blanks in her memory about what she'd termed the conspiracy. Maxwell had accomplices to bring her from the future to the past. The who and the why mostly eluded her. She'd remembered more than necessary about suffering on the streets of London and with the Burnses, yet her last few weeks as a time traveler were spotty. Did Hank Seagrave have a clue to the mystery? Christoph dealt the cards as the men began a new round. "Ante up, boys." Paxson dropped a watch on the pile. Dave egged him on. Seagrave added crisp bills to the poker pot. The movement shifted his collar, revealing a silver chain. A small cross and a saint medal glinted on it. Red hid her smile and dialed down the air conditioning before returning to Kristoff's side. She whispered in his ear, "It's here." Gord entered the back room with a beer tray. He didn't look at his boss as he handed the bottles out. Seagrave scanned the Budweiser suspiciously as it was placed in front of him. He said to Gord, "You're new." Kristoff asked, "Who is your patron saint, Hank?" Hank Seagrave lifted his wary eyes from his cards, tensing as if he were thinking of his weapon. He hadn't offered his name once. "That's a question." Red channeled air magic to loop around the two oilmen's necks. Her will hardened the energy into a solid rope. Dave and Paxson struggled for breath. Seagrave reached for his gun. Gord leaned forward, holding the beer tray under his arm. His mesmerizing gaze caught the mortal. "Sit tight." Kristoff pointed his revolver at the bearded man. He tilted his head at Red with a smirk. "I have a bigger gun." "I know, honey." She held her spell until the two oilmen sagged into unconsciousness in their chairs. "I want the saint medal, not your life, Hank Seagrave." "This old luck charm?" He scoffed. "Saint Anthony hasn't done me much good." Kristoff commented, "The patron saint of lost items. How appropriate." "I'll give it back when I'm done," Red said. "Promise." Gord commanded, "Hand it over. Speak freely." Seagrave unhooked the thin chain around his neck and slapped it on the table. He glared at his hand as if it were a traitor. "Why do you want it?" Red said, "Why did Lincoln, your great-grandfather?" "Because he got greedy." Seagrave snorted with a twisted sneer. Buried shame lurked in his eyes. "Look where it got the family. He was a failed warlock who got us blackballed from the Brotherhood. Whatever your snitch said, this doesn't lead to a pot of gold. I don't want it, but it's mine." She said, "Do you know how Lincoln got it?" Hank Seagrave shut down, glaring at the tabletop. Gord grabbed the man's jaw to force eye contact. He leaned forward close enough for his black braids to brush against the human's shoulder. His brown eyes lightened to a supernatural amber. "How?" A confession took too long to come out of Hank Seagrave's mouth. Had he been trained to resist a vampire's compulsion? It wasn't in his DVA record from when he'd been a contractor for a brief period. If he could, it would radically alter their plans. This was supposed to be a clean heist. Take the medal, ask questions about the warlock, wipe the memories, and everyone went home happy. Red grew antsier as she waited. Hank broke, rambling bitterly as he surrendered to the compulsion. "I wasn't there. I'm just a dog. I fetch when Mr. Gabriel calls. When he wants a kill, I get a picture, location, and time. Maybe a method, nothing else. That ain't a two-way channel. I don't have his number, but he somehow has mine. No matter how many phones I switch, I'm his bitch for life." Gord let go of the human. "Keep talking." Hank rubbed his jaw. "Whatever my family got from this deal, I haven't enjoyed diddly squat from it. Diamond Lincoln Seagrave made a fortune and wasted it before I was born. He gave jewels to every Broadway actress he met, then had a heart attack on top of one before he could teach his own son shit about magic. That's the sum of what my father's drunken rants told me." Kristoff said, "It matches the historian's report." Gord squinted at Hank. "There is more." "What?" "It's a charm that I can't use, but I'm still paying off the family debt. If you want it, take it. St. Tony always comes back to me. I've left that thing behind on 3 different continents. I threw it into an Afghan cave once." Hank Seagrave lowered his head, seemingly unnerved. "It appeared in my bed on base 2 days later." Red said, "Let's test that theory." Kristoff flapped a dismissive hand at the man. "I'll have the DVA collect him later for a full interrogation. We have what we came for." Hank jumped from the table, growling, "The DVA!" Gord grabbed his collar and ordered in a slow, melodious voice, "Get a beer, Hank. Forget about this game and our conversation. You lost the last hand, and you want to go home. The ante was too rich for your blood." The human turned on his heel and marched into the hallway to the distant barroom. Red grabbed the saint medallion on the table as the door closed. She closed her eyes, squeezing the metal. Energy pulsed from it. Her every hair follicle stood on end. An ethereal breeze ruffled the cards on the poker table. She shuddered as a small missing piece of magic returned to her. Lightheaded, she dropped the necklace on the cash pile. One down, more to go. Kristoff grinned, waving his minion away. Pull the car around. Red kissed him. Magic made her skin tingle. The feel of Kristoff mixed with triumph made her forget their surroundings and the unconscious oilmen. She drew back with a mischievous smirk. Sweeping the poker winnings into her oversized purse, she laughed. We won. He scooped her up and set her on the table, nuzzling her neck. His joy matched her own. It worked? She wrapped her legs around him, pulling him closer. This was their victory. Her head still spun from magic. I feel it. My sorceress. Kristoff nipped her lip with his fangs, sparking a jolt of pleasure with his venom. He kissed her until his cold hands warmed on her skin. Echoing Western music filled the room. He hissed over his shoulder. Where are my winnings? My chain, too. Seagrave re-entered and kicked the door closed. He noticed the vampire and the unconscious oil man with a raised eyebrow. Drawing his gun, he aimed for Kristoff's chest. He'd hunted vampires before. The bullets could be wooden-tipped. Red's trigger finger reacted before she could think. Blood splattered from Seagrave's chest. He fell against the door. Kristoff rushed to him, grasping the weapon from his hands. The dying man laughed at her. You want that cursed thing? Go ahead. It was supposed to give my family power. Do I look like I have that? No, but I do. Again, she said. Can you fix him, Kristoff? Hank Seagrave coughed, blood dripping from his lips. He kept his bitter gaze aimed at her. He sagged into deathly stillness. His lifeless eyes still glared. Too late, Kristoff said. He found her purse and nudged her to the back exit. I'll have Gord clean this up. He'll make it seem like a fight over the poker game with the humans. They fled the dive bar, and he drove her toward a small airport outside Williston, North Dakota. Red had him pull over at a rest station. She collected herself in the bathroom, scrubbing her fingers. Like Lady Macbeth, there were some spots that couldn't be cleansed. Hank Seagrave could have lived tonight, arguably a net negative on society. He still wasn't a murder that she wanted on her hands. Seagrave must have had training against a vampire's compulsion. It made him foolishly return once he'd realized the medal was gone along with his money. She'd been so distracted by how sexy Kristoff was as a roguish cowboy that she hadn't returned it. Without her magic, it was only a necklace. Their plan had fumbled on the final stretch like with Rodney Olson. The heat from her reclaimed magic faded for cold introspection. If she hadn't gotten him in one, it would have ended in a bar shootout with more casualties. Iron Jack Constantine had told her not to close her eyes when she shot. She hadn't this time. Red rejoined Kristoff in a snack aisle of the convenience shop. Smiling, he held a plastic bag and a receipt. Every journey requires provisions, whether for hobbits or humans. We can watch a Tolkien movie on the plane. I got extra popcorn for the car ride. My nerves won't let me eat until we're across the border. I can order takeout at the bunker, she said, as they walked outside to the deserted side lot of the gas station. A familiar motorcycle waited by their rented car. Lucas stepped from around the vehicle, wrapped in a leather jacket with eyeliner highlighting his magnetic gray eyes. He hadn't tried to blend in with the rednecks. His hair stood up in spikes, but it seemed more like he'd tugged on the tousled locks in worry than styled them with hair gel. You had a busy night of it, pet. Kristoff stepped in front of her. This counts as stalking. Did you kill Hank, Red? Lucas asked. She froze. It was her least favorite of the danger responses. The vampire continued without noticing. The Seagraves are as old a brotherhood line as the Crispins. That wasn't their best, but he was their last. Kristoff hissed as his sire came too close to her. Lucas focused on Red after a disdainful glance at his progeny. You've been ping-ponging the globe. The flights out of Moose Jaw weren't hard to discover. I remember Novak's gangster days. How many boring Capone stories have you endured so far? They're good stories, Kristoff said, offended. Lucas asked, Where does this lead, Red? Know where you need to go. She marched around him to the car, averting her eyes from his gaze. He couldn't mesmerize, but he'd once held a powerful, if mundane, compulsion over her. Love. Unhealthy and chaotic, it was as real as her hate. With amnesia, she was merely infatuated and drawn by the seemingly mystical connection between them. Her full memories contained more than she'd processed. Lucas followed her. I don't want you to lose your soul while chasing this warlock. She compared him to the demon he'd been before. The contrast was stark, she had to admit. A century had straightened him on a path for redemption, but that didn't mean she had to listen to him. That's for me to decide. Who are you? First Vic, now you're killing people? Lucas asked. Am I looking at a pod person? You've done the old body switcheroo before. Did he really not know who she was, or was he in denial? She laughed darkly. After years together, you still can't see. You always did have a poor memory. I probably remember the 1890s better. Then again, you drank through most of 1893. Christoph smirked at Lucas. He ran a territorial hand down her shoulders to rest his palm on her lower back. I assumed Celine would clue you in, sire. Juniper. Lucas studied Red with widening eyes, as if he didn't know if he wanted to kiss her or run from her. He stood his ground, yet averted his gaze as if she were the sun. Kitten, I loved you terribly, but you can't possess Red. She is innocent. Whatever unfinished business your spirit has, we'll solve it another way. Really? She huffed. I'm not a ghost. What are you then? You smell a little different, and you certainly aren't acting like the woman I knew. You shaped the woman I became. Don't kid yourself. I earned that, Lucas said, wincing as he stepped forward. Juniper, I know you must have so much to yell at me. What happened? What I did? I'm... Christoph lifted his arm to block the other vampire's passage. We're not staying to explain. Consider yourself lucky that she isn't haunting you. Lucas pushed his progeny back. Christoph swung a right hook at his sire. He'd been happy to finish this fight since it started at his death. Lucas blocked the blow. I'm not leaving until she sees sense. She doesn't want you, Christoph said. Not you, not your help, not anymore. Red amplified her magic through her mother's ring. She conjured a gust to separate the vampires. Christoph fell on the car, setting off the alarm. Lucas stumbled back in the parking lot. He regained his footing, but his voice came out unsteady. I know I was the world's worst boyfriend. That's never been a secret. I loved you terribly and mucked it up in 2 different lifetimes. Without a soul, I tried as best as I could. She held her breath, expecting poetic excuses. It was shit, Lucas continued. I can offer better now as a friend. You're on a dark road, but I can help you find the exit ramp. I'm not asking for trust, only a day to reconsider your direction. Christoph said, he still infantilizes you like a house pet. Lucas glared at him. And he wants to groom you into being a murderer. He's ready to offer my every sin to you. But what about the virtues? I had some, even in the old days. We had good times, Red. They were few and far between, she said, holding her nose in the air, but she recalled too many. There had been boom phases amid the busts, as his personality fluctuated from earnest lover to vampire master. Her reason for staying with him on her trip through history started with preserving his path to destiny to ensure the August harvest. The future of countless lives and the village of Charm itself required his family's survival until 2010 to be the good guys. Her motives had grown more complicated as their relationship deepened and dragged on. She'd been conflicted the whole time until Christoph stole her heart in Prague. It was a saga that she'd need a therapist to understand. She hadn't seen her own in months. Somehow she didn't think the therapist would approve of a revenge mission against the warlock for sending her to the past in the first place. It sounded like perfect closure to her. Lucas said, If you won't listen to me, please listen to someone with sense. I have, she said as Christoph hustled her into the car. Red raised an invisible wall, strengthening it from sheer will, to block Lucas from following. She folded it around him like a cage. How long can you hold him? Christoph asked, driving them to the highway. Until the airport if I need to, she said. I have the power now. He took her hand and kissed her knuckles. That's what I've been trying to tell you since we met. Chapter 14. November 6th, early morning, en route to Moose Jaw, Canada. Red curled up in a window seat on the private plane. She was flying high, but her somber thoughts were focused on what she'd left below. Christoph left the cockpit to sit beside her. He looked as sympathetic as an unsold vampire could. A part of him delighted in his sire's pain, but he nearly restrained his schadenfreude. You're not still thinking about what he said? Don't let him burrow under your skin. Lucas? She shook her head. No, it was about Vic. I don't know what he would say about what happened with Hank Seagrave. Christoph stayed silent, resting his hand on her knee. His thumb moved in consoling circles. An unsold vampire didn't second guess when they defended their territory. He wasn't capable of guilt or shame. It was something she envied about the dead when the stress was too much. Red leaned her head on his shoulder. There's so much on my mind. It's like I really have two, the red side and the juniper one. This is a kinder world, but I've learned too much in the hard one. Another Constantine told me to never hesitate in a fight. Iron Jack, he said with distaste. It was still a name reviled among demonkind for vanquishing so many underworld denizens. Christoph had his own reasons for disliking both Jack and Tom Constantine. Red was at the center of it. It's odd that he has been on my mind more than his son. I met Tom before he was adopted. He told me that Iron Jack had discovered him while investigating a vampire killing in the slums. The victim was a mutual friend. She sighed, thinking of Ruth from the workhouse. Lucas had murdered her. Tommy Boy was a peer, not a mentor. That's what you lost. Christoph frowned as if realizing what he said. They tried not to speak of Vic as dead. We'll get him back. I know, she said, despite the emotional lump in her throat. The old head bard met with Michel de Gramont multiple times. It was about the siege of London during the Bloodline War. I'm fuzzy on the details, maybe by design, but I remember one thing he said so clearly. He held her hand silently, giving her the space to speak. I asked Iron Jack why he was meeting with a notorious vampire, a sworn enemy of the Brotherhood. He said that if you're lost in Hades, you make the devil show you the way. Dire problems merited equal solutions. To him, a foe meant that you stood for something in your life. That sounds like a certain contemporary Constantine, too. She smiled faintly. Vic had moral lines in the sand where Iron Jack didn't. Somewhat. Do you want to stop? I'd regret it, even if an unlikely peace lasted. I know what is out there. The warlock awaits, and I'm not ready. She glared out the plane window, as if Baldacci would be waiting on the wing. His stolen magic outweighed hers. He'd trapped her in the past, leading her to so much suffering before he brought that pain into the future. Her mother, Jackson Gonzalez, Herman the Possum Shifter, Diego Blanco, and even Trudy Fox were losses from the warlock's manipulations. They were the most recent crimes in a long ledger. He would keep killing if he wasn't stopped. Maxwell had earned swift justice. Did she have the strength to bring it to him? Red confessed. He has too many relics and charms to use against me. I wouldn't last against him in a direct fight. Christoph reached inside his rawhide jacket, a holdover from the honky-tonk. He smiled at the blood vial in his hand. We're working on it. You'll be at your full power by the new year. In the meantime, I have an elixir to compensate. She kissed him softly. You're too good for me. I haven't had this much fun in ages, he said, handing her the vial. Drink. You used elemental magic on those oilmen. You're getting better at telling the difference between spells, Red said, before taking her medicine like a good girl. It flattened her to the chair like a Xanax pill. The walls of the private plane rippled in mild hallucination as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. His blood boosted her power, but it could also alter her mind state. This dose felt more like magic mushrooms than usual. His blood wasn't a tested potion. The long-term effects were unpredictable. Trudy's past warning couldn't penetrate Red's insecurity about the warlock. She needed every advantage against him that she could get. In the fog of her primal painkiller, the trauma of her recovered memories hung at a distance like clothes on a rack that she could separate and sort. She exiled the worst to the back. The 8 years as a time traveler felt longer than they were. Each day brought too many new experiences for her brain to absorb. She'd cut herself on the learning curve repeatedly, yet survived. Time was a cycle, but her holding pattern with the warlock would break. It had already cracked. The devil had left footprints on his way out of hell. All she had to do was follow them. Kristoff held her as the plane disappeared into the clouds. She sobered with renewed purpose upon landing in Canada. They retreated to Kristoff's subterranean lair under the vintage ice cream shop in Moose Jaw. A minion had cleaned in their absence, but her corkboard on the wall with pinned notes and pictures was undisturbed. The sketch of Maxwell Baldacci stared at her like a challenge. Red ignored the kitchenette in the concrete chamber for the multiple computer monitors in the opposite corner. "Does Lucas know where your lair is? He guessed the city." Kristoff paced with a growl, seemingly furious with himself. "He shouldn't. I never trusted him enough to bring him here. It was during a brief period of insanity, when I tried to make peace, that I gave that bum a simple job. Naturally, he screwed up. Like clockwork, every 15 years, that one act of charity bites me in the—" "It's okay, baby." She caressed his tense jaw to soothe him. They could evacuate if necessary, but Lucas wouldn't reveal the location to their enemies. He hadn't told her friends about Vic, or else she would have heard. "I like your gangster stories, too." Kristoff kissed her knuckles. "It's a few hours to dawn. Let me check to see if Netta emailed an update. Rest. I'll tell you if it's worth the excitement." Sleep came after she ate, but it was fitful and short as she chased Vic's ghost through purgatory. She called his name, straining her vocal cords. He didn't look around. Jolting awake, she clung to Kristoff, who was lost in a deep sleep reserved for the dead. Red envied him in her insomnia. She padded to the computer area, drawn to the blue light. The monitors strained her eyes in the darkened room. She reviewed the digital dossier on her hunt for Maxwell. The software interface looked like a notebook with colored tabs for people, locations, companies, and artifacts. If it were a physical record, it would be mammoth. 30 detectives and analysts were assigned to the legwork, with more subject matter experts consulted. Fat Crispin was included under a pseudonym, without the DVA recording his real identity. Every day, more data was added to the file. Too much turned out to be false leads and dead ends, or misidentification with different underworld slimeballs. A streamlined version had been assembled in preparation for when they finally revealed Maxwell to the world. Soon, she would find the right moment to set his world on fire. Red clicked on the globe icon on the main screen. A map appeared. Glowing white dots represented the Warlock's international network. Fewer black marks signaled what had been investigated. Too few. She sighed. "Where are you, Maxwell Baldacci?" The quest had taken her around the world, but his location was still a mystery. They had chipped away at his resources, taken out his pet assassin, and tracked his inner circle. It felt like fighting a hydra. After monitoring the email inboxes, she withdrew from the technological resources to consult the mystical. A magical library was collected on a shelf by the wet bar. Her diary was on the top level with the others that had already been mined for warlock clues. More like a memoir, it was a thick volume that had a fat sequel. "And where are you, other diary?" She cursed her bankers at Smith and Reaper for losing it over the decades. Her lost diary would have had more pertinent details. She'd written in it as she hunted Maxwell the first time. Her memories were foggy on where the book was and how she'd ended it. That was the damnable thing about the binding on her mind. A stubborn fraction remained elusive. The spellmaker had been determined to bury certain secrets surrounding Maxwell, Iron Jack, and the shadowy conspiracy that had abducted her. Red grabbed Trudy Fox's grimoire on the middle shelf. It was a grim souvenir of a night she'd barely survived. Flipping to her bookmark, she scanned the page again. She could have recited it with her eyes closed. It was the spell that had created the black envelope that so helpfully cracked the binding before. She'd replicated it twice to resounding failure. All she had rattled loose were dull errands, slow rainy days, and the soundtrack to Moulin Rouge. The spell revived the minds of the dead, but it could only do so much for Red. Trudy's grimoire didn't have any more necromancy spells, but it had darker enchantments that Vic wouldn't have let her read. The book itself was a charm that could be triggered to fire painful orbs. Dark magic clung to it like a book cover. It was a weapon that she didn't want to use, but she still studied its pages, night after night. She'd used its precise instructions to infuse magic into the emerald pendant that Kristoff had given her as a birthday present. It was the first step in a ritual to program a spell in the necklace. Soon she'd find the perfect one for it. She'd made magic practice a routine. It was a hardwired habit at this point. Red returned to the bedroom. She slipped between the sheets beside Kristoff, finally tired enough for a dreamless sleep. He'd wake before her to prepare for sunset. It had been their moose jaw routine since they'd arrived in September. Coffee scented the bunker. It lured her from bed. Soft Latin guitar played from a small radio. Clothes hung on the office chairs. Kristoff studied a white linen suit as he stroked his chin. She only had thoughts for Java, but after her second sip, she grew curious about her boyfriend's activities. Did you go shopping? He held the suit jacket to his shoulders. Does this say Columbia to you? You saw that email from Netta. The DVA director forwarded another report about an ally of the Warlock. The fact woke her completely. When do we leave? 3 days. Kristoff grinned. I haven't returned in years. I can see Pablo's baby hippos again. They must be so big by now. Pablo Escobar? Red raised an eyebrow. Vampires, even ones as plugged into the modern world as Kristoff, experience time's linear progression differently than she did. Those baby hippos would have already lived out a natural lifespan. A year must have seemed so short to him. She strode forward to cuddle him, uncertain if she should disappoint him about the hippos. You have an idea. My people found another black market to infiltrate. He kissed the top of her head and led her to the monitor with a blueprint. The Meridian Pavilion. It's run by Heapry demons who rotate the location around the Americas. The operation was in St. Louis yesterday. It will be in Medellin soon. My sources are mixed on how this is achieved. I have coffee and all night to read their theories. It's too soon to say, but the evidence indicates this is Maxwell's main dealer of stolen power after the Luang's auction house. If my people can cut this supply line, he'll only have his reserves. How do we burn it down? That's what my man in Columbia asked. Grab a chair and pick a laptop. I'll put on my computer glasses, Kristoff said. There are a lot of reports. Red settled at her usual computer for their research sessions. The empty coffee mug and later empty dinner plate marked the passage of time as she plowed through the documents. She was on her second snack of the night when she noticed a pattern in the intel on the Meridian Pavilion. The Onyx Raven, she gasped. Kristoff rubbed his eyes under his tinted glasses. The Maltese Falcon? Onyx Raven, she said. It is the charm that moves the market from location to location. The lead demon has it on a staff. I think it might actually create the pavilion itself. If destroyed, it should neutralize the demon magic and release their captives. My brilliant witch. He kissed her, then withdrew as his cell phone rang. He answered, Netta? Red watched his expression change as if he were thoughtfully calculating his friend's words. Yes, we can, he said, then paused. It's a day's flight. What is it? She asked when he hung up. I promised you a trip to South America, but my minions may need to complete the Colombian job for us. Netta thinks she found the Warlock's biggest funder. Who? Teruaki Asato. Analyzed footage revealed that he was at the auction house in Hong Kong and barely escaped when Stace released the inventory. It wasn't his first visit. The Luengs brokered many trades between him and the warlock. He is said to be the luckiest man in Brazil. Red nodded. Asato had been on her radar since Dash gave her his name. He was an importer and collector in the black market supernatural trade. Those profits were laundered through his public businesses. Pull up the records so we can see what made him so lucky. It took them a day to figure it out. Stolen translated records from the auction house documented Asato's long patronage. A transaction for a luck-boosting ring nearly a decade ago caught Red's notice. Her gut drew her before her eyes fully read it. The translation from Cantonese was awkward, but listed the ring's energy source as self-sustaining for a non-mage's use. The phrase witch finger in the description stumped her until they consulted a mystical linguistics scholar specializing in East Asia. It was a slang term for stolen magic and a unit of measurement. Asato's ring had 5 witch fingers worth of energy. It came with a set of good luck charms to amplify their effects. The bidding war for it reached over $20 million. Asato went from a millionaire to a billionaire 6 months after his purchase. The seller was Uriel and Sons, one of the shell companies that Maxwell Baldacci used as a front for his dark trade in the arcane. A subsidy of Asato's corporation had paid an eye-wateringly large tribute to the seller annually ever since. It was more than enough to sustain Maxwell in the lifestyle he'd grown accustomed to. Lost in research, Red didn't notice Christoph had brought dinner to her computer desk until the plate of grilled salmon and mashed potatoes appeared in front of her. Thanks, hun. Wow, this looks great. Made and packaged by my private chef, but I microwaved it myself, he said self-deprecatingly. We've been so focused on logistics, not our aliases in Brazil. How is this for a backstory? I'm Curtis Blackwater, a wealthy owner of a cafe chain. I'm looking for new coffee suppliers and darker goods. You're always an investor, and for the future, I'm against any variation of the name Kurt, Red said. What about an entrepreneur? She wrinkled her nose. Kind of the same as an investor. He stroked his chin. I'll find another idea. What about you? What are you thinking? What I can't stop thinking about. A piece of my magic is in Brazil. Chapter 15. December 5. Evening. São Paulo, Brazil. The Beijinho. Red waited in angel wings for a demon's order. Her feathers fluttered as air conditioning blasted in the crowded dressing room. Summer had come to the sprawling metropolis of Sao Paulo, where the financial might of Brazil made its home. She was 30 floors above the most expensive real estate district in the city. In hours, she would bring karma to a billionaire. 3 dozen women jockeyed for mirror space on the long wall of the dressing room. They wore costumes constructed mainly from expensive lingerie like hers. Red was on standby on recon until Christoph located Teruaki Asato. Her lover had given her a communication earpiece, disguised as jewelry, then disappeared into the high-rise nightclub hours ago to do his part. The angelic getup was Christoph's ironic idea for the evening's masquerade theme. She'd insisted on white panties with tiered ruffles instead of a thong. He thought it was for modesty, but the ruffles made her butt seem rounder. She had to blend in with women who looked like contenders for Miss Universe, after all. Long gloves, a knife in her thigh-high boots, and some witch tricks tucked into her white beaded bodice completed the ensemble. She certainly wasn't a biblically accurate-looking angel. Christoph had convinced her not to re-dye her hair blonde. The current blood-red shade, darker than her natural, was striking in a half-up style. Soft ringlets framed her smoky eyes and false lashes. Her face felt too exposed, even if a stylist had contoured her nose and cheeks so heavily she nearly looked like a different person. He had assured her that the private club didn't have security cameras inside. Situated off the Grand Paulista Avenue, it catered to an elite class that wanted only the best from their gambling and girls without the fear of a press scandal. The Beijinho, translated into English as Little Kiss, was the sort of place where even the poorest member owned a helicopter. A Wonder Woman look-alike at the nearest mirror reapplied her mascara as she chatted with a sexy ladybug and a blonde who must have been a peacock, judging by her strategically placed feathers. Their Portuguese was almost too fast for Red to follow. It had been over 100 years since she'd used the tongue. Modern Brazilian slang was a mystery. This kind of gentleman's establishment was less so to Red. Its decor was splashy and modern from what she'd seen of the 3 levels on top of the skyscraper, but the business model was ancient. The trade of aged money for fresh beauty triggered memories of a discreet house in Mayfair. The Victorians were prudish in public, but their vices flourished in the shadows. She'd dealt cards for Mrs. Cleary's high society patrons. Later, the madam would offer her to Lucas Crawford. Mrs. Cleary had been a fairer boss than most Red had endured, as she scrambled to survive as a stranded time traveler without magic. The wages were higher, too. A Sato está aqui, sorriso. Ele vai comprar uma bolsa para você, Wonder Woman said, pointing at her designer purse. With the air of a sage, she advised her friends to flirt with Asato to get a free bag. Serio. The overheard conversation about Teruaki Asato jolted Red from her memories. She eavesdropped, pretending to check her makeup in the mirror, and prepared her question in Portuguese. The ladybug was quicker. Where is this rich man? Wonder Woman said, he likes the room with the boring old people's music and smokes too much, but a coach purse is a coach purse. Their topic switched to a soccer player and other celebrities who promised to show. Red faded into the background again, satisfied that she didn't have to inquire about Asato herself. This was another stealth mission. They were going after a man who was better protected than the Brazilian president. If they spooked him and he escaped, they'd never get another chance to reclaim the artifact fueled by her magic. The heist was more difficult than their last one because Gord had been summoned home by Prince Merrick. They didn't have a mesmerizer to make people forget. She and Kristoff had to stay undercover to find Asato and persuade the truth out of him, whatever it took. An extraction team awaited if they needed one. She didn't want it. This had to be clean, or else Maxwell would learn by morning. This club was the only place where Asato let down his guard due to its security. Rumor said he took the 2 guards that could be relied on not to snitch to his wife and then chid them in the lobby. Free with his money, he was popular in the Beijinho. He was known for his habit of sampling the newest wines and women in the club. He was competitive for the rights to both. Amid such beauties, Red didn't see herself as the most realistic honeypot. She had novelty at most. Kristoff disagreed like a loyal boyfriend. She wasn't allowing their plan to hinge on her allure and stuck close to the newest hires since Asato's last visit. 10, including an Irish one who was currently sick at home with food poisoning, were expected to make their debut. She'd taken the place of the ill redhead. A black woman dressed as a silver swan was the most striking of the night's debuts with her big eyes and dancer's legs, but Red noticed the sexy ladybug's ambitious eyes. That one would seek out the biggest money bag in the place. Asato counted. Red would keep tabs on both. Kristoff's voice crackled from the tiny speaker in her ear. The next shift is starting. Leave the dressing area and take a left. Walk until you reach a window. She slipped into the employees-only hallway. The most dangerous stage of the plan began. A few people clustered around an unassuming balcony to her right. Waiters in dark-collared shirts and women in colorful bras chatted with the universal apathy of workers on break. Faint music from the 3 floors of dance halls vibrated the walls. Red turned left, miming scrolling on her phone to avert her face and avoid any curious eyes. I'm on the move. Sato finished his after-dinner smoke, Kristoff said over their secret line. He already asked for the key to his usual room, 333. He should be roaming for entertainment. I have eyes on him by the grand staircase. It's time to make an appearance. See you soon, she said. She put her phone in a tiny string purse made more cramped by the supplies secreted in the lining. A shimmering wave of women in glittery costumes went down the hallway. The ladybug took the lead, opening the door at the end. Lively bossa nova beats drowned out the click of their heels. Red stayed in the middle of the sequined flock as they migrated to the top landing of a wide staircase. They sauntered down to the retro lounge, where the patrons clapped. The dramatic entrance seemed like a sexy version of the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. Red scanned the tables and the dance floor for Osato. He wasn't on the couches or by the live band either. The other women diffused into the crowd, paid to be pretty and mingle, with an extra commission for other services. "Look to your left," Christoph said from the ear speaker. She did, with a curious smile. He waited a few yards away in a carmine-colored tracksuit and vintage Nikes that cost a rent payment. Smoothing his slicked-back hair, he whistled appreciatively. His sleeves were rolled up to reveal fake prison tattoos. The real ink was on his biceps. He beckoned her forward. As Red approached, he said with a Russian accent, "So, this is what heaven looks like?" She did a small twirl for him despite the cheesy line. Tonight he was pretending to be a gangster. It suited him as much as being a businessman. He fell as deep into their aliases as she did. When she had amnesia, she'd wanted to be herself. As Juniper, she wanted anything else. Red said, "The Slavic swagger is working for me." "I'll keep the tracksuit then." Tilting his head toward the bar, he grinned. "Asato is seething over a bottle of Guinness. I bought him one as compensation for claiming the new Irish girl." "My accent isn't as good as yours," she said, adding as much flavor of the Emerald Isle as she could without sounding like a leprechaun. It had been over a century since she'd visited. "You're a little too Galway. English is his fourth language, remember." "Noted. I can sense he has a magical item on him, but not what it is." Osato didn't look like a billionaire. Average height, average weight. He wore a surprisingly inexpensive suit. In the winter, he was said to habitually wear the same coat. The press reported it as bear fur. It was really from a werewolf that had been skinned alive. She'd learned the details from the skinner, Dash. A unibrow and round glasses nearly obscured his canny eyes. At 55 years old, he dominated both the legitimate and illegitimate imports industry in Latin America. When he wasn't in an upscale brothel, he was a pillar of the Liberdade neighborhood in Sao Paulo. It was the largest Japanese population outside Japan. He owned half and invested in the rest. He had raised the rent every year. Brazilian financial reporters had documented his business interests, but not his fascination with the occult or beautiful ladies. The former was seemingly unknown, and the latter was censored out of respect for his powerful wife, Yua. Asato brightened when a black woman in swan lingerie cozied up to him. Christoph leaned close to Red. "I may have laid on the rumors of my fortune too thickly. He's said to be competitive. I expected him to make a counterbid." She patted his cheek. "That's sweet. Asato found a woman that looks like Grace Jones's younger, hotter cousin. His rumored habit is to have one last cigarette in the smoking room. We can watch him from there." "He might want a third." Christoph rested his hand on her lower back, guiding her toward the steps to a closed loft. It overlooked the lounge, so the smokers didn't miss a minute. The strong ventilation lifted Red's curls as she entered. Somnus powder would be risky to use in the smoking room. The air circulation could turn the knockout dust on them. She didn't let her disappointment show on her face. A bartender darted between the bar to the scattered tables in the loft. By the door, the security guard rested his hand on his gun belt. They would be obstacles. She drifted to the wide window to spy Asato below. How could she get him alone? "There are others stalking him tonight," Christoph said. He hovered his fingers over her wings, seemingly in a trance. "Pretty." She was flattered, but nudged him to continue. "Who?" "I can sense other vampires prowling the street. He crossed the supernatural Yakuza recently. I assume they'll strike when he leaves. If we play this right, they will take the heat. My sources say it's a secret kill order or a kidnapping. It's unclear, but he has more enemies than us. I believe our competitors have a mutual friend in Stace Bonner that's urging them on." Red smiled, thinking of her deal to split the global hunt for the warlock with her friend. "We'll leave Asato with them when we're done. Warn the extraction team that there will be two groups fighting over him." "I've already arranged the game." Christoph sat at an empty table set with a chessboard. An announcement chimed over the speakers. Anunciando o artista especial, Mr. Hyde. The rapper, Red said, translating the enthusiastic, unseen DJ as he rattled off a list of the Los Angeles based performer's hits. She knew the musician more for saving him from a poltergeist than his two-part concept album on the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde that critics already dubbed a landmark classic. She batted Christoph's chest. That is a special guest. I still think your charms will win the day, but you like a good distraction. Who better than the man that makes Kanye West cry in his recording studio? He paused with false humility. Mr. Hyde was featured on the Song of the Summer here. It'll concentrate the crowd on the rooftop stage. I think it's already working. People stubbed out their cigarettes or pocketed their vapes to leave. Young women cajoled the older gentlemen, who were indifferent to the musical sensation. Soon, Red and Christoph were alone with the security guard and bartender. The two humans listened on a phone to a tinny version of Mr. Hyde's latest hit, complaining to each other that they were missing the real deal. At Christoph's nod, the bartender came to take their order, hiding his begrudging duty. A bottle, Red said. She named a relatively inexpensive Argentinian Malbec, the special on the upscale wine menu. The excess stock behind the bar counter would make it a quick request. That will be all. Christoph waved a wrapped cigar good-humoredly. He said in rough Portuguese, "Go, listen to the songs, take your friend, I won't tell." To her amusement, the bartender brought them 2 bottles of wine and an extra ashtray before he trotted out with the security guard. They are so friendly in this country, Christoph said, pocketing the unlit cigar. I have a club in Rio, and it's my favorite to visit. Next time, we can really sightsee. I still want to fly to Colombia to check on Pablo's hippos. I heard the government passed a law to protect them. Soon, honey, Red said as she went to the window. She still hadn't the heart to tell him that those weren't the hippos that he'd met. Asado was still in the same spot in the nearly empty lounge below the smoker's loft. The Swan Princess walked away from him to the bathroom before darting toward the stairs to the concert. He slapped a pack of cigarettes against his palm in irritation as he realized that he'd been abandoned. She turned back to Christoph to warn him that the target had a nicotine craving. The sexy ladybug was draped over his lap, playing with the zipper of his red tracksuit jacket. She giggled. I'm Maria. Nicholas, Christoph said, giving his fake name. His act slipped as he glanced at Red awkwardly. His posture stiffened in uncertainty. Red perched on the chair across from the chessboard, careful of her wings. He was so cute and nervous. His trepidation made it amusing. The ambitious ladybug had gone for the richest man she could find. It was too bad for her that the planted speculation was wrong. The actual richest man in the club walked into the posh smoking area with his cigarette already lit. Asado frowned at the empty corner bar, looking for a barkeep as he found a stool. Red pointed to her bottle in a silent offer. He considered Christoph with a rival's cool assessment, shaking his head, but an intrigued smile bloomed on his face at her attention. He seemed to be calculating his options, but she must still be on the table. Men were unbelievably simple when horny. Christoph asked, "Who wants to see the concert?" His enthusiasm was a cover. He wouldn't make it to the roof stage after he cleared the room of witnesses. They didn't have long to force the billionaire into a hotel room under the club in the Skyrise building. Red shrugged, making eye contact with Asato at the bar. Maria tugged the vampire to his feet. The glittery antennae bounced on her head. I'm ready to dance. Christoph escorted the other woman with a small glance at Red. Asato didn't wait for the door to close before he joined her table. You didn't go with the others. Are you unfamiliar with the singer? I don't care, she said with practiced cool. He nodded in approval, then bent to inspect the chessboard. I found you in the middle of a game. The Russian was farther along than I anticipated. He might have taken you. His attention wavered. I lost my previous companion to the rooftop activities too. Asato switched from Portuguese. I want to practice my English. I have a business partner in London that I would like to understand better. Was he referring to the warlock? That was exactly the line of thinking that she wanted to cultivate. I can expand your vocabulary. What are his interests? Asato moved a pawn to take one of her bishops. A platinum band shone on his hand. Magic sparkled over it to her third eye. It wasn't a wedding ring. That finger was empty with an indent to remind her of his broken vows. In that respect, we share a similar language, which requires no further instruction. Red sacrificed a pawn to lure his king into a trap in 3 moves. He hangs on your mind. He is supposed to procure a rare treasure for me, Asato said. He touched her forearm with a leer. His mind seemed to have progressed to more intimate business. I appreciate the exotic. Her next words were designed to kill his boner. Maxwell Baldacci finds you the best, or do you know him as Mr. Gabriel? Asato recoiled at the name. Did he send you? I wired the funds for the last first shipment. Those pelts had no doubt been shifters like Jackson. She summoned elemental magic to trap him in his chair. I've conjured solidified air to hold you. I'll switch it for fire if you don't answer my questions. You're a witch, he said. Wary excitement rippled through his lean frame. He collected the arcane with the fervor of a warlock, but wasn't a magic user. The interest was a fetish then. Red examined his ring as closely as a jeweler. Sigils for wealth and good fortune decorated the band. The magic that powered the charm called to her. It was a trapped piece of her own. I'm more interested in this than your payments. Who do you work for? Tatsu in Tokyo. What about João in Rio? Santos João? Big João? Gay João? How many Joãos have you pissed off? She said, noting but not reacting as Christoph silently re-entered the room. She idly flicked over the chessboard king. Say Maxwell Baldacci, or I'll cut off your air supply. Maxwell Baldacci. Asato's guarded confusion told her that he remembered the name for later, yet it was new to him. He might have been one of the warlock's biggest bankrollers, but he clearly wasn't in the inner circle. The name would have either been known or cursed against leaving his lips. What did he tell you about that ring? Was it yours? Asato said. He was clever. It had boosted his luck as much as his fortune charms. He ground his teeth, angry betrayal flaring his nostrils. If he survived, she knew he'd have some words for Baldacci. He didn't say more than it would bring me luck. Doubtful. Red didn't fall for the attempt to turn the interrogation on her. She visualized a vice around his throat. Her will manifested in reality. He choked until she eased the invisible grip. Fear entered his excited gaze. The message was received. She said, Where is he in England? I met him in a London hotel by the St. Pancras station once. Email communications since. My phone is in my jacket pocket. You'll find our full correspondence in it. The PIN code is 7878. Teruaki Asato restrained his emotions, but sweat dripped into his unibrow. He is a vendor, not a friend. I can provide any ransom that you ask. She sighed. He didn't fear what he revealed, only that he lacked more to share. The bribe only compounded his desperation. Dropping her spell, she nodded to her lover to signal that the interrogation was over. It's a shame that I believe you, she said. Christoph wrapped a bar rag around Asato's neck, tugging it like a garrote. With the boy's mischief, he cheerfully reported, I've alerted the Yakuza. They'll be here soon to finish the job. Red grabbed Asato's ring hand. She summoned what was stolen. The flood of energy dazed her with its welcome presence. It was a step to wholeness. Falling back with a sigh, she touched her heart. Her heart thumped hard enough to bounce her fingers. Living magic dazzled her nervous system. Well, what did you do? Asato said, stifled by Christoph's pressure on his throat. He shook his hand like it burned. His wide eyes zoned in on his ring. The Englishman promised the power was mine. Forever. Red sneered. It was always waiting for me. Christoph bit Asato. Blood splattered on Red's angel costume. The stains bled on the white fabric. He dropped the unconscious man in a chair. Wiping a blood drop off his chin, he said, If the humans find the body first, they'll suspect the prowling undead Yakuza now. That was off script, I know. Red took Asato's phone from his pocket. It was a fair price for using my magic. Stace's friends will do the rest. He offered her an urgent if courtly arm and squired Red before she could speak. They darted through the lounge. A vampire trio entered the smoking loft as they left. Kristoff steered Red to a coat check room. He reversed his jacket to reveal a gray underside, then draped a long black coat over her shoulders. It reached her knees. She left her wings behind. The bloodstains went with her as they strolled to the street exit. Two Japanese men in lean suits with the hard look of Yakuza passed them on the sidewalk. Kristoff helped her climb into their waiting car. She said, "More of Asato's enemies. Will they be disappointed?" He smirked. The amusement at his cleverness faded. He asked earnestly, "Are you?" Red tapped at the new magic within her to feel it. There was only a quarter missing from her power. She ignited a small fireball in her palm. I got exactly what I wanted tonight. Chapter 16. December 4th, after sunset, Prague, Czech Republic. Red smiled wanly at Kristoff when he clasped her hand in the back seat of their rented car. She didn't want to seem like a coward. This trip had been her idea. They'd come to Europe to unlock the stubborn parts of her memories to reveal more about Maxwell. It was certain to trigger more. A local minion drove them through a wealthy neighborhood of historic homes. An iron gate at the end of the row made her look again. It couldn't be. That wasn't on the itinerary. They drove through the gate to an elegant mansion that hosted nightmares. On the peaked roof, a small gargoyle watched her with an eroded grimace. It was original to the structure that had been old when Queen Victoria was young. A greenhouse and a stable-turned garage flanked the building. The spacious estate was an urban rarity now, but it had been built when the city was smaller. She'd renovated it once. Kristoff seemed embarrassed as he noticed her stare. "We don't have to stay here. I imagined it would be a more fun surprise than it turned out to be." She still didn't know how she felt about the site. This was where their saga began. It was where she'd compromised her morality the most for the future. "You made it into a bed and breakfast. It looks the same." "On the outside," he said. Pride puffed his shoulders. Vampire sentiment was alien to her, even after years among them. He'd been a butler in this fine house, and now he owned it. If she were him, she'd have burned the manor. He had been murdered here alongside 8 other servants in September 1899. Kristoff had survived as a vamp. Netta, too. The cook was less likely. From 8 servants to 2, the lifetimes had whittled the crew down. The Burnses had sent her to Prague alone to establish a household and recruit their latest minions. It was the destined path that historians in her timeline had documented. Kristoff was the sacrifice for that continuity. She'd wanted him to live, even as she sealed his fate by hiring him to work for the Burns family. One of her greatest sins had somehow become one of her greatest joys. They had made out better than the ones buried in the garden bed. Were the skeletons still there? She pushed the ghoulish question away. Which room will we stay in? The house blueprint flashed in her mind as clear as the day she'd unfurled it for the renovation foreman. Indoor plumbing was installed for her own use. Every other detail had been designed with the convenience of vampires in mind. The wine cellar was modified into a dungeon, and reinforced shutters were added to the windows to seal out the light. It had thick, insulated walls. She'd barely heard the maids being murdered. "It's not my old one, right?" she asked. "I merged the attic servant quarters into a master bedroom." Kristoff shrugged as if the architectural symbolism wasn't lost on him. His phone vibrated in his suit pocket. He reached under his lapel to read the screen. "The Queen has new orders for our meeting." She read the trepidation in his voice. Elsbeta Chernin was the supreme vampire of Prague and leader of his clan. She preferred the title comrade over monarch, yet her rule had lasted over 300 years. Juniper had spent a few days as her hostage handmaiden. Their acquaintance in the past had been brief but memorable. "How did the Queen see it now?" Red asked. "What did she say about me?" "You can't come," Kristoff said. He smiled in reassurance, using his charm to soften the slight. "She feels that I need her exclusive attention. This meeting could have been an email. You won't truly miss anything. We'll leave the bags, and I'll ride with you to her lair to see you off. I'll get a late dinner by myself. I won't have trouble finding my way back. Thanks for understanding." "Of course," she said. It was easy when she'd been looking for an opportunity to lose him. She had a method in mind to jog her memory that he wouldn't approve of. There was one old friend in the city that she'd been dying to scream at, Pernell Flamel. The immortal alchemist still split the city with Alzbeda's vampires, but the years had made her an international power as satellite alchemy academies grew around the globe. She had a lot of explaining to do. A car ride later, Red and Kristoff walked along the Vltava River. He'd named a chain of nightclubs after the waterway that pulsed through the heart of Prague. It was in honor of his adopted clan, which had started on the banks as an upstart group of minions. They were led by an undead queen that yearned for freedom from an oppressive king. Red had been in the throne chamber for the regicide. The fishing docks that she remembered had been turned into a tourist promenade. Winter wind blew her scarf back. They were among the hardy few willing to brave the cold. "I must leave you," Kristoff said, peering at a brick building over his shoulder. Its ground floor contained a small grocery store with windows papered in vintage advertisements. The neighborhood had been a slum when it had been constructed, and it maintained a dingy authenticity. She kissed his cheek. "Text when you're done." He disappeared into the grocery store with a hearty hello and a pat on the back to the guard. Portland was his territory, but Prague had been the home of his youth. He would see many that he knew besides Alzbeta. Red had at least a few hours while he was distracted. Doubling back on the promenade, she walked toward the medieval heart of the city, Old Town. Tourist signs in English and Czech directed her to the St. Charles Bridge. Her destination was off the beaten path. World War bombings hadn't scarred Prague as they had so many other European cities. Progress and modernity instead had transformed many of the streets that she'd known. She could have taken a taxi, but a compulsion made her walk as if she must bear witness to the difference. Some avenues seemed as unchanged as the first time she'd experienced them as Juniper St. James. The summer of 1899 had been like a dream where she pretended to be more than a vampire's claimed human. She'd lived as an eccentric heiress, with Kristoff as her butler. The illusion had ended when Lucas and his family arrived to take ownership of the manor. She had been fate's accessory to the massacre. The maze of Old Town soon confounded her to distraction. Her previous visits to the Nine Sorceresses music hall had been by carriage, but she remembered the location. The alchemists had hidden their Prague headquarters, then behind the razzle-dazzle of vaudeville and wine as they did in modern Las Vegas. At the Dance Macabre, a Halloween masquerade, Maxwell had allied with witch hunters to attack the academy. That had been a memorable night, even before Red left the manor to attend the festivities. She couldn't believe it could have been suppressed. Except nothing in the present looked familiar. Alchemists' Row had been lined with centuries-old occult shops, taverns, and apothecaries. This modern street held a mismatch of medieval buildings and more recent communist construction. The only occult symbol she noticed was in the window of a tattoo parlor blasting heavy metal. She opened her third eye and let her senses guide her. True magic beckoned her forward. The lingering energy felt as aged as it had when she'd encountered alchemists for the first time. She turned down a narrow alley. A neon sign of a palm, red and blinking, hung over a distant door. She opened it, knowing it was the one. The tarot shop felt like a hallway. She could stretch out her arms in the center and almost reach the crammed shelves on either wall. A velvet-covered table waited in the back. The shop had fresh paint and new inventory, but smelled the same. It was the first place that Pernell Flamel had lied to her. She'd said her name was Pearl and that she merely did tarot readings. Her fortune-telling had been dead on in hindsight. The Burning Tower card flashed in Red's mind. A door opened behind the table, and the immortal alchemist stepped out in a gray caftan. I was. Let me guess, you were expecting me. You said that to me when I first came to this tarot shop. You should have said it when I arrived in Las Vegas. Perenelle lifted her eyebrows, curiosity brewing in her gaze, and sat at the velvet-covered table. What she knew was predictably sealed behind her lips. She pulled out a tarot card from her sleeve. I feel your questions. Red could have smacked her for the cryptic act. If she didn't have more to say, she would have done it. Tonight, she wanted to send a powerful foe after the warlock, not make one for herself. The immortal could have whipped her in a magic duel, but she couldn't let the lies stand unacknowledged. I'd have fewer questions if you'd been honest with me. You were living a new, exciting life without your past burdens. Why should I destroy what was so beautiful? You had a type of peace. In my mind, it was Irnid. Red slumped into a chair at the table. The explanation sounded too earnest to be a lie. That thought aroused a contrary, skeptical one. The alchemist wasn't the friend she appeared to be. Did you bind my memories and send me to the future? I can't claim that mercy. I wish I had known to. You never were quite what you seemed on either occasion that we met, or forthcoming either. Red ignored the blame shift. She had long experience trusting the wrong people to have reasons for discretion. Who could render that mercy then? There were few in your orbit with the capability, but your death would have been a simpler option for any with animus. To be candid, I suspected you. Perenelle rolled her wrist in an idle gesture as if they were debating arcane physics. Who else would have both the shame and empathy for this kindness? Kindness, really? Red kept her tone snarky, but she was startled by the alchemist's theory. It was a new one to her. I remember how your eyes looked when we first met. Didn't you ever wish for freedom from the pain? To forget the faces of your victims and oppressors? This spell erased the guilt of what you did to ensure that the Burnses met our Jesuit friend. It took you to a gentler world. You never told me as much as I hoped, but I knew you longed for a safe home. Isn't that what you found? Did you know I was a time traveler when we first met? For that long? Perenelle leaned back in her chair with a small frown, as if she'd calculated wrong. This was a return voyage? My speculations after our Las Vegas reunion included the possibility that you'd launched yourself into the future, but not that. Your prophecy about the Jesuit soulmancer was history to you, yes? Said, why didn't you tell me when I arrived at the Circe Casino? That omission still angered Red. Perenelle could have answered so many mysteries months ago. Would Diego and Jackson still be alive? I wanted to observe you first. My first impressions were inconclusive. Alchemists limit our research in the laboratory until certainty. I was still skeptical when I found the strange readings at Coyote Creek in June. Red snorted. I knew you wouldn't personally go check on a faulty portal. Did you find time dust in the sediment? In a manner of speaking. You're not omnipresent. Take an inventory of your portable portals. Red withdrew a copper disc from her bag and laid it on the table. If her hunch was right, it would jog the immortal's memory. Maxwell gave this as a payment to a henchman. Perenelle studied the disc. This is a very old model. Like a prototype? Red said. Was this portal disc made around the same time as the Chronos statue? Her gut told her that the warlock had stolen them together. Indeed, made by a craftsman whose handiwork I could recognize as well as my own, Perenelle said without elaborating. I didn't go to 1892 willingly, Red prompted, tossing the clues for the smart woman to pierce together. The date would strike her. Maxwell Baldacci spearheaded my kidnapping. I was touched by the Chronos statue long before it reappeared in Los Angeles. Was that the tool that wrenched me from my mother? It was designed by your husband before his mysterious murder. Perenelle said, How do you know? I'm a veteran of two different kinds of time travel. In one of my 4th of July loops, you were very candid. Maybe it was because I had an annoyed demi-goddess as a bodyguard. This portal disc was stolen from your husband's laboratory, wasn't it? Perenelle grimaced. I've long speculated that Nicholas was killed for that statue. Red held back her snap reply, allowing the facts to simmer in the air. She didn't have evidence that would hold up in court, but the circumstances would make any judge wonder. There was more that the widow needed to know. The crime happened a year before I was brought into the past. Your husband's god trap was active and shuffled around Maxwell Baldacci's properties until I destroyed it in July. And the portal disc? I killed Gary O'Sullivan for it. The warlock gave it to him so the vampire could raid your academy from the inside. A relic and instructions for a massacre. Doesn't that seem like the dance macabre in 1899? Red shivered at her own reminder of when witch hunters had invaded the alchemists led by Peter Svoboda, Father Matthew's brother. Generations had passed, leaving the crime an urban legend in the modern academy. She still remembered the screams. Perenelle said softly, "Baldacci murdered my husband, didn't he?" "I told you everything I learned." Red turned over the top card on the tarot deck. A printed skeleton holding a scythe judged them with fiery eyes from a lonely wasteland. The death card. It was usually interpreted as metaphorical. She hoped it was a literal fortune for one warlock. "If you'd been honest with me, we might have discovered it sooner." "Recriminations are unnecessary," the immortal said coldly. She straightened her shoulders. "I know what I need to do." Red could have screamed more recriminations at her. The thought of the warlock's demise made her resist. "I'll kill Maxwell when I find him. If you get there first, he has something of mine. It will look like a leather pouch on a hide string." "The magic he stole from you," Perenelle said. She'd first identified the loss to Red with a fancy mystical gadget, as if she hadn't already known. Her acting was as masterful as her alchemy. How much was she still hiding? "My gendarme will confiscate it when they bring me the warlock. You'll be invited to the execution." "Kill him on the spot wherever you find him. He'll leverage the extra time for escape," Red said, standing from the table. This meeting had accomplished as much as she thought it could. Maxwell had a new enemy, and the alchemist should know that she wasn't dealing with a novice anymore. "I omitted hard truths, but I never lied to you," Perenelle said. She reached into her flowing sleeve for a palm-sized disc. The shiny copper looked freshly minted. She pressed the portable portal into Red's hands. "My offer of friendship has always been genuine." Red accepted the gift, but left the narrow shop with a small headshake. "We'll see." Their connection was marked on her body. The alchemist had tattooed the black lyre on her shoulder. It was a sign of broken trust now. She lowered her head as she strode down the street. The conversation hadn't given her the closure she'd wanted. Like always, Perenelle had left her with more to ponder. Could she, as Juniper, have created a time spell with amnesia as a planned feature? In the Victorian age, she'd researched as much as she could find of time anomalies, but the answer had eluded her. Her diary, sealed with her account at Smith and Reaper, had chronicled her life in the past until the week that the Burnses had slaughtered their servants in Prague. The second missing volume chronicled the rest. She remembered much of it until the odd gaps in the summer of 1900 before she dueled the warlock in the Stone Tree Monastery. She didn't remember solving the mystery of time travel. Perenelle wasn't entirely wrong in her speculations. Red had clearly wanted to shield her future from the sins of her past. She'd set aside a fund of her very hard-earned cash in the hopes of surprising her mother when she finally returned. The extension of that logic corresponded to the alchemist's theory. It was tempting. A clean slate with the financial cushion to ensure a happy ending. But what of Christoph? She'd abandoned him without warning. It wasn't an airtight theory. She could believe her own capability to give herself mystical amnesia as a sop to her own self-loathing and guilt, but time travel was beyond her, even at full power. That wedged a hole in that theory. The alchemist called it mercy. Who would want to give it? "Is that you, Red?" She pivoted toward the familiar voice. "I can't believe it," Hannah Proctor called out in incredulous delight as she jogged toward Red on the sidewalk. She waved, dwarfed by the backpacker's sack on her shoulders. Pink-cheeked and in a blue sweater that matched her knit cap, she smiled widely. Oh my God! This is so cool! I just stepped off my train, and who do I find? You've been offline for weeks. Is this where you've been? What are you doing in Prague? A study abroad for the winter semester, Hannah said, her enthusiasm fading as she studied the other witch. How are you, really? I'm okay. You look great, but something seems off. You can trust me if you're in trouble. It's nothing for you to worry about, Hannah. Then could you call a little more? The teen balled her fists on her hips. We really missed you. I understand that you have this exciting hunter life where you go off the grid, but Basil gets hurt each time. He has a new boyfriend and wants to tell you about it. Red was disappointed with herself. The last few months were such a blur of travel and drama that she hadn't even reached out to her Vegas friends. She had decided early on that they were safer in ignorance. It felt hypocritical after her talk with Perenelle. I want to explain now, but I can't. I know this sounds weak, but you can't tell anyone you saw me, even Basil. Whatever rumors you hear, I need you to stay silent. I'm not sure who could be listening. It's Mr. Gabriel, isn't it? He sent those assassins. Are you... Red covered the kid's mouth like an exasperated sibling. Hello? Discretion, please. This isn't exactly our home turf. Is Vic with you? Hannah said, squirming free. Red shook her head, trying not to flinch at his name. He's in America. I'll tell you everything when it's safe. This is big, huh? Hannah reached into her pack and pulled out a small purple bottle. My famous invisibility potion. I was saving this for trouble, but you'll probably find it first. Red slipped the potion into her pocket. Thank you. You're not wrong. Hannah hugged her tightly. The 19-year-old orphan had lost a family and nearly every trusted adult in her life. Maybe she sensed the loss of another. Red patted the bulky backpack with a forced smile. We'll do a sleepover with some Rocky Road ice cream like our dorm days. Don't promise. That never ends well in my experience. I'll see you when I see you, hopefully soon. It was good to see you, Red said. A herd of Chinese tourists wearing matching yellow vests on a late walking tour marched around them to a nearby restaurant. She disappeared into the crowd while Hannah was distracted. Red jogged until she found a taxi. The ride to the manor felt terribly short. She stepped out at the grand front entrance. Her heart leaped in her chest as the door opened. A vampiress in a pink sweater inclined her head in a dull, dutiful welcome. She wasn't a servant original to the home. The recognition in her bored eyes was of one who'd been debriefed in a meeting about the boss's girlfriend. Red entered as a guest, but her body remembered being a lady of the house. She listened to the vampire's unnecessary directions as she took in the eye. Kristoff had kept the interiors historical to match the exterior. She touched the hunter green wallpaper between two sepia portraits in a row of familiar faces. Hers was next to Netta's. A painting of Delilah performing on a stage had been there before. Quinn had made it. Red walked down the hallway. She felt as if she were viewing a vision of 1899, where Kristoff was the master. Excuse me, miss. Your room is... She ignored the vampire to open the door at the end. Modern kitchen appliances sparkled inside. It was in the same place as the old one. She opened the fridge. Kristoff told you that I had the run of the place, I bet. The minion nodded. Then you don't need to hover. I know my way around. Red reached into the fridge for a jam jar. When she closed it, she was alone, physically at least. The kitchen felt crowded with ghosts. Kristoff returned after her second sandwich. Smiling, he said, I wondered if you would find your way here. This was our favorite room. She played solitaire with a discarded pack of cards she'd found in a drawer. In a world when radio was still a dream, card games were regular entertainment. They'd shared more than one rainy summer's night playing cards before he became a vampire. Platonic then, their feelings would become more complicated. When Red looked at him, it was hard to regret his outcome. He didn't seem upset about it. The unsold didn't resent their state like the sold vampires did. She gathered the cards together, and shuffled them before dealing out 5 to him and to herself. I'm glad that you brought me here. I had to see it. It's odd, but everything is smaller than it was. Time will do that to more than places. Lucas shrinks an inch every year in my mind. Once you break free, you see the cage clearly. Why did you buy this place? It's a reminder that I am more than I was. Christoph sighed, resting his elbows on the kitchen table. A shadow crossed his face as if he reconsidered the optics of what he was about to say. He tapped his cards on the table. I was trying to comfort you when I said that the meeting with Alsbeta could be summed up in a letter as for what concerns our objectives. It turned out to be a prediction. She didn't hold anything back on Maxwell. Was it awkward? It's been tense since he framed you for the prince's capture, right? I should thank you for insisting we return, he smiled. It was good to see Alsbeta in person. Admittedly, we talked less about the warlock than certain misunderstandings. He seemed so happy that it was the perfect time to tell him of her fruitful meeting with Perenelle and Hannah. Her phone vibrated. There were only 2 besides Christoph who knew this throwaway number. She answered the call from her mole in the Brotherhood. Crispin, how are you? Come to my hospital now. The call died to a startling silence. Heart racing, Red held the phone to her chest. We need to go to London. Chapter 17. December 5th, evening, London, England. St. Fursey Hospital. Red pushed a cleaner's cart into the dark sunroom. Her gray uniform blended into the dull moonlight streaming through the glass ceiling. She had searched the entire hospital but still hadn't found Fat Crispin. He had summoned her, but why here? St. Fursey Hospital was a venerable private home for elderly bards on the outskirts of a sleepy London suburb. Crispin was a far older man than her, but too young for a nursing home. He'd passed her intel from his sickbed. His loyalty had never wavered, even when the rest of the Brotherhood had rejected her. If he needed her, she had to come. She'd cobbled together a plan on the way to England. He hadn't replied to any of her messages requesting more information. Red. Her earpiece speaker came to life with Christoph's voice. You have 20 minutes until the guards make their next round. The hospital's stout gate was decorated with stone oxen bespelled with protection enchantments. Its fence was patrolled by armed security that made an interior sweep every hour. The sleeping pensioners had made supernatural enemies in their youth. St. Fursey's promised safety as well as dignity in their golden years. Sigils along the perimeter repelled vampires and other demons. Christoph waited with the extraction team in a van on a side road. The ward made Red itchy, or maybe it was the blooming flowers in the sunroom. Wheels creaked in the corner. The sound brought her back to her darkest days in LA when Vic was paralyzed. She had made him walk again. She would make him live. Fat Jacob Crispin rolled out of the shadows in a wheelchair. His nickname had always been ironic, but now it seemed tragic. Always trim, he'd become sickly and gaunt. He would have seemed cozy in a white robe and slippers if not for the alarm behind his round glasses. He glanced over her shoulder, as if for watchers. Were you followed? No, who's looking for you? The warlock. With some pride and much inconvenience, I must report that I have made his enemy's roster. He suspects what I've uncovered. The saga is a rich tapestry I can't do justice to during present circumstances. My nurse will be looking for me. I found your second diary, Ms. St. James. She ducked her head sheepishly. He had clearly done his research. Red is still my name. As you wish. He retrieved a flashlight from his robe and guided her in his wheelchair to an open door obscured by a potted Christmas tree. St. Fursey's is riddled with secret passages. This is longer than the public route, but we'll have privacy until we reach the reading room. She followed him into a narrow hallway. He said, Between your first-hand account, Kent McGregor's field journal, and the confidential Constantine records, I've identified Maxwell Baldacci's path through the late 1800s. Your hypothesis was wrong. Which part? The warlock wasn't the mastermind behind your capture into the past. Iron Jack Constantine was. Red slumped against the wall, her lungs tightening. She couldn't speak. It shouldn't have been a surprise. Iron Jack was more than capable of the act, but it still felt like a betrayal. She hadn't met him until after her escape from the Burnses in 1900. Yet unknowingly, he had changed her life years before. It confounded her. Why had he made her a hunter? To keep her close? Or was it something more nefarious? Crispin faced ahead in his wheelchair, unable to see her shock. His biographers document him as a cold one. She coughed, regaining her voice. He was. The head bard was secretly a warden. Your kidnapping was one conspiracy among many in a massive preemptive strike against a fallen angel. It was stirring in its sleep in northern France. They needed more power to seal the tomb. He hired Maxwell and other rogues to ensure it was done. They stole 2 other girls to get it, didn't they? She knew its truth as she spoke it. Yes. From which time and location I don't know. Those young witches didn't survive. I found one a revenant in service to a necromancer, she said. The insight slipped into place in her memories, as if a student late for class. She'd released the zombified girl to feast on her master. Not every murder was regrettable. Maxwell will leverage any ill-gotten asset to his advantage, multitasking if he has to. He delivered the magic and wrenched more profits from his commission by selling off our pieces. The man isn't a diabolic genius, Crispin scoffed. He lost you in the haste of attempting 2 rituals at once. I read about your first meeting in your diary. I can't join you in a physical fight, but I have gathered the means to reveal and destroy him. Do tell. My previous memos only brought mockery and scrutiny on myself. We can't take this through proper channels. Our colleagues. You still see me as Brotherhood? I know your record better than ever. You passed your hunter's challenge before I was born. Your entry was earned. Red forced herself to smile. His words resurrected her old longing for Brotherhood acceptance. She needed to bury it to succeed. Iron Jack had used that to gain her trust. Crispin said, Our colleagues are scholars. They won't truly believe the truth without seeing it for themselves. The consortium of bards is meeting soon. She jogged her memory for the event. That's a big meeting on the winter solstice, right? It's a 3-day tradition where we gather during the longest nights of the year. Any bard may claim solstice sanctuary. What was once a protective precaution has evolved into an educational event by day and a raucous party afterward. The current head bard, Joan Cormoran, has been an enthusiastic booster in recent years. Will he be there? You sent a variety of computer-aged photos of Maxwell, and I finally realized where I'd seen that face. He has attended every consortium for the last century. I cross-referenced photo albums through the ages and found him in the background of too many snapshots to be a coincidence. He will be at this one. Of course he'll want to strut after his victories, she said, the last word bitter on her tongue. The consortium talks will be broadcast to our chapter houses around the globe. We'll take the stage and unveil the monster in their midst. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, miss. With a click of a button, we can reveal him with a computer at a distance. There is enough to damn Maxwell in our research. I have a tech team on standby to do it. The Brotherhood concerns itself with the BardNet and not the internet. Red wasn't upset at his dismissal. They could do both plans along with others. She wanted backups upon backups come the day. He didn't need to know the entirety of her plans against the warlock. She said, I know a coalition that would love to help. It may take one, Crispin said. He opened the door, then rolled his wheelchair inside. A stuffed bear silently snarled from its mount in the wood-paneled library. She watched as he bent forward and lifted the bear's middle toe. The belly of the taxidermied creature creaked open on a mechanized hinge to reveal a hollow niche. He retrieved a Tesco tote bag and closed the bear. A copy of my dossier and your original journal. Red took the bag, peering at the familiar leather book inside. She'd started it after she escaped the Burnses. It would make a wild read. How many questions would it answer? She still couldn't fathom how he'd found it. Where was it? Hidden far from the collection that it had been locked in originally. Tom Constantine added a note to the end. After he smuggled it away, it was held securely by my grandfather as a favor. Thank you. She held the bag to her chest, grateful to her old friend Tom. His decency was always greater than his adopted father's. Are you safe here? My ailments befuddle the doctors. I become well, and then I decline. Whatever I say, they tell me I remember wrong. It appears that the warlock wants me weak and discredited before he kills me. I can put you in a safe house. My absence will be noted. Mr. Crispin, a blonde nurse said, entering the library in colorful scrubs. Her eyes had the glassy cast of a fever. Did she come into work sick? I brought your tea, and you weren't there. I got lost and asked this cleaning girl for directions. He grumbled to Red. She drinks my tea if I'm not abed. The nurse shook her head as she fussed over him. Of course I don't. Our gent is such an exaggerator. She stiffened and dropped in a faint. Her throat swelled as she choked into unconsciousness. Crispin jabbed her with an epinephrine injector to counter the anaphylactic shock. I warned the silly cow, Red said. How did you know? I'm not as decrepit as diagnosed. I've long suspected that my food was being poisoned. For weeks I've carried an EpiPen and Skilosh Bezor supplements to stave off the assault. She'll live. You might not if you stay. I have to get you out. That was an assassination attempt. Our best evidence is locked in my head and your arms, Red. We can't be in the same room together until the consortium, Crispin said. The nursing home is shuttling a group to the theater tomorrow night. Have your people meet me at intermission. They will be vampires. Tell them to take me somewhere warm and dry for my lungs. I'll need my strength when I return to London. She handed him the small handgun in her waistband. Call if you need an earlier ride. Your worries should be for yourself, miss. He expertly checked the bullets in the magazine. Fetch help. Someone must make the tea thief more comfortable. Red kissed his forehead impulsively before leaving him with the unconscious nurse. She found an orderly in a far hallway. In her best London accent, she said, I'm off, but I heard something in the library. Sounded medical. She breezed past the man before he could complain about the interruption. His soft tread reluctantly investigated the disturbance. Red didn't look back as she trotted to the parking lot. The tote bag felt as heavy as its history on her shoulder. She tugged winter gloves on her hands and fished a stolen key out of her pocket. Found in the break room, it belonged to a stranger's beige Honda. She slipped inside and endured an experimental jazz playlist as she turned on the engine. Her entry to the hospital had included a long hike and climbing the fence. The exit was smoother. She drove through the gates when the front guard in his box checked the ID of a new arrival. Red tapped on her earpiece. I have something big, honey. Also, a new car. Christoph chuckled through the speaker. I'll have it wiped for prints, then dumped. Get here soon. A gentle snow drifted on the windshield as she turned onto the utility road beside a nearby park. The soft echo of an outdoor Christmas concert drifted through the trees. She parked the car alongside a florist van. Christoph slid open the vehicle's side door with a relieved smile. She hoisted the bag on her shoulder, then met him in a hug. He hustled her inside with a kiss. His wary eyes scanned the perimeter as he closed the door. Gord drove with a blue scarf around his neck and a Bluetooth headset on. The van paused at a red light in the middle of the English suburb. He twisted around. With all the emotion of delivering a stock report, he said, The DVA just reported Rodney Olson's death in a Thai hospital. Are you serious? Red said. Her ringing phone interrupted. She lifted it to her ear. Dash said, It's happening soon. 3 days at most. Come back. The call ended. Its order overruled Red's previous plans in Europe. She took a deep breath to center herself. It's about Vic. Chapter 18. December 5th, night, en route to America. Red dropped her recovered diary as strong winds shook the airplane. Christoph reached over from his seat to steady her. Thanks, she said, giving him a distracted kiss between their cubicle-like pods in business class. His personal plane had a mechanical issue. Short privacy walls hid them from the others on the vampire-run Sharon Airlines flight. It was the first aircraft that they could get from London to the West Coast. From the free bottles of blood and wine to the hot towel, it was as luxurious as Christoph had promised. She'd barely noticed. Red belted herself into her chair with one hand as the other flipped through her diary to recover her place. Turbulence was the first thing to nudge her from her reading since she'd started at takeoff. The second volume of her Victorian saga had absorbed her from the first sentence. In 100 pages, she rediscovered secrets that explained why the Brotherhood wanted to bury the name of Juniper St. James. She'd only finished a third of it, but sneaked a peek at the ending. The final entry was from the night before she'd raided the necromancer's zombie auction. Red had been arrested by Iron Jack as the mansion burned. She remembered being taken to the Stone Tree Monastery before she could write an update. Then it became foggy. Her last hour in the past was still a mystery, despite interviews with witnesses from that fateful night. A fasten your seatbelt sign belatedly lit above her. It was a concise warning for her life in general. Flight attendants in black and blood-red uniforms strode down the aisle to strap themselves in as the bumpiness continued. "How is your book?" Christoph asked, setting down his tablet. "It's filled some gaps. I had already begun to track down Maxwell's associates besides the ones you knew of. My best technology then was a telegram, but I had uncovered a rumor about Stuart Olson and his terrarium. Then there's Iron Jack." Red faltered because what she'd learned meant Maxwell hadn't entirely lied to her. "Do you think he took your memories?" "I don't know, but I understand his motives better." Red drank from her water bottle with a grimace, suddenly parched. "What is it?" "My grandmother used to tell me a bedtime story about the first matriarch of the St. James family. She said an angel loved a mermaid, and their daughter was born a witch. My mom crashed that story time. Even as a child, it was strange to me how upset she was. It was the last time I ever heard that tale. Maybe it was true. Iron Jack believed it." "You were stolen with two others. Were they both descendants of a—" Christoph frowned skeptically, unable to say fallen angel. For a demon, he was rather atheistic. "I suspected it then. I think now it must have been the same one. A millennium of distance makes me as related to it as I am Anne Boleyn." She scoffed. Her mother's voice drifted through her mind, a remembered warning of a family curse that was the price for their magic. Adela St. James had become Brooke Peters to avoid the bad luck that had afflicted some of her ancestors. She'd blamed it for the deaths of her husband, Russell Goldberg, and his parents. Red whispered, "I didn't know about Maxwell's vision then." "What vision?" Christoph asked. "He showed it to me in the dreamland. My blood helps you know what, open a gate to somewhere terrible. I seemed like a willing participant. Maxwell acted as if taking me out was his one good deed for the century. Did he get a vision about the other girls too?" "Visions are images beamed into your head for some other being's agenda. The warlock's hallucination wasn't heaven sent." He sneered. "There are plenty of prophecies that come from below that would con a wise man. Maxwell Baldacci wouldn't be the first fooled by the idea of his own importance." Red looked down at her hands. The warlock had forced her into a life that was soaked in blood. He'd stolen so much from her. To think that it had been done with the Brotherhood's clandestine blessing. It made her want to raze the organization to the ground. She gritted her teeth against the anger that had dogged her since she'd walked from the pyre. "I haven't told anyone but Vic," she said. "Iron Jack gave the order, but the warlock designed this scheme. It seems like his instinct to hit two birds with one stone. He can vanquish witches and do a favor for the head bard." Christoph said, "His gambit paid off. Steal 3 girls from powerful families in the future who no one in the past would recognize. The force of the spell would destroy the evidence and appear like a dimensional anomaly. Who would suspect him in the ocean of time? It's clever, overly dramatic, and arrogant, typical Maxwell. It's his modus operandi down to a fancy toy stolen from alchemists." Christoph asked, How much do you think Jack knew? Or Tom? Jack knew who he got into bed with, even if he never asked for the details. As for Tom, Red shook her head. Nothing until the end, I don't think. Can you be sure? He helped his father arrest you. Until he realized they'd been tricked. She pulled out a note from the back of the book, written in Tom Constantine's flowing script. It had nearly made her cry when she'd first read it tonight. He named her a friend and promised that he would keep her memoir safe. A note about his father recovering from Maxwell's attack made her pause. The official biographers recorded that Iron Jack had an illness in August, ordering his bards from his bedside. What had the warlock really done? Tom didn't mention how she'd escaped the monastery, but said that he hoped she had made it home. His postscript was a cryptic promise to find out what happened, or his descendants would. Could she repay that friendship by saving Vic? Red had dozens of entries to finish reading, but her mind rebelled as she thought of her favorite Constantine. She leaned against Kristoff's shoulder. We'll get home in time, right? My agents will have everything ready when we land. He kissed her head. His confidence made her relax. He was by her side. They could do anything together. He said, You can sleep. I'll monitor our inboxes for updates. Sure, it'll be another long night. Their arrival in America would be under the cloak of darkness. It felt apt for the end of a resurrection. Soon Red would know if she'd bet right on Trudy. For Vic's sake, she hoped she had. She pulled out the seat to form her bed in the airline cubicle after the turbulence abated. It felt futuristic to her most modern standards. The complimentary toiletry kit was stocked with upscale products that were better than hers at home. After grooming in the restroom, she slipped under the blankets and popped a melatonin to help her sleep. The Karen Airline branded mask sealed out the cabin light. She wasn't expecting much. Slumber snuck up on her. The ambient noise lulled her as she sped through the clouds. Red crossed her legs, reading a magazine in a winged Greyhound bus. She thought nothing of sitting between a blue-skinned ice dwarf and Barack Obama. 2 Vegas showgirls occupied the next row. The former president saluted her as he left his seat to follow a duck down the aisle. Tom Constantine took the politician's place. In a dark suit and rumpled vest, he had ink stains on his white cuffs as usual. He smiled, removing his bowler hat. His ears stuck out from his brown hair. This is your first good night's sleep in weeks. Am I dreaming? Red scratched her chin thoughtfully. That explains why a cat is driving the bus. I pulled in a few favors to enter the dreamland. I wish I had longer. We never had a proper goodbye. I have so much to thank you for. I wouldn't have survived Whitechapel and so much else without you. She braced herself for bad news. Ghosts rarely invaded dreams for small talk. You're not here for my gratitude, are you? Victor is in trouble, a brave lad. I wish I hadn't met him so soon. The dead bard raised an eyebrow. I know what you've planned. My mind won't be changed. Red crossed her arms, accidentally elbowing the dwarf. She mumbled to the dream figment, Pardon. Tom shrugged. The dead aren't as judgmental as the living. I didn't come to offer reproaches. That's appreciated. I have warnings. Shit. Victor can't stay where he is. My protection won't last the day. Perhaps far less. He has another ally, too, but mortals weren't created to withstand the realm beyond. With this warning, I must take my leave. I won't be late, she frowned. But you can't go yet. I have so many questions, Tom. Who suppressed my memories? How did I get home? What happened that night in the monastery? My father. It's a lengthy story. He touched her forehead, muttering, This will be more expedient. His memory exploded into vivid color like fireworks in her mind. The stone corridor of the monastery echoed with distant screams. He ran beside his father and a squad of hunters. She saw herself as Tom had the night she disappeared from his life forever. Warmly remembered, she seemed prettier in torn petticoats and black boots than she had actually been that hard night. Anti-magic handcuffs bound her powers. Her dress looked exactly like the one that Vic had found her in on the banks of Coyote Creek. By the determined, if constipated, look on her face, she was trying and failing to summon her magic. Tom pivoted as curling shadows revealed Maxwell in a purple suit. The warlock stroked his dark goatee with a smirk. His black top hat was perched low on his brow. Jackie boy, you have a dangerous renegade on your hands. You're right. We do, Iron Jack said, aiming his pistol at Maxwell. Brothers, arrest the murderer of Kent McGregor. Maxwell threw a bolt of shadow. Darkness morphed into a shadow dagger in midair. It stabbed Iron Jack deep in his side. He brandished the ankh around his neck at the hunters. Back up, lads. Jack fell to his knees, reaching for his son. I lied to you, Tom. I'm sorry. This burden is yours now. Tom Constantine felt so many complicated feelings for his father in that moment that, even in memory, it was heartbreaking. He clasped Jack's hand, silently pleading for him to stay steadfast. Shaking, he jogged to her. He pulled out a key from his pocket and undid her iron cuff. Her eyes shifted to pure black as the binding fell. She gestured for the ankh on Maxwell's chest. It spun and flew to crack against a wall. I have plenty of trinkets to fight you, little wife, Maxwell said. He made a fist to show a sapphire ring glowing on his knuckle. Try me, she said defiantly and traced the air with sigils. Tom's memory shifted to a dim private hospital room. The patient bed was empty as Iron Jack scribbled at a desk under a moonlit window. The young bard strode to his father in a fury. Where are Juniper and Matthew? It's been a week since... Our records will never speak of that night. You won't either, son. Iron Jack didn't look up as he folded a paper into an envelope. The Soulmancer will be held in isolation for his own safety. Miss St. James has been returned home with compensation for her suffering and service to the Brotherhood. Tom sputtered. What possible remuneration could be enough? A cleared slate. Iron Jack stood and pressed the envelope to him. This is for the future Constantine heir. Red blinked as the vision faded. She reached for Tom as she drifted from his memories to her dream. Tom bolted from his seat on the winged bus. The ghost dissolved. I must leave. Get to Victor's body. Consciousness hit her as the plane landed on American soil. She jumped from her blankets. How long did she have to save her friend? Chapter 19. December 6th after sunset. Charm, Oregon. Red reached Charm in 15 hours. Air travel created the effect of time travel. It was night in both London and the Pacific Northwest when she ascended and landed. A private charter flight later, she arrived at the village's municipal airport. Vic's resurrection consumed her mind. Christoph drove her to the cemetery with his minions trailing behind in another SUV. He squeezed her hand as they parked near the crypt decorated with sad angels. You'll get Vic back as he was. Her throat was too tight to speak. After tossing on a dark coat, she climbed out of the car and rushed through the gravestones. She didn't look back when Gord distracted Christoph with a question. The tomb was the center of her tunnel vision. Dash waved from the ajar door. The hunter wore dark jeans and a leather corset. Her cherry red lipstick was the only color on her worried face. She'd said before that she'd cut off Vic's head if he was a zombie, but it looked like she'd prepared to kiss him too. This bitch is ahead of schedule. Red stopped at the sight of Vic on the closed sarcophagus. Salt, coins, and yellow foxglove blossoms ringed his body as offerings. Flickering candlelight softened the shadows on his still face. Soon he would wake up. She prayed for his God to protect him. A pragmatist, she hedged her bets and asked Hecate for help too. Hold on, she silently urged Tom Constantine wherever he was. He needed to guard his descendant for a little longer. I'm here, Trudy chanted at the foot of the casket with her eyes shut. The necromancer was thin and pale in a ratty mourning dress. Her labored speech strained from wheezing lungs over the unfamiliar syllables. Fresh flowers couldn't mask that the woman hadn't bathed in days. Her fervent concentration was focused on Vic. Dash huddled close to Red. She's been like this since she told me to call you. I think it's happening soon. His hands twitched. I swear he blinked too. Do you think he's in there? Red studied Vic. Stubble covered his upper lip. He'd been clean shaven when she left. It validated the old adage about hair growing after death. Otherwise, his body was preserved like the moment he fell from the shadow creature. I don't know, Dash said. Trudy is convinced that he is a masterpiece. It's gotten weird. Weirder. I can't thank you enough for this. Cash has to do. Another payment was wired into your account. Have a vacation in Bali on me. Make it 3 trips, Dash said dryly. You earned it, Red said, scanning the dank tomb. Months of necromancy had coated the ceiling in dark magic like soot. A regular human would feel uneasy. The wards kept supernaturals from noticing the clandestine activities. One half of the crypt looked like a normal, if Gothic, living room, with Dash's tidy belongings arranged on a shelf by the TV. The other stone wall was piled with dead flowers, bones, stacked magic books, and dirty linens. Trudy's work table was the only clear surface on her side of the chamber. The contrast was like The Odd Couple if dreamed up by Alan Moore. She's fading, Red said of Trudy. How many months did the other woman have left with the big C? It seemed like weeks. Dash frowned in an expression somewhere between pity and contempt. It was one only cohabitation could bring. I've seen fatter cancer patients. The observation was more astute than she realized. I'll make myself useful, Red said, approaching the sarcophagus. She touched the necromancer's arm. Dark energy seeped onto her fingers. She ignored her distaste to offer magic to the other witch. Trudy straightened with a weak nod. She adjusted her cracked eyeglasses to examine Red. You're later than I expected. Of course. What can I do? Bolster my work. I can't look back. I've almost secured him from the underworld. Red gripped Trudy's shoulder and released a steady stream of energy. Only weeks ago, she wouldn't have been able to summon so much to give. Her reclaimed pieces of magic had increased her strength since first leaving Charm. The long journey would be worth it, even if Vic was the only result. She split her focus between doling out more witch fuel and keeping the tainted aura from sticking to hers. You're more powerful, Trudy said. I'm nearly whole. Good, the necromancer grunted. Dark power surged from her. I'm nearly done. Unnerved, Red fought her instinct to run. A very mortal horror struck her at this scene of killers, body snatchers, and fallen heroes. She was fucking with the natural order. She'd been warned that it could get ugly. What would happen next? Trudy resumed her chant. She reached into her pocket to sprinkle Byzantium dust on Vic. A purposeful vigor returned to her limbs. She bowed repeatedly over him, her matted brown curls touching his legs. Vic twitched, his feet flexing even as his countenance remained still as the grave. Yes, Red said, touching his shoe. Boss, can you hear me? Trudy fished an open black envelope from her ragged dress to lay on the stone casket. I've already activated his brain tissue. He is aware and he understands. I feel him calling to release the paralysis on his limbs. He fears that more than the afterlife. Dash yelled, Trudy, you... Red lifted her hand for silence. Guilt churned in her stomach. How bad was it for him in the realm beyond? Could he hold on through a negotiation? She resisted the temptation to choke the necromancer. Why are we talking then? Trudy held herself straight, determination bolstering her body's frailties. You made assurances about the warlock. I can't proceed without knowing that you're close to his end. Did you deliver on your promise? Red smirked from a flash of pride. She'd over-delivered. It's already over for Maxwell, Red said, counting the deeds swiftly on her fingers. There wasn't time to be coy. She could lose Vic at the finish. I've sabotaged his supply lines, his funders, and his inventories. The evidence that I've gathered along the way will reveal and damn Maxwell Baldacci to our colleagues. His enemies will know his face, and he'll have no friends for aid. Trudy scowled. He can kill you before you reveal. It doesn't matter what I do or if I die, Red said desperately as the seconds slipped and Vic's odds dropped. That intel bomb will detonate online soon to the dark web, the barred net, and every supernatural leader with an email. Once Vic is awake, I'll attack more than the warlock's reputation. Trudy studied Red for a long minute, then nodded. He'll be at the consortium. It is where I first heard of Mr. Gabriel. Whatever we think of him, he sees himself as a shepherd to the Brotherhood. You'll find him there. His reveal will be an execution, Red said, holding the extent of her plans to her chest. There was one last job before she confronted Maxwell. I won't give that worm an inch to squirm. Satisfied? Trudy said, Nearly. I want the Brotherhood to know the parasite in their midst, but if you think that pulling his mask off for the consortium will suffice, you're wrong. Every bard must know his name and face. Give me my best hacker back, and it'll be done, Red said, running out of patience at this cruel bargaining. She'd had the technological might of the DVA at her side to boost the message. That was the simplest part of the mission. You've never had faith in me, but I'm not the only one chasing Maxwell. The immortal alchemist knows who really killed her husband. She's had decades to formulate the right revenge. Can you trust that? Trudy stretched her dry, cracked lips in a victory smile fit for a corpse. You've done well, and you and your son are running out of time. Trudy ignored the threat to brush aside some foxglove blooms to reveal a sheathed athame. Its crystal-studded leather glittered in the candlelight. She made her movements carefully, but it seemed more from an achy back than caution. We must make a final sacrifice, the white goat. Dash huffed from her perch on the couch. I brought you one already, and you said the little poop factory wasn't right. It was a euphemism, Red said somberly. She'd known that this could be a possibility. It wasn't one that she'd wanted to think about. She had come so far for Vic. It felt like the smallest and biggest step of all. Her chest tightened from indecision. Trudy means a human sacrifice. When I raised Ezra, the white goat was Frank Lopes. I killed him miles from my ritual circle, but the act was enough. His werewolf strength fueled my son's homecoming. Dash waved her arms as if flagging down sanity like it were a waiter. That's a line too far for me. Playing with corpses was bad, but I don't kill real people. Trudy met Red's gaze with determined steel. Not her, Red said, guessing the unspoken question. She's owed more. Dash backed up to her weapon cache on the TV stand. I was never an option, asshole. Trudy shifted into a fighter's stance as she picked up the athame. She stared at it with a resolute grimace and inhaled heavily. Tell the truth about me. My legacy is what I made. It sounded like a last request to Red. What are you? Mortem ad vitam! Vita de morte! Vitam ad vitam! Trudy chanted over her. As she repeated the verse, she unsheathed the sharp athame. The sharp blade gleamed dully. She sliced her own throat in a smooth stroke. Blood sprayed from the gash. The impossible moment stretched as Red gasped. Horror derailed her thoughts until Dash cursed loudly. It sounded far away. Trudy sank to her knees. Dark energy surged from her into Vic. She sagged onto the floor. Her lips moved as her unblinking eyes pierced the heavens. Red regained her senses. She pushed more magic into the drying necromancer to fortify the spell. The white goat had sacrificed itself. She wouldn't waste the offering. Gertrude Henrietta Fox sighed her last breath next to the man she'd killed. The hero who'd defeated the Devourer died closer to being a villain. Her public work as a bard and secret experiments with necromancy would challenge Brotherhood historians to reconcile. Red would tell the story as promised. Trudy, you crazy... Dash covered her face with a shriek. Oh, he's waking up. Vic convulsed, shaking the flowers to the floor. His mullet fanned around his head. He doubled up, crying out. Foxglove seeds dribbled from his mouth. He vomited a black stream over the other side of the sarcophagus. Red rushed to him. She patted his back and wiped his chin with her sleeve. His body temperature was right. A pulse jumped in his neck. Could he really be Vic? Boss! He felt her face as if he couldn't see. Red? She wept to hear his voice so clear and strong. Yes. What did you do, intern? He shuddered as his gaze narrowed on her. Pulling a dark seed from his teeth, he asked, Where am I? Dash approached with an axe. Are you a zombie? He shot her a look that was pure sardonic Constantine. Have I asked for brains yet? You're you, Red said, lightheaded before a living miracle. His face grew haunted. Do you know where I was? Dash dropped her weapon with a guarded smile. Her voice was painfully earnest as she approached him. It's good to see you, Vic. I would have guessed you'd have kicked the bucket by now, he grunted, clutching his head. Red caught him as he flopped backward. Her heart dropped in her chest as she felt his neck. His pulse was steady, if slow. The months without food must have lowered his blood sugar. He's still breathing. I think he needs to eat. Dash crossed her arms and sighed as if resigned to disappointment. That's a better thanks than I expected from the dentist, considering. I'll bail out of town before his werewolf brother comes. Did you tell him? Red held back her wince at the mention of Lashon. That conversation would be dreadful. It's none of your business. Kristoff's minions will make sure the shifters don't see you. Leave. Sheesh. Okay, just get him to a real doctor, Dash said. She glanced back at Vic with concern as she fled the tomb. Kristoff held the door open for the hunter and smirked at the corpse on the floor. The old fox came through, his heartbeat sound strong. I'll need a hospital to confirm it, Red said, holding Vic to reassure herself that he was breathing. How would he feel later? Kristoff zoomed to her side in that eerie, vampiric way. He brushed a sweaty, wild lock of hair behind her ear. Prince Merrick sent his personal mage doctor to my cottage. I'll carry him there for the initial examination. She felt Vic's neck pulse again. Joyful tears blurred her vision. It's him. I know it. A silhouette darkened the doorway. LaShawn Constantine. Red's heart sank. How did he find them? LaShawn gasped, lips flapping in fright. In a white shirt and khakis, he looked like a middle manager who'd stumbled onto a black mass. His quick brown eyes darted between his brother, the body, and the dark magic paraphernalia. What did you do to Vic? Chapter 20. December 6th evening, Charm Cemetery. Red didn't resist as LaShawn Constantine rushed the sarcophagus. Guilt made her flinch. The damning evidence surrounded her. He ripped his unconscious brother from her arms. She couldn't stand the horrified expression on his face. What happened to him? LaShawn demanded as he held Vic with one arm. He's alive, she said softly. She gestured for her boyfriend to stay back. The werewolf deserved to bellow. She hadn't contacted LaShawn beyond a cryptic call. If the roles were reversed, she might have taken a swing at herself. Was that a question before? What the hell is going on? Why is that lady dead? Is that the witch you left him with? Answer me. Kristoff said, Don't yell at her. I don't listen to you, LaShawn said with hushed menace as he pushed his glasses higher on his nose. He only seemed like a mild-mannered accountant. His eyes flashed shifter silver. Zach Sanchez darted inside the crypt, stopping behind the werewolf. Oh, thank God, she thought. He'll be the voice of empathic reason. Clad in black, he nearly blended into the shadows except for his shocked face. He groaned, slapping his forehead. Lucas was right. Red held back a curse. She knew that Lucas would tell, eventually, but he still had the worst timing. If they had arrived minutes before, the whole ritual could have been ruined. A wave of anxiety sweat dampened her shirt at the expired possibility. Kristoff snapped, My sire knows nothing. LaShawn said, I need that vampire gone. This ain't his business. Red touched Kristoff's arm. She didn't need backup for this argument. His efforts would only make it worse. Just wait outside. Kristoff departed with a wary glance that told her he'd be eavesdropping with armed minions. LaShawn clutched Vic to examine him closer. He said bitterly, "My brother has been dead this whole time, hasn't he?" She held her hands up, wishing she had a tiny white flag to wave. "I wasn't going to keep him that way." "And I wasn't a factor in your decision-making? His own family?" He sneered. "Was it because you knew I'd say no? That the risks were too high?" Zack felt Vic's pulse. His empath magic glowed from his hands. "He feels human." Red bobbed her head in vindication. "Just like Ezra. I wouldn't have tried if it wasn't—" "You stay away from my brother," LaShawn said, carrying Vic as if the grown man were as light as a child. "Pray that he wakes up a normal person. I'll think of a real threat if he doesn't." Zack stepped aside as the werewolf stomped out of the tomb. He shook his head, disappointed lips tightly pressed as if he didn't trust himself to speak. The empath looked like a whole mood. It would have been better if he had yelled at her. She said, "I'm sorry." He said quietly, "I've been worried sick, Red. Night after night, I patrol the town and wonder if my best friends are dead somewhere. First Stace leaves for Asia, and then you go off to do whatever you've been doing. It's like I don't even know my friends after what your obsession with that warlock has done to you." His sadness hit as hard as LaShawn's anger. Red hung her head. "We're hunting him. I took one path. Stace took another. We'll meet in the middle. Both seem dangerous to me, and I was born in a town like this." The shrill siren of an ambulance pierced the quiet of the cemetery. She glanced at the corpse on the floor. It didn't look like the suicide it was. The sound died suddenly, as if only a timid warning. Thankfully, medics in Charm knew not to investigate the graveyard. Zack strode toward the door. "I'll go with LaShawn to the hospital and keep him calm. That doesn't mean I'm not pissed at you for that voicemail." Red ran after him. "Zack, please listen to me. I had a shot to bring a friend back. I had to take it." He looked over his shoulder with a small frown. "I wouldn't have stopped you." Stunned, she blinked as he left the crypt. That possibility had never occurred to her. The bombshell made her stagger into the cemetery. Zack jogged through the tombs to the thin, paved road where LaShawn climbed into a parked ambulance with Vic in a stretcher. The sheriff's cruiser idled behind the emergency vehicle. To the side, Kristoff watched from the shadows under a tree. Minions waited at a distance in the gravestones behind him. Red cursed mentally. Where did this crowd come from? Was the school marching band going to show up next? There went the secret of the night's miracle. She waited for the local demons to come out from their crypts in their slippers like curious neighbors. Aisha Calloway stepped out of the police car in uniform. She trotted to Red with a look that said she understood only a third of what was going on, but knew it was bad. Rubbing the back of her neck, she glanced between LaShawn and the witch awkwardly. "Hey, I can tell that you want to talk to him, but it's not a good time. He needs space." Red raised an eyebrow. "You two are friends now? What have I missed since I've been out of state?" Calloway smiled coyly. "He's one of 10 men worth dating in this town, and 4 of those are married. Trust me, but that isn't the point. You know how he is. He's the nervous type who calculates each disaster coming. Right now, every worry about his brother's condition is hitting him en masse. If you'd told him sooner, he could have dealt with them one by one." "Yeah," Red said dryly, but she didn't agree. He'd made his opinion clear in the tomb. "He'll be grateful later for his brother's return," the sheriff said. She waved as the ambulance started and returned to her car. Red didn't believe it. The werewolf would never forget how he felt tonight. That would go in his mental ledger. She doubted he would ever forgive her. It wasn't something for which she could forgive herself. He was a good friend. At least he'd been one before. This wasn't how she'd planned to tell him. Lucas had stolen the kinder option from them. Kristoff touched her shoulder, then folded her into a gentle hug. His broad shoulders usually shielded her from the storm, but the devastation was too much. He murmured into her hair, "They don't understand what you did for them." She took the simple comfort for as long as her growing anger allowed. Where is your sire? He's close. We should go to my cottage so the minions can clean. Red whirled around to glare over the graves. She felt him. He's here. Lucas stepped from behind a crypt. Hands in his leather jacket, he approached her like he knew that she hated him at that moment. His mournful expression only increased her ire. He ignored his scowling progeny. I was trying to do the right thing by Vic, Red. Are you happy with the results? She asked, hands on her hips. Did you purposefully invite the people that I respect most in this town, or was that simply serendipity? I only made a phone call, Lucas said. I expected Sanchez to delete the message like he had the others. LaShawn never needed to know. That's bullshit. Constantine needed to know about his own brother. Christoph snapped. We had it handled. Naturally, you're here to encourage this madness, Lucas said, flipping him off. You've finally driven away all her friends. Are you pleased with yourself, Novak? Are you? Red said, crossing her arms. That was the worst way for LaShawn to learn about Vic. I didn't think it would be like this, Lucas admitted, ruffling his dark hair. Did you kill Trudy? She committed suicide. Lucas raised a skeptical eyebrow. Slit her own throat, did she? She didn't need his belief. I said what I said. Christoph stepped between them. That witch died last spring, as far as her son knows. Keep it that way, Lucas. What you going to do, Novak? Dump her with the other bodies? Cremation, Red said. It's what you do for necromancers. Like the rest of the night, it's none of your concern. Lucas tightened his jaw as he scoped out the minions who now encircled them. His servants will mop up the blood so fast that you'll forget who spilled it, Red. Novak will jet you off to the next location to distract you. Then it's another body and another. I know this playbook. He copied it from me. Christoph hissed, readying his fangs. Red strode to Lucas. What do you know? It feels like a seduction, doesn't it? Lucas ran his knuckles down her cheek. It triggered 1,000 memories. His knowing gaze pierced through her as if he'd read her thoughts. It wasn't telepathy. It was from a long association. I bet it seems like he's giving you the control that you never had. It's a lie to cover his corruption. This is only a honeymoon. You'll end it as a dark witch. I'm an avenging witch. Red turned on her heel to march to a waiting SUV. So, stay out of my affairs. Go back to Los Angeles, Christoph said to his sire. You've done enough. Remember what I said, Lucas called to her. He was gone when she turned around. The quiet shadows of the cemetery masked his retreat. She leaned against the car door with a sigh. Christoph said, He underestimates you. Red offered him a tight smile. He's barely a concern anymore. We have Vic back. I thought I'd need a few days off to get him adjusted, but, well, you saw it. Take it from a vampire. A good hunt will sort you out, and I know just the one. He helped her into the SUV as if it were a carriage. A promise twinkled in his eyes. You'll love Napa Valley during the holidays. Chapter 21. December 12th afternoon, Napa Valley, California, Olson Hall. Red lifted a skinny Christmas tree from the cargo trailer. She gripped the trunk with her work gloves and followed the other decorators to the giant mansion overlooking a sprawling vineyard. The Olson family had ordered 100 Douglas firs of all sizes for tonight's gala. The delivery looked like a walking forest. Olson Hall radiated old money and old magic. Rejecting the California casual architecture of the faraway neighbors, the manor was a European transplant with a stone facade and 4 turrets. Stuart Olson had had it delivered in pieces from Scotland in 1913. His heirs still lorded over the castle. Its current master, Winslow Olson, was skiing in Switzerland. His sister Patricia played hostess for the Olson Family Foundation's annual holiday charity gala in his stead. Red wouldn't meet her on this visit. She was more interested in the house's defenses than the occupants. The leader of the tree crew directed her into a servant's side entrance. Red hid behind the branches as she passed an exterior camera. The Olsons had hired a small legion of temps for the day. It made it easier to blend into the household, but upped the chances that someone might remember her. Fake glasses, a spray tan, and dyed brown hair were her disguise. But she didn't want to leave evidence on this recon mission. If her eyes weren't lowered, she would have missed a small brass charm. It was nailed into a baseboard by the door. The etched sigils were against fire, theft, and natural disasters. A low-level discouragement spell. It was designed to keep knocked-over candles from catching and make servants think twice about stealing. The faint energy fueling it felt intimately familiar. It was hers. She lugged the awkward tree with peeved vindication into the pine-fresh hallway. The house would be full of such charms. Some could be weaponized. The Olsons were a warlock line without natural powers, yet they had deep enough pockets to buy what they needed. Careful not to move her head too quickly, she scanned the terrain. Her fake glasses had a hidden camera, streaming her vision to the backup team in a decoy catering van on a nearby road. She'd make an excuse to map out the guest entrance later. Decorators darted in and out of the grand ballroom. Dozens labored inside with tinsel and holiday ornaments. The massive space was like an Edwardian dream from a Christmas romance novel. Sunlight bounced off the chandeliers to create rainbows on the marble floors. A window wall gave an uninterrupted view of the western vineyard on the edge of the property. She tried not to visibly see that the ill-gotten wealth. Obviously, Stuart Olson had been handsomely rewarded by Maxwell for his personal involvement in her time kidnapping. She still wasn't sure of his exact role. It was unmistakable how his descendants had luxuriously reaped the benefits. They hadn't suffered what she and Stuart's other victims had. Before the bank interest and pointed investment advice about the future, Red's inheritance had been earned from literal blood and sweat. Victorian-era poverty had crushed her before Lucas had found her. The deprivation had made life as a vampire's courtesan preferable. It was another grievance to lay at Maxwell Baldacci's feet, along with her mother's death and her own lost youth. She schooled her resting bitch face, then mixed in with the many temps from Napa Valley event planning who were creating a winter wonderland in the home. The Olsons had faithfully used the company for years. They might change their minds if they knew how easy it was to get hired. Blame it on the nationwide worker shortage or her stellar reference from Linda Lee at DB Models in LA. Red leaned her tree on a stack of others. Nearby, elf mannequins and giant stockings rested on a crate of holiday gear, along with a wreath. It looked like Christmas had puked in this corner. Fucking morons! A white-haired man checked the inventory with a clipboard. He looked like a mall Santa, if not for his swearing. Who the hell dropped this wreath here? It's for the front. Vic would have gotten a kick out of the sight. Red tried not to think about him. He probably hated her like his brother. She'd thought the resurrection would solve everything. It had hurt to leave them on that bitter note in the cemetery. But LaShawn had told her to stay out of their business. She'd kept moving before she could dwell yet again on it. I'll deliver it, she volunteered. I'm Stephanie. Like I care, surly Santa said, shoving an oversized white wreath with glittery pine cones into her hands. Double door on the left and down the hall, there and back. We got more damn trees to unload. Sure. Red scurried away before he could change his mind. She slowed her pace outside the ballroom. The corridor was lined with portraits of Olsons through the ages. She saw Rodney Olson's features scattered amid the relatives, his blonde hair, button nose, and indulgent mouth. The genetics were strong in this clan. Where was his picture? Rodney's funeral had been last week and was barely publicized. His online forum seemed to have mourned him more than his family. The fanboy Colton Acasio had wept on a live stream vigil. Inconvenient guilt struck her. She shoved her pity aside to spy for more spells. She could ruminate on mistakes tomorrow. Today, she needed to concentrate. The terrarium was nearby. She could feel it in the distant east wing where the conservatory was. Rodney had been right about the location. Unexpectedly, it contained a bigger fraction of her power than the other reclaimed pieces. It was too much to ignore. A part of herself cried out for a reunion. Go to the terrarium. She squashed the tempting impulse. They only had spotty rumors about the house defenses. This was a strike one situation. If she failed, Winslow Olson would hide her magic in the deepest vault he could find. The heist had to be perfect. She would return this evening, scrubbed of her spray tan, as a guest with Christoph. A significant stakeholder in Olson Technologies, he had received an invitation to the gala. His brokers were already selling his shares, predicting a future dip in the price. He'd been giddy about insider trading. They would use the distraction of the charity gala to find the conservatory. Hannah's invisibility potion would ease their entry, and Perenelle's portal disc would give them an instant exit. Christoph had insisted she take both with her now for an emergency. He'd vetoed a daytime break-in because he couldn't be there. The remote estate had high ground that required their extraction team to stay at a far distance. He'd wanted another mage to do this recon instead. Red wasn't the one with the ability to see magic, he had pointed out. It had taken a lot of compromises to get her here. Red wasn't so sure about their later plan. She loved a costume and a distraction, but there would be more guards than expected. The large number had shocked her new supervisor, judging by a call she'd overheard earlier. That was a new complication. She hadn't spotted any on the day shift beyond the one who'd checked the workers' bags when she'd arrived. The corridor opened to a stately atrium. 2 ladders bookended the tall entrance. Temps hung wreaths over the open threshold. She rested hers by the door. A short brunette in overalls braced the ladder for another worker. She said to Red, "You're Millie with the yard crew? Dougie needs more lights by the east wing. Run 'em outside to him." "Okay," Red said, hiding her smile at the mistaken identity. It was the direction that she wanted. She carried the labeled tub into the yard to a small crew decorating the exterior. They had almost reached the conservatory. Her trapped magic pulsed inside as if reacting to her presence. She quickened her pace, grateful for her puffy jacket and ski cap in the biting winter wind. Sunshine beamed through a small crack in the gray clouds for a bright minute on the manor. Small copper charms glittered in a sparse row above the conservatory windows. Fire could melt the metal charms, burning the magic away. She mentally noted the idea as she cheerfully delivered the Christmas lights. "Oh, wow, you guys are doing a great job. I bet it will look amazing. Here's something for Dougie." Dougie turned out to be a long-haired guy in flannel. He took the tub. "Thanks. Are you playing fetch this shift?" She chuckled. "Seems like it. What do you need?" He gestured to a plastic bag on a melting pile of muddy slush. "Trash those dead lights, please." "No problem." She smiled, picked it up, and pretended to shiver. "Is there a closer and less cold path inside?" He nodded to a propped open side door. "That's the worker's way. Take the first turn and go straight down that hall. Don't open any of the doors until the end." "I won't. Stay warm." She entered the mansion and followed the scuff marks on the linoleum to a split in the hall. Naturally, she peeked in the first interior door she found. It was a janitor's closet. She stuffed the bag in a trash bin inside. Free of her burden, she tracked the traces of her magic down the servants' hall. The middle door on the right drew her. An herbaceous, earthy smell drifted from the closed threshold. Someone had nailed a copper charm to it. She wiped dust off the charm with her work glove. The inscribed Latin promised a curse on uninvited guests. These kinds of enchantments usually included the small print. This one specifically vowed boils for prying off the metal charm. It was the door to the conservatory for sure. Red made a half turn to scope out another passage to the massive indoor garden. She'd need options for tonight with Christoph. This was like the rest of the heists, even if the reward was bigger. It had taken days of stalking Terawaki Asado before she'd confronted him. "Be good," she told herself. "Be patient." She trudged to a door on the left and opened it with the intention of feeding more footage to her distant techies. A Vermeer painting hung in the revealed corridor between 2 bronze busts made by Rodin, the father of modern sculpture. She gawked at the treasures fit for a museum. It was the famed Olson Hall Gallery. The rest of the collection included authentic pieces by Warhol, Grant Wood, and Ansel Adams. Footsteps made her draw the door shut, except for a crack to peer through. A teenager strolled down the gallery in headphones and a prep school uniform. Absorbed by his cell phone, he didn't notice her. He gulped a Mountain Dew and tossed the empty can over his shoulder. It hit the rodent bus between the eyes. He laughed, pumping his fist like he'd gotten a hole-in-one. That little punk. Her suffering had spawned generational wealth for assholes. Red closed the door and tugged off her right glove. Flames curled over her fingers. She didn't need a meticulous plan and an evening gown. Her trapped magic was coming home now. She'd apologize to Kristoff later for breaking their date plans. Retreat to the safe house. Now, she said into the mic on her fake glasses and turned off the camera. She pocketed the tech after the final order to her backup team. They needed the head start before the Olsons noticed a disturbance. Red had her own way home. She shouldn't record what she did next. Chapter 22. December 12th, afternoon, Napa Valley, California, Olson Hall. Conjuring a fire orb, Red hovered it on the charm on the conservatory door in Olson Hall. She wouldn't be alone in the servants' corridor for long. She wrenched up the heat. The copper bubbled. It melted the Latin letters, breaking the curse. She replaced her glove to prevent fingerprints and slunk inside. An elephant ear fern tickled her neck as she closed the door behind her. It must have been a gardener's entrance to the conservatory. Potted foliage camouflaged a wall rack of yard tools, spare fuel jugs, and 3 gas generators. Humidity made her sweat instantly. She opened her winter jacket and undid the top buttons on her high-collared uniform shirt. Distant splashing fountains hid her footsteps as she crept deeper inside. The Olsons had spared no expense on their conservatory. It was far bigger than the grand ballroom. Garden beds created the outline of a hexagon in a tidy maze to direct admirers through the proudly labeled flora. Fuck the footpath. Red trampled rare tulips, prize-winning orchids, and more in a petty screw you to the owners as she climbed through the garden beds. She made a beeline for the center of the maze. It was a sprawling clover lawn with a pagoda and a frankincense tree. Charms hung from the branches in every material and shape, like cobalt stars, oak pentagrams, and colorful yarn braids. They were recharging in the ambient energy from the hidden terrarium. She'd burn each one before she escaped. The camper-sized pagoda dominated the clover clearing. It looked as if it had been imported from China. Her magic was inside the crimson shrine. Winslow Olson strode from the pagoda in a gray warlock's robe. The outfit was a far cry from his photo in a recent New York Times profile. He held a gold talisman charged with her own pilfered energy. This can shoot a lightning bolt that will turn your hair white. She feigned surprised innocence as she clasped her hands behind her back. Rodney had said his family only went to the terrarium when it was an emergency. What had brought Winslow back from his ski trip? She said, "I'm on the yard crew. I was looking for a rake." "You're a spy, a determinate one if you managed an invitation in here. Are you one of Trosper's girlfriends?" Winslow gritted his teeth. The society pages had thoroughly documented his eldest son's revolving door of fiancées. "Maxwell told me to beware of his undead enemies. By the mark on your neck, I know who sent you." "What are you talking about?" Red tugged her collar over one of Kristoff's love bites. She'd forgotten it when she'd unbuttoned her jacket in the heat. "It's a hickey." "You're not their best liar." Winslow shook his head with a sarcastic chuckle. "If you tell me the truth, you'll survive. If not, I always need more compost." "They will kill us both if I tell. I don't really know the head guy," she stuttered as if scared. Internally, she was debating whether to take out the exterior protection charms, first with fireballs, or destroy the pagoda and crush the terrarium within to release her magic. She bit her lip in not entirely feigned indecision. "I only know that whatever they're doing, it's happening soon. That's it." He held himself with a posh elegance, but his crude nephew Rodney had had more warmth and charm. The loquaciousness was the same. "The consortium, no doubt. I'll warn Maxwell, but the sly warlock will no doubt have guessed. He rarely attends more than the parties, yet he'd hate a scene in those hallowed halls. The brotherhood is his pet passion. Winslow said the last sentence with an incredulity that pissed Red off. She had her issues with the aged order, but an oily tech vulture wasn't fit to comment on it. Swallowing the insult, she squeaked, "He's not supposed to know that anyone is after him." It was bait. That last clue about Maxwell's schedule could shape the next phase of her plan. What more would his associate reveal? Interrogations sometimes went easier when subjects thought they had the upper hand. Winslow took her lure. The old man is on high alert after a failed assassination in Budapest. He outclassed the vampires as much as I do you. Your master sent you on a suicide mission, girl. I can kill you as they expect or protect you. Consider your next choices. Red froze at the intel that she'd reeled in. It wasn't an act. What attack in Budapest? If it was DVA, no one had told her. Fucking Netta. She played meek again. They say he gave your family powers. If you're in his debt, you'll just kill me to clear it. He sneered. My family earned that magic. It was stolen. Anger triggered her magic to yank the talisman from him. She caught it in midair. The talisman warmed in her hand, accepting its new owner. A nugget of her own power transferred back to her from the metal. She shot a warning bolt. The spell had a recoil like a machine gun. Lightning hit the pagoda. A corner of the curled roof crashed onto a once tidy footpath. Winslow didn't quail at the show of force. A problem solver by nature, his cunning gaze sought the other charms hanging on the tree. His legs tensed to spring for them. Red shook the lightning talisman in a silent warning. She could hit him before he moved a foot. Where is Maxwell, your master? I'm bespelled to silence on his location, even if I would tell you about my friend, he said snidely. At least Hank Seagrave had been decent enough to be ashamed of his ancestors. Red said, Stuart Olson ceded your fortune with kidnapping and murder in 1892. He brought this on you, but you're truly his heir. Some girls died over 100 years ago. Who cares? Winslow said. What did you say? She asked quietly. Her ears buzzed from his apathy. He owed everything he had to her. Her bones were the foundation of this evil house. Her pain fueled its might. Her stolen youth was the mortar, ground up by a shadowy cabal who'd done evil under the guise of good. Winslow paled, finally looking as nervous as he should, and darted to the frankincense tree. She squeezed the talisman, meaning to lightly shock him. Her magic listened to her rage instead. Raw electricity shot out in a torrent. Blinded by the brilliance, she yelled, Do you care yet? The lightning hit the pagoda and beyond. Burning wood exploded from the force. A roof beam from the shrine hit Winslow in the head. It knocked him to the ground and trapped his legs. Fire caught on the conservatory ceiling. She ducked the speeding projectiles. Glass shattered behind her. Shit. She hadn't meant to do that. Yet. Red reached for her magic. The house charms and other security systems could kick in at any second. She visualized fireballs splitting off the growing flames to fly outside and melt the copper protection sigils. Her will manifested. 5 orbs rocketed like comets through the foliage to the unseen broken windows. An alarm sounded. Red ran into the ruins of the pagoda for the only thing still standing, a terrarium as big as the Liberty Bell. Mysterious light glimmered under the foggy glass and the dark vines within. She touched the surprisingly cool surface. I'm here, she beckoned with her mind. Her lost magic leaped into her. She swayed with a gasp. Her chakras shone like floodlights to her third eye, galvanized by the new power. The fire paled in comparison to her glow. Red fought to contain a giggle from the giddy lightheadedness of her reunion. Warmth radiated from within like she'd gulped a hot toddy by a cozy fireplace. She was almost whole. Lifting her arms, she traced a sigil to create a mighty gust of wind. Her hair whipped from the tempest that dropped embers into the farthest reaches of the maze. She would destroy every amulet, charm, and talisman hidden in the conservatory. Moving her arms like a conductor, she directed a fiery blast at the frankincense tree. The tree jerked in the earth from the onslaught. The hanging wooden charms ignited while the metal ones melted. It was almost pretty, like a Christmas tree in hell. Winslow's pained groan by the tree distracted her from the destruction. She navigated the burning debris on the lawn to him. A displaced roof beam from the pagoda crushed his hips, trapping him under its heavy weight. He clutched his bleeding forehead. "Help me!" "Did you kill Rodney's parents in a helicopter crash?" she asked on a whim. It felt like the last moment that she could satisfy her lingering curiosity. Winslow stilled from fleeting shock before he composed himself. Repressed fear replaced the discomfort on his face. It wasn't fear for his life, but that he'd been caught. The change was slight, yet she caught the micro expression. "No, I didn't kill Rodney either." Innocent people didn't deny murders without prompting. It sounded like a yes to her. Red shook her head, annoyed that she'd been tricked into feeling guilty over Rodney. "Let me guess. His overdose in Thailand was one scandal too many. He'd always been a threat by primogeniture." Bitter mockery suffused her tone. "But you're not a completely bad guy. I bet you told the doctors to make the euthanasia painless." "Don't judge me. You're a murderer. I can see it in your eyes." She shrugged. He wasn't wrong. "You'll explain yourself to Rodney on the other side. I guarantee it." An explosion rocked the chamber. She shielded herself with hardened air. Flying pieces of a gas generator and other lawn equipment landed on the burning clover patch. A toolbox bounced off her barrier as she crouched behind it. Winslow gritted his teeth against a scream as a flying screwdriver impaled itself deep into his collarbone. Eyes rolling back, he tugged it out. Blood gushed onto his gray robe, turning it black. He lunged as far as his trapped legs allowed to stab her. The tool bounced off her shield. She batted it away from him as she stood. "Mistake. I know about puncture wounds. That tool hit a mess of veins. You'll bleed like a stuck pig." He might have survived if he'd kept the screwdriver in. She still had a chance. The fire had reached the fuel storage and likely blown through the conservatory wall. It still burned the garden beds on each side of the hexagon maze. Fiery debris blocked the footpaths. Fluorescent lights crashed to the ground from the crumbling ceiling. If the Olsons didn't know their castle had been breached, they would now. Red grabbed the portal disc in her pocket and triggered it with the wish to reunite with Kristoff. She coughed from the heavy smoke. A flashback to her own pyre made her focus harder on her connection with the portal. "Where are you going?" Winslow croaked, pale from blood loss. He watched the burning tree above him tilt on its disturbed roots. Gravity and the fire would take it down in seconds like a trap on a mouse. "You're leaving me to die?" "It looks like it." She calculated the inferno would reach Winslow before a rescuer would. If he bled out first, it would be a mercy. Rodney Olson would enjoy the show from the afterlife. "My family will hunt you down." "How will they know?" "This fire was started by a lightning bolt from your talisman. Arson investigators will find the scorch marks. Your family will be too busy fighting over your estate anyway." She smirked as the same bitter realization reached Winslow's eyes. Red jumped through the portal and somersaulted to the other side. Purple sparks announced her arrival in a dark hotel room in Sacramento, California. A puff of smoke followed her. The bright vortex illuminated Kristoff on the bed until it snapped closed. He jumped from bed, shirtless and hissing in pure vampiric instinct at a daytime intrusion. Recognition made him pause. He nudged his fangs into his gums with the heel of his palm. His eyes were instantly alert. "You used the portal. Was your cover blown?" "I got it!" She took his hands, nearly vibrating with joy. "You won't believe how much the Olsons had. I've doubled my power since He jerked from her touch. "You were supposed to wait for me. I can smell the wood smoke and blood on you. You're shaking from the amount of magic you used. What were you thinking?" She recoiled in shock at his loud volume. Kristoff stopped in a visible fight for self-control. Fear lingered in his next soft-spoken words. "You smell like the night I nearly lost you. I can't go through that again, my love." "I'm sorry, I had an opportunity. Thank goddess I took it because Maxwell had already warned his buddy Winslow." The Olsons were on high alert for vampires. The gala would have been overrun by guards. We had an agreement. If you caused a scene, the Olsons will warn Baldacci. She snorted, her remorse fading as she remembered Winslow's threats. Does a failed assassination in Hungary remind you of anything? I don't know what you're talking about. Christoph furrowed his brow, dropping his folded arms. I'm serious. Does your prince? Some vampires went after Maxwell in Budapest. Since I haven't asked for a celebratory bottle, you can guess how it went. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. The flash of amber in his eyes hinted at his genuine irritation. I'll call Netta and find out what happened. I didn't authorize this. I'm pretty sure the order came from above your head. We're so close, and they bungled it. She paced, seeing Maxwell's condescending smirk in her mind. This was one eventuality that she'd been waiting for since she aligned with the DVA and Prince Merrick. Immortals always thought that they knew better. They put him on guard. Winslow thought he'd be at the consortium, but will Maxwell come now? He could be buying a new face as we speak from the same place he got a hand. We can still kill him. There is still time. You have eternity. I don't. His wistful gaze hinted that he was ready to propose a uniquely vampiric solution to her mortal condition. He composed his expression into a businesslike blankness so quickly that she thought she'd imagined the one before. I never liked the idea of raiding a Brotherhood building, so I can't say I'm upset about switching our showdown venue. This changes the shape of our scheme, but not the outcome. Can we even kill him and get the last piece of my magic back? She turned to hide the insecurity in her eyes. Christoph saw her as this epic time-traveling witch who would win the day. She'd been betting on his minions and DVA resources for that. She didn't trust herself, and her faith in the wily undead organization was shaken. Or will he get away again? Christoph wrapped his arms around her. His touch calmed her racing heart. This isn't over. Self-doubt clawed at her. Do I have the strength? You can have mine. He kissed her deeply before cutting his bare chest with his fingernails. I have everything you need. Drink. Red lost herself in him. When the sun set and her undead allies awoke, she'd demand answers. Now she desperately needed the oblivion of his embrace to drown out the little inner voice that told her she'd already failed. It sounded like Maxwell. Chapter 23. December 12th, evening, en route to the Pacific Northwest. Sex and a steak dinner couldn't distract Red for long. Admittedly, it did preoccupy her for a few hours. Christoph had that effect. By sunset, she was in a private plane with him. The flight crew made themselves scarce once they noticed the tension between the only two passengers. It was as palpable as turbulence. Christoph sat across from her at a table attached to the cabin wall between their recliners. A bottle of forgiveness wine lay ignored by an open laptop. He'd been the image of charisma since they left Northern California. His ambassador skills were tested as he tried to smooth over the damage from his clan's secret mission against Maxwell. She was still pissed at his friends. Months of risky stealth missions and meticulous research had been ruined by a single night in Budapest. He reached for her hand with a small smile. Are you sure it's wise to call Netta now? We'll land in Oregon in an hour. We can occupy ourselves in more enjoyable ways. I'm done with delays. Put those bedroom eyes away, you minx. To business it is. Christoph typed his password into the laptop. He brought up a video conferencing program and clicked a round picture of Netta on the interface. She keeps a routine like a banker. It's early morning for my kind, so don't expect a friendly hello. I never do from her. Netta appeared on the computer screen, her background blurred by a camera filter. She sipped from a coffee cup with a disdainful look. Blood stained her teeth as she lowered the mug. Christoph, our usual meeting with your human isn't until tomorrow. Red sneered. Would you have told me about Hungary then? It's west of Romania. I know Americans are bad at geography, but you can't expect me to inform you about the world beyond your borders. Christoph glanced awkwardly between Red and his friend on the computer. Netta, we know about the botched operation in Budapest. I need to assess the fallout with Maxwell Baldacci. What about Napa Valley? Netta said, launching the question like an indictment. My agents tell me that your human went maverick at Olson Hall, and it took 6 fire engines to extinguish the blaze. Winslow is dead. Maxwell can turn on any news station to find out. Don't put this on me, Red said, jabbing the tabletop. I salvaged that job. Winslow Olson was tipped off. Christoph and I would have walked into that gala and met stake-wielding guards right about now. You'd have let us, Netta muttered into her cup. Prince Merrick desired discretion. I have passed everything that I learned to your camp, Red said, tugging at her hair in frustration. She'd been more transparent with the vampires than her friends. Look what it had cost her. You could have told me. I would have helped you kill him. None of your analysts know that bastard like I do. Don't act like you would have caught him. We sent our best, and that doesn't include you. Really, Netta? Because that doesn't inspire confidence. Christoph raised his palms for peace. Ladies, it happened. Arguing takes precious time that we could productively use. This failed attempt on Maxwell is a verified sighting. It's more than we had before. That they told us, Red said. How did you find him? Netta sucked at her fangs, irritation pursing her mouth as if answering a human was an indignity. The warlock has been celebrating since his exploits in Oregon. First, we caught wind of him in Ibiza. Then he resurfaced in Dubai. We tracked footprints from Hellfire Club chapter house to chapter house. When we noticed a black market auction last Thursday near a Hellfire location in Budapest, we ran recon in the underground. It led us to a hotel reservation bought by one of his shell companies. Red shook her head. A Hellfire Club connection. I told you he'd been a patron, and you said not to concern myself. Damn it. You could have consulted. Did my wife die and make you Queen of Prague? Or did the prince suddenly abdicate Portland leadership to a human of all things? You're not the one funding this operation, and you're not the one calling the shots. Netta leaned closer to her webcam, making her stern yet perpetually youthful face larger on the computer screen. Your vendetta to regain your magic was tolerated because it wounded the warlock. Don't mistake your place. Red laughed bitterly. Power tripping over me doesn't cancel out the incompetence on your side. My plan to expose him online can still happen. Winslow didn't think that Maxwell would go to the consortium anymore. How much does it mean to his victims if we can't catch him? He had one must-attend event of the year, and you spooked him. I didn't make the call. Was it Prince Merrick or Queen Elsbeta? Christoph said. We're past this. I want fresh ideas on the table before landing. Red leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers on the table. We know my position. What does the big bad vampire director think? Netta rolled her eyes until Christoph glared. She said, some of our consortium ideas could still be in play. Baldacci might seek sanctuary. Your victim, Winslow Olson, thought so. Red narrowed her eyes but said nothing. She didn't need a woman with a kill count higher than Dr. Death goading her. Netta continued. The warlock has few friends in high enough positions to help him beyond the Brotherhood after your work. If he doesn't attend in person, he could still meet nearby with his inner circle in the Bards. Red said, Olson mentioned that the warlock preferred the after-parties to the actual event. Is there still a Hellfire Club in London? Christoph nodded. The flagship location is as popular as ever. By every account, Maxwell is enjoying his new youthful body with any woman or man that catches his eye. Netta gritted her fangs. She must have been thinking the same thing as Red. The warlock had regained that stamina with her royal stepson's healing blood, drained over days of torture. It obviously wasn't a slight that the petite vampire had forgotten either. Red could trust her ally's vindictiveness. In that, they were simpatico. Maxwell deserved it. She said, We need people watching London. This isn't my first day. We've had eyes on every Hellfire Club since my team noticed the pattern. An overhead announcement jarred Red from the video conference. Prepare yourself for landing. It's a brisk 7 degrees Celsius or 45 in Fahrenheit. The pilot droned on in an update that she didn't need. Netta grinned behind her cup. We'll continue this tomorrow at our regularly scheduled meeting then. Oh no, Red said. I'm bringing the meeting to your office. This secrecy between factions hasn't done us any favors. We're getting the wolves in on this. I'll drag every enemy of the Warlock onto a video call, I swear. What do you think you'll get out of this party line? Netta asked. Communication. Maxwell has thrived because no one wants to talk to each other. I'm as guilty as any. It has to end. Red closed the laptop, happy to get the last word. Their power struggle hadn't been much better in the past when the vampires had been her servant. Kristoff belted himself in as the plane engines roared for landing. He said mildly, "When you want to persuade someone, you at least say goodbye, especially when that person is my oldest friend." I'm going to say hello soon enough. I'll stand by you, but I'm not sure you'll get the result that you want. The supernatural community hides behind the dark veil and from each other due to hard experience. Alliances are temporary. If it was a simple matter to bring us together, we'd have done it before. Red shrugged. They'd tried everything but transparency with each other. She hated the Warlock more than she distrusted the others. I'm shooting for the stars. Maybe I'll hit the moon. Kristoff glanced out the oval plane windows, but refrained from commenting on the moonless sky. The lights of Portland welcomed them to Earth. It looked so beautiful from above. The ugliness was closer to the surface. She texted Stace to arrange for a video call with the Gonzalez pack. Their time zone was better for a meeting than for Crispin on the Moroccan coast. The old bard had been puttering around in a Tangier riad since being rescued from his English nursing home. Her next special guest was less certain to show than the wolves. The messaging back and forth occupied her until they reached the N2 Court building in downtown. Kristoff pulled on a suit jacket, his version of armor, before he guided her to the parking garage elevator. He pressed the button for the 9th level, the Dark Veil Assurance's regional offices. Are you sure? It'll be fun, she said, already anticipating an aspirin for the future headache. Red and Kristoff entered the open floor of the DVA. A blood mage with white and crimson face paint chanted a blessing at the copy machine. Black-suited agents popped their heads up from gray cubicles. Undead eyes followed them to Netta Chernan's corner office. A very normal-looking, if nervous, IT guy, holding a computer tablet, ducked out of the room as they approached. The director yelled from her desk, "Get in here!" Upon entry, Red studied the arrangement of 5 screens attached to a laptop on a folding table. The webcam on a tripod was pointed at them. Their mirror image was in the center monitor. She adjusted 2 empty chairs in front of Netta's desk for a better view before she reclined in one. Perfect. We'll see how many attend. Netta shot a look at Kristoff that said she was tolerating this for him. He turned on the laptop and opened the video call program, then settled beside Red. Fat Jacob Crispin, punctual and skinny as ever, appeared on the screen at the edge of the table. He nodded gravely in front of blue window shutters and a rack of scrolls. A hanging lamp illuminated his thin face, reflecting off his glasses. "Thank you for interrupting your rest," Red said. Crispin said, "I don't sleep like the average pensioner." Netta snorted, eyeing the old man on the screen. "Is this your coalition?" "Stace will be here," Red snapped. Kristoff patted her knee as if already consoling her. A new face appeared on one of the screens, Perenelle Flamel. The immortal alchemist was radiant in a white dress with dove feathers woven into her long black hair. Her smooth face contrasted with her knowing, ageless eyes. Red would have thought it was a computer-generated filter if she hadn't seen the other woman in person. The immortal tapped her keyboard, suddenly confused on how to unmute herself in the call. Hannah Proctor assisted quickly with a wave at the camera before bouncing off screen again. "Hi!" Red had texted Hannah on a whim, hoping for the possibility of snagging the head of the Alchemy Academy. She hadn't expected the teen to come through. She wanted to stick out her tongue and say "neener, neener" to the doubting vampiress in the office. Netta leaned forward in her desk chair, almost holding back her shock. "Madame Flamel, good evening." "A dead warlock would make it a better one." "That's why we're here," Red said. "We've lost him once. The second strike can't fail." Stace popped onto the second to last screen on the AV table. A sunny day in Tokyo beamed in the apartment window behind her. She darted from her laptop to close the curtains. "I'm not late, am I?" "Tatsu begged to join," she said, pointing at a handsome stone-faced Japanese man in a suit who entered the camera view. He didn't look like he'd begged for anything, not even for a bottle as a baby. The half-fae gave a nervous, crooked smile. "The werewolves nixed this meeting. I'll do what I can." "It's fine," Red said, happy for 3 out of 4 attendees. "Glad to have you. The DVA director will explain where Maxwell Baldacci was last seen. Then we need to pool together our intel. This warlock knows how to navigate between jurisdictions, man-made and supernatural. We're not going to find his next location while working separately." "Great pep talk," Netta said sarcastically before she rattled off fast details of the Budapest operation. Then he disappeared in a portal while the cops had us pinned. She glared at Red after the forced confession. Vampires didn't reveal their mistakes to outsiders. It tarnished their mystique. Red ignored the death stare. "Maxwell is warning his friends about vampires. Specifically. Does that mean he's ignorant of your interest, Perenelle? Because he should suspect Stace. She briefly made him an amputee." "He killed my Jackson," Stace said. "He should remember me." Tatsu spoke Japanese in a low voice. Stace huffed before she finally nodded. "Tatsu is right. The warlock pulled his business out of Asia after paying a debt to the Yakuza. He's gone from Vegas and the rest of Gonzales territory, too. That murderer thinks we lack object permanence like infants, as if we would forget." Red said, "You certainly haven't. The wolves won't come to a video call, but will they go to a battlefield?" Stace smiled. "Where?" Kristoff pointed to the assembled computer monitors in Netta's office. "That's why we invited you, a bard and an alchemist, to find out." "Indeed," Perenelle said, her voice crackling on the video call. "Alchemy could interfere with technology." She radiated power, even on a screen. "Maxwell is well shielded, but my scryers have determined he is somewhere in England." Netta snapped her fingers at Red. "I told you he would go to ground where his best pals are." Crispin said, "The consortium meets on the solstice at the Grand Library in London. Red, we must be there to reveal this villain to the Brotherhood. If we have Ms. Bonner with us, the word of a champion will sway them immediately." "Thanks for the confidence, but that's only if Maxwell doesn't have me on a list already," Stace said. "Red won't get in at all. We need a member of the Brotherhood in good standing. It's not going to help your case if we fight our way inside." "A member in good standing," Red muttered. Vic came to mind first. It would be a long shot. She knew other bards and hunters, but few would say yes to being brought into a whistleblowing campaign at the last hour. "We'll figure out who later." Stace said, "I know the perfect time to crash the party. It's the second night of the consortium. Aunt Gina said it's like an open mic session until dawn, where any bards can present their research." Crispin nodded. "Young bards are more likely to imbibe gin in the auditorium than knowledge. The night typically descends into ghost stories and mischief. It is globally broadcast to Brotherhood libraries and universities. Traditionally, the more mature bards and those in leadership hold separate parties that are more contained, ideally." "A party night of mischief," Red said. "Yeah, I think Maxwell would swing into town for that. I imagine he'd do it for the blackmail possibilities alone. Stace and Crispin, you should take the stage. You two need to exchange numbers." She pulled out her phone from her pocket. "Actually, I'll do it for you." Netta growled, slapping her desk. "I don't care about you do-gooders revealing the truth. What about Maxwell himself? I want his head on a pike." "Agreed," Perenelle said, her raised hand freezing on the video conference from her slow connection. A half minute of her next words was lost. "However, I'd like his brain intact for study. Stace glanced from her screen to the alchemist on the other. You, Christoph corralled them back to the agenda. Baldacci is walking around England, ladies. Neither of you will hack off anything of his until we find him. Does he suspect that the prince's agents have tracked him via the Hellfire Club? If he decides to host a party, which, given his political savvy, he might, would he go there? Netta said, We ambushed him at a hotel after his auction. He should be more suspicious of his buyers. Are there any other suspected haunts in Britain, Bard? Crispin coughed, holding a handkerchief to his mouth. That infamous one suits his style, yet there are other, more modern dens of debauchery. Red remembered a few Brotherhood pubs from her last stay in London at the turn of the last century. What about the Hunter's Green or the Admiral's Arms? Maxwell is on alert. He'll want to meet in a familiar place where he can control the outcomes. Lost to the Blitzkrieg in the last World War, Crispin said sadly. All the best pubs are gone, Netta said in surprising commiseration. She stole a quick look at Christoph with a sheepish smile. Except yours, of course. Sure, Christoph chuckled good-humoredly. We'll keep our agents monitoring the Hellfire Club as we narrow down the Warlock's possible location. I'll handle the logistics to transport the Fae and the Bard. What do we do when we find the target? Red gestured to the computer equipment on the office carts. We broadcast Stace and Crispin. If Maxwell is in London, he'll be with his inner circle to curry support. I want them to know why we're killing him. It has to be quick. He doesn't deserve it, but he's the ultimate weasel. There is no way to take him to a second location or hold him without the possibility of escape. Amused, Christoph asked, Can we compromise on the AV display? Red shrugged. The main point is that no one fights to keep Maxwell for their side to torture. If someone has a clear shot, they take it. I don't need to get the final word when I can dance on his grave. I invite you to join me. Christoph raised her knuckles to his lips. We have a deal, Netta hissed. Not yet. I want his head. I'm willing to give the brain to the alchemist. My gendarme will assist to ensure this trade, Paranel said. Red said nasty, but doable. It was a testament to how loathsome Maxwell Baldacci was that he'd inspired this rare show of unity between his enemies. She'd ride it as long as it lasted. Once upon a time, she'd promised to destroy the Warlock's world. She'd make good on it. Red had faced him at the last solstice. This time she would really send him to hell. Chapter 24. December 13th afternoon, Charm, Oregon. The long afternoon drive to Charm gave Red plenty of time for second thoughts. She'd missed Vic too much to stay away, but there was one person that she had to see first. She parked in front of Lily's diner. A light snowfall drifted onto the neon sign above the door. After pulling on a beanie and a bulky cardigan, she summoned her courage to leave her car. It could get ugly inside. 3 new waiters darted around the busy dining room. Red grabbed the only empty stool at the end of the bar. Checking her hair, she was surprised to see it was her natural color again. The brown hair dye potion had faded quicker than she realized. She'd worn a lot of disguises since she left town. It was hard to keep track. Zach Sanchez seemed to look through each one as he appeared at the bar. He said guardedly, Hello, stranger. What'll it be? Forgiveness with a hug. I have the apologies to pay for it. Red bowed her head. I'm sorry for the worry I caused you, past and present. The fire made me remember more than I wanted, and a little that I did. Like you. You remembered? Tears glinted in his eyes. Everything? She took his hand, sniffling back her own tears. Zach had been the first friend that she'd made in town. Their similar family losses had brought them together in middle school. About our epic friendship? Yeah. I read your diary. You spent years without anyone to trust. I get that you would wake up with your memories and be gun-shy. I'm still low-key hurt that I wasn't an exception. We go back farther than anyone. Consider it a compliment that I thought too much of your honor to ask for help with Vic, she said, wishing for a shot. Whiskey wasn't her drink, but anything sounded good right now. If she didn't have more driving to do, she might have ordered one. Vic told me that awful woman sacrificed herself for him, he said, lowering his voice. Is Ezra around? Red steeled herself for that possibility, despite not seeing his car in the parking lot. She'd never forget how his mother had died, on either occasion. This time, she was sure that Trudy Fox had passed. Zack groaned. No, don't remind me, I was trying to be discreet. The story with Ezra would take forever, and if you haven't noticed, the diner is slammed and I don't have a bartender. He quit because of the vamp attention and left with Maudette days ago. My staff schedule has been screwed ever since. Seriously? First Aisha Calloway is dating LaShawn and then Maudette runs off with Ezra? What have I missed? What do you expect? It's been months since you left. We couldn't put our lives on hold to wait for you. She hung her head. Why did she expect the town to stay the same when she'd changed so much? Maybe it was her last shred of naivety. What happened? It felt like a soap opera. You're lucky to have been elsewhere. He leaned on the bar. As for Maudette, she's had her bags half packed for years. I wouldn't be in debt if I had a few dollars for every time she told me she wanted to start a new chapter outside Charm. When she found out Vic was back and didn't call her, I think she snapped. Ezra offered her a spot in his getaway car. I don't even know if he told her where he was going before she accepted. She puffed out her lips, stumped for what to say. Ezra wasn't a surprise. He'd been interrogated and followed by Kristoff's minions since September. Why wouldn't he leave? Maudette was a shock. The diner wouldn't be the same without her. If Red had a chance to say hello again, she'd actually be able to remember their time together when she'd worked here in high school. The waitress had been Vic's longest romance in years, too. Red hadn't considered this consequence of his resurrection. I was speechless, too. She said she was too old for this shit, and it was adios. Zack shook his head half admiringly. It left me in a pinch, but I understood. Literally. Empath problems. Speaking of being too old for this shit, I have to get this place ready for Olivia Benston's private dinner party. You know her. She has to have all her special stuff delivered. It will be new age, bougie chic. Sounds like Olivia, Red said absently as his words jogged an idea. I have salt rock lamps to unload. One is practically as big as you. It will take both me and Bernardo to move it. She reached across the bar to hug her friend. Thank you. What did I do? Zack asked, hugging her back. What you do best. Give me hope. I'll try to get Stace back for Christmas. You better. My abuela made tamales with my cousins, he said after her as she scampered from the diner. Red called Kristoff and recorded a voicemail for the sleeping vampire as she got into her car. Hey, honey, Zack gave me an idea about Maxwell. He has his custom-made clothes, his imported charms, and if he's settling in England to hide, he'll have all his special stuff delivered. Your people should check orders with fine tailors, bookstores, and wine shops, especially if they cater to the supernatural or the brotherhood. When he meets other bards, he'll do his best to impress them with gifts. He doesn't skimp when it comes to bribing his followers. She ended the long message with a quick "I love you" before leaving for her next visit to Charm. Red waited in her car at the base of the road to Vic's house until she spotted LaShawn leaving for the village in his Prius. He'd ordered her to stay away. Hopefully he was going to the grocery store and not on a quick trip to the gas station. She trekked to the little brick house in the forested clearing at the hilltop. Her heart thumped as she parked. The beautiful view of the village was lost on her in her anxiety. What would be her welcome? She knocked on the front door. It's me. Vic answered in flannel pajamas, his black mullet stuck up in sleepy spikes. He had bags under his eyes from sleepless nights, but his color was healthy. Red could have thrown herself at him for a hug. Instead, she fidgeted on his front step. Hi. I thought for a moment there that LaShawn managed to scare you. Yeah, he did. I never saw him like that before. And now he's dating the sheriff. I'm not sure if I'm still allowed in this town. She said it lightly, like a joke, but it really wasn't. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Come on in, Vic said, waving her into his living room where the TV played to a blanket-covered couch. The salvaged used furniture had been replaced by new pieces in every shade of beige. LaShawn had certainly made his mark on the decor. The framed movie posters were the only hint of Vic's influence. A half-eaten bowl of chicken soup and a science fiction novel were on the coffee table. It was set up like the hunter had the flu, not returned from the dead. Are you sure? For fuck's sake. Vic wrapped her into a bear hug that she'd thought she'd never feel again. Patting her back, he said, "You're shaking like I'm about to hit ya." She leaned her head on his shoulder, relieved for the gruff comfort. "You'd have your reasons." He withdrew with a light brotherly punch to her arm. "I'm not mad to be alive. Though you could have been more sensitive with my baby bro. You know he's been crying to a therapist. It doesn't matter what I say about... Never mind." "About what?" "Where I was. Purgatory. I met the shadow beasts other meals." Incredibly, Vic smiled as he sat on the couch. A teary wonder shone in his gaze. He wiped his eyes. "I saw my sister Gracie. She protected me over there. You wouldn't believe it. I spent days with her. And Tom Constantine, too. I could thank you for that alone. 3 whole days with Gracie." "You were gone for months." "Not on my end. Spirit time, I guess. The nonstop news that some jerk left on in my hospital room clued me into the date. I can't tell if my hairstyle is in fashion or not." He muted the TV with the remote. "LaShawn left it on again while I was napping. Awful. Mainstream media, am I right?" She chuckled, still not believing it. "You're really calm. You should be pissed at me." Vic sighed, leaning back on the couch cushions. He rested his arms behind his head. "I got flashbacks from the last time you cured me without permission. The shock, surprise, and utter lack of warning. Can't lie about that. Then the nail-biting checkup to see if I'm still human. That was uber fun. I love a werewolf doctor telling me to bend and cough. I should have sealed you in the cellar at Christoph's cabin. You would have lived, and I still might have found a way out. Or you would have died, and I'd have lived long enough for your big bad vampire boyfriend to find me. Imagine what he'd do if I had hidden while you burned. A coward's way isn't how I live or die, and you know it." "That still didn't make it easier. I owed you for everything. Trudy's shadow creature couldn't be the end of your legend." "It was quite the plot twist," Vic said. "You didn't stay in that stinky tomb with Trudy and me. Where have you been?" "Tracking Maxwell," she wagged her finger. "That was totally your request, too. We went over what you wanted if someone killed you over a dozen times. I still haven't busted a cap in an ass like you always wanted, but I've logged more frequent flyer miles than you can imagine. Prague, Hong Kong, Brazil. I just got back from Napa." He stared at the muted TV with concern. "Wine country?" She followed his line of sight. A news report broadcast the Olson Hall fire. Winslow Olson's face plastered the screen, but small text on the bottom recorded the toll. 4 workers and Blaine Olson, age 17, were declared dead. Oh no, she'd thought only Winslow had died. Vic read her dismay and sagged into the couch. "That was you, wasn't it?" "I just meant to get Winslow. He was the Warlock's..." "Fuck," he said, rubbing his face. "Fuck. Fuck. This is more than collateral damage, Red. You don't set a house on fire with bystanders inside." "Those temp workers were innocent," she agreed, queasy from guilt. Who were the unnamed fire victims? She hoped it wasn't friendly Dougie or even surly Santa. "And that Olson teenager. Is this the kind of shenanigan you've been up to?" "Shit," Vic said, pinching the bridge of his nose with his eyes closed. He inhaled harshly. "This is my doing. What kind of crap mentor am I?" "Huh?" She pointed to herself. "I was the one who made that call in the Olson manor. Christoph tried to stop me too. Even worse. I'm Obi-Wan, and your killing younglings like this is the only good movie in the Star Wars prequels. I should have seen this coming." He sneered at himself. "You were force-choking guards like Darth Vader after your birthday, and all I said was, 'Cool, bro, get better at that.'" "What are you talking about? You're a great mentor." "I made you a badass hunter, but what have I really taught you? You came to me like unformed amnesiatic clay, After 2 years with me, arson is the least of your rap sheet. Hey, I remember everything, the good, the bad, and the juniper. There has been a parade of terrible men in my life. You've been the best. I don't know where I'd be without you. Not half as good, that's for sure. Vic sighed. What did I miss while I was sleeping? Because things have escalated. You remember your real life now? Yes. I'm working with Jacob Crispin and Stace to reveal Maxwell to the Bards. You've slept through a lot of research, buddy. Lucky me, he said. I don't want to give mixed messages about murder, because there's a difference between a good and bad kill, my intern. But you know you gotta gank this particular asshole. That's what I'm still figuring out. An unseen vehicle parked in the driveway outside. Damn those quiet electric cars, Vic said, peeking out the window. He motioned her to the kitchen back door. It's LaShawn. He's a werewolf. He can smell me, plus he already sees my rental. Go. I'll distract him before he scolds you to death. I'm serious. Get out of my house. We don't have a necromancer handy anymore. Fine, she said, bolting into the kitchen. She made it to the back step by the time the front door opened. Don't tell me that witch returned, LaShawn said. As she fled outside, she admired the false innocence in Vic's voice despite all the evidence to the contrary. What do you mean someone is here? He said, overly loud. Never mind that. I found something in Dad's trunk. It's a letter from Tom. Red dashed around the side of the house to her car. She slipped behind the wheel, bracing herself as she started the engine. Wincing, she sank in her seat as LaShawn appeared in the front door of the house. She peeled out of the driveway like a dashing rabbit. It was pure prey instinct. She wished she had brought some invisibility potion. It was easier to sneak around humans than werewolves. One Constantine brother still hated her. It was better than two. Chapter 25. December 21st, the winter solstice, London, England. Red rested her head on Kristoff's bare chest. He'd warmed to her temperature. Her heart still raced from their lovemaking, but his was quiet. It was silence that she craved when her thoughts were too loud. The alarm clock on the hotel nightstand broke through her blissful brain fog. It was 3 hours after sunset in London. They had a warlock to kill. Kristoff tapped the clock while his other hand stroked little patterns on her back. Your muscles are tense again. There goes all your hard work. Red kissed him before rolling over. She stretched on the edge of the bed. You kept me from thinking for the better part of an afternoon. That's quite a feat, considering my neurotic morning. We've beaten every detail of the plan into the ground. I see the surveillance pictures of the Hellfire Club in my sleep. We needed a break. He wrapped his arms around her, nuzzling her neck. She leaned her head back against his shoulder. Thanks for the blood, too. I had a lot, but I don't feel high. Just ready. We're going to get him this time. Kristoff nibbled her ear. The warlock's head is yours, my love. That's for your prince. I'm content to see it done. She kissed him deeply. He was too close to resist. Thank you. It hasn't been a simple quest, but you were my knight in shining armor. This has been the best vacation I've had in years. Good, because we still haven't been to Greece, Red said. The alarm clock sounded again. She turned it off before walking to the window. Opening the curtains partially, without a care for her nudity, she admired the snowy city. Lights glowed on the Thames River below. If the night's plan derailed, she'd have to flee England and never return. The dismal thought made her shiver and close the curtains. It couldn't fail. They had 3 different teams attacking Maxwell from 2 fronts, his reputation and his person. The warlock wouldn't see it coming, distracted by a holiday orgy at the Hellfire Club. His death would be the perfect gift to herself. Kristoff retrieved a long-sleeved green velvet mini-dress from the armoire. I still vote for this one. Your legs would look fantastic. She struck a model pose with a laugh. Yes, but we're taking an invisibility potion for much of the night. I think the outfit from Hong Kong is a better choice if and when it comes to a fight. We aren't planning for one. And yet they seem to find me. She dressed in black slim-fit trousers concealed under a matching split skirt, and tugged on a steel-boned corset that protected like Kevlar. Help a girl out with her laces. Kristoff smiled. Modern men wouldn't know what to do with corset strings. This is a benefit to dating a vampire. I also know exactly how to avoid scurvy, drive a mule team, and churn butter. I'll ask you to do all three tomorrow. Red shooed him toward his hanging suit, then went into the bathroom. She smoke cleansed her aura with sage, the mystical equivalent of dry shampoo for the soul. After applying only simple makeup, she put her natural red hair into a black lace snood. Neat black gloves completed her outfit. Maybe she was a villain, but she looked good. She wasn't creating a costume this time. When Maxwell saw her again, he would know her face. Kristoff's phone rang as she left the bathroom. He was buttoning his cufflinks as he propped the phone between his neck and shoulder to answer. Netta, what's the update? Eavesdropping, Red slipped 2 vials of invisibility potion into a hidden skirt pocket beside a dagger. She'd memorized their itinerary. Did it change? Stace and Crispin should be preparing themselves in their own hotel on the other side of the city. The official business of the consortium had ended in the Grand Library to give way for the all-night gathering. The older bards would have departed to change for their own separate parties. Netta didn't allow Kristoff a word in the call. He cursed in check and hung up. The head bard, Joan Cormoran, was spotted entering the Hellfire Club. She brought personal guards. We expected high-ranking bards. That was higher than we wanted, but I shouldn't be surprised. Red composed the anger threatening to shoot flames from her fingertips. The betrayal from the Brotherhood hurt. It seals the Hellfire Club as the location. The warlock prides himself on his friends. The investigators had followed her lead to look for suspicious shipments of charms, magic relics, and fine gifts. It had led to orders at the best gentleman's tailor in London, who was a favorite among the bards. Other deliveries marked the club as Maxwell's most likely hiding spot. They'd planned to raid it and spy for him. The prince's best minions waited for a signal to strike. Nearby alchemists were on standby for mystical support. Perenelle had ordered her gendarme to kill the warlock on sight. Stace's Yakuza connections were monitoring other likely venues. It wouldn't take long for their Japanese allies to come to the Hellfire. Most were demons. Kristoff said, We'll need to take greater care, Red. Joan Cormoran is popular. According to rumor, she's petty too. She won't appreciate being outed as a Hellfire Club patron. Your people can edit that out of the online dossier before they drop it tonight. They did the same with Prince Merrick's dark gift and other details, she said. Crispin and Stace were unknowingly spreading a few lies amid many truths. It didn't change the reality of the dangerous warlock in the Brotherhood. Kristoff helped her into a faux fur coat. I'll send the order while we taxi to meet the others in our little cabal. I won't be able to eat a single bite because of my nerves. By the time they'd reached the restaurant, situated dead center by a train station between the Grand Library and the Hellfire Club, Red was ready to eat her skirt. She blinked at the fast food sign above the door. Orange-red signs beckoned them to order at the counter. Nando's? I thought that was a joke. We're very overdressed then. Kristoff chuckled, resting his hand on her back as he guided her inside the brightly lit chain eatery. Stace said she was taking us to an English institution. The half-fae waved from a corner table with a family plate of peri-peri chicken, fries, and water cups. There were 4 waiting chairs. Who was the extra seat for? As Red and Kristoff sat, Stace said, Dig in. I've already started. Don't worry about appearances. The old guy placed a charm under the table that will make witnesses ignore and forget us. Red examined the katana, leaning by the half-fae's chair. I wondered how you smuggled that in. I should have taken you to fish and chips, but before I moved abroad, this place was my favorite as a kid. When I'm in town, it's my second stop after a good curry. South African chicken, Indian curry. Do you eat any English food when you're in England? Kristoff asked. Oi, Stace said. And yes, breakfast. It's the best in the world. Red said. This isn't the time to debate beans in the morning. Where is Crispin? Kristoff pointed toward the men's room over her shoulder. She twisted in her chair to find Vic Constantine beside the aged bard. Vic approached the table in a leather bomber jacket with a backward trucker hat. He grabbed the water cup in front of Red. Don't tell me you sipped from mine. She laughed, glancing between him and Stace. Where did you find him? Crispin smiled, leaning on his cane. I required a bard in good standing. I could think of no better than a Constantine man. Red hugged Vic. Lashon is going to blame me for this, but it's good to see you. Like I would miss the comeuppance for that fucking guy, he said, sitting between her and Crispin at the table. I heard about your online offensive on the Warlock. None of the vampire eggheads can hack the Brotherhood email system to spam it with your dossier. I got a buddy in IT who owes me. While my beautiful assistants are distracting the consortium, Stace asked, We're beautiful assistants now? Crispin huffed, Indeed. Vic leaned back in his chair with a hacker's confidence. I'll get the tech done. You always do, Red said, clapping him on the shoulder. Something in her chest relaxed. It was a tension that she hadn't known she'd been holding. A job didn't seem as big with Vic on her team. Eat, Stace said, gesturing at the food. I sound like my Aunt Gina, but evil is vanquished best on a full stomach. It'll be a long night. Red forced herself to stay in the present, basking in the presence of the people she loved most in the world. The warmth of the bright restaurant masked the chilling tick of the clock. Soon, the plates were clear and evil awaited. Stace handed her the charm from under the table. A bronze coin was attached to a small suction cup on a yellow string. Everyone needs to notice me tonight. I don't need a charm to make people ignore me. You might. Definitely, Red said, placing the coin charm in her coat pocket. She hugged her friends and wished them well as they separated outside to their cars. Vic pulled her aside on the sidewalk before she ducked into the dark SUV with Kristoff. After this, I have some serious mentoring to do with you. You're demoted to intern again. I know I fucked up with Olson Hall. You're right. Hey, it's more than the manslaughter. When I talked to Tom Constantine in the Beyond, he told me about the family mistake that I have to clean up. The one my dad wrote to me about in his letter. That mistake was you. She winced. Oh, not like that. You were sent back to the future with a spell that took you to the Constantine heir. The idea was to protect you and get you back on your feet to make up for what Iron Jack did. If Dad was still alive, he would have known exactly what to do. We wouldn't be in this situation. It seems like you knew what to do. You saved me, didn't you? She remembered him lifting her from a desolate creek bed before driving her to the hospital 2 years ago. It was the start of a friendship that had lasted until his death, and then some. The Brotherhood sees you as a villain, Vic said, glancing down at her dark outfit and fur coat with a raised eyebrow. You don't have to play into it and dress like a gothic assassin. There's a right way and a wrong way to bring him down. Got a clue what that is? It's like pornography. You'll know it when you see it. Start by not killing anyone who isn't trying to kill you. I'll remember, Red said. My inner Jiminy Cricket always sounds like you. I'm a semi-functioning college dropout who can drink a biker under the table. I've been banned from Disneyland for fighting Donald Duck. Vic grimaced, patting her arm. Get better idols. Nah, she said. He left at Stace's holler. His path would take him to the inner sanctum of the Brotherhood. Tonight, he would right his adopted family's wrongs. Her unfinished business wouldn't be as high-minded. Revenge was too personal for that. Red climbed into the back of the SUV beside Kristoff. He took her hand as their undead driver navigated through congested streets. A cold rain slapped the windows, blurring the city into streaks of light. She meditated, drawing on the calm that Trudy Fox had tried to instill in her. When she met the Warlock, she would strike without hesitation, as Iron Jack Constantine had taught her. She wouldn't harm an innocent along the way. A lifetime of mentors, some as good as Vic, and others as evil as Quinn Burns without a soul, had prepared her for this battle. When the car parked outside the Hellfire Club, she applied blood red lipstick. It was war paint. The longest night of the year had truly begun. Chapter 26. December 21st evening, London, England. The Hellfire Club. Red adjusted the domino mask on her eyes as she stepped out of the car under the driver's umbrella. She patted the charm in her skirt pocket to awaken its magic. Stace had given it to her to repel attention. She'd need the help tonight. Kristoff took her arm to escort her into the notorious Hellfire Club. They were to confirm Maxwell's presence before alerting a stealth strike squad. An all-out assault in the center of London would make international news and provoke the local Supreme. This was a precision operation to avoid collateral damage. Vic would have wanted it that way. She remembered the White Mansion tucked into an exclusive neighborhood well for a place she'd visited only once. It was an overly memorable evening. The Hellfire Club prided itself on such. In 1718, the Duke of Wharton had established the first incarnation of the club. Its members were mere dabblers in the occult in the beginning. The Enlightenment had driven it underground, where it flourished through the centuries to become a global chain selling sin to the rich and supernatural. The Mother House, as the original location was called, was considered the most decadent of all. Her third eye scanned the neon sigils on the building as she approached. Imperceptible to normal eyes, the symbols glowed. There were too many to decipher. She fortified her borrowed charm with more magic and the intention to be ignored. Kristoff flashed a golden membership token at the front gate. "I'm listed under Spencer, first name Frederick." The black uniformed man kept looking at his phone as he gestured them inside. Her charm was working. He barely seemed to notice them. Yeah, right, Mr. Spencer." Red kept from reacting to the alias as she strode over the yard flagstones. They were supposed to assume the names of alchemists that had been supplied by Perenelle Flamel. Kristoff had used that unexpected alias when they'd last infiltrated the club in 1900. It was originally Lucas's. Her boyfriend had an odd sense of humor to maintain a membership with the society in that name. Life with a vampire came with a sense of how many inside jokes and references eternity could bring. A massive door decorated with a visage of the Green Man dominated the stately front entrance. The pale, freckly doorman scratched his crotch as he seemingly zoned out. Kristoff tapped a handicapped button at the foot of the side ramp to automatically open the door. It didn't stir the young man from his distant stare. Red held Kristoff's arm as they approached a short antechamber. It contained a walk-through metal detector that seemed retrofitted for magic, too. Crystals glowed on the top. With the amount of magic within, other sensors would be useless inside. If she got her hidden potion and charms through here, she was home free. She planned to drink the invisibility potion before entering. It seemed unnecessary. Two guards chatted about a football match without a glance at the new arrivals. Red and Kristoff bypassed security for an interior door. This room felt more familiar than the last. A dark hardwood floor contrasted the all-white decor in a hexagonal lobby. 3 large red doors on the far walls drew the eye as they had on her first visit. The floor had been tiled before. Strange magic lingered over the building as it had in her memories. The Hellfire Club promised to introduce its members to the 7 deadly sins. Enchantments around the premises amplified the vibe and loosened inhibitions. Protective wards fortified the place from mystical attack. She'd have to be closer to sense the separated piece of her magic. On guard since Budapest, the warlock would likely have it on him to power his amulets and relics. It should be a sizable amount, but there was too much energetic interference to pinpoint its direction. A circular desk divided the lobby that was otherwise as bare as a gallery. 2 young women, one alabaster white and the other ebony black, with features eerily similar enough to be twins, sat behind the desk. They put their heads together and giggled when Kristoff approached the desk. Red held back because she needed the clerks to notice him long enough to press the button that unlocked the real club entrance. 2 of the 3 doors in the lobby were decoys. Legend claimed they led to dungeons where the most sadistic members were allowed to prey on intruders. A spell supposedly switched their order like a shell game nightly. "Mr. Spencer, it's a pleasure to see you again," one twin cooed. The other twirled a dark curl around her finger. "Your usual poker table is filled, sir." Red stiffened at the flirty tone. It was from déjà vu, not jealousy. The club had made superficial renovations, but it was essentially the same. She could say that for herself. Iron Jack had given her a blank slate, and she'd written an old story on it. The realization pinched her. Christoph said, "I can take in a game later, Aphrodisia. I have a guest to entertain. What about my second favorite sin?" "Lust has been moved to another room tonight, sir. You'll see the signs if you don't feel it." "Private party, eh?" Christoph asked. He was fishing, but his bored demeanor made it seem like small talk during a transaction. Aphrodisia said, "I can't say. It's that private." "My party will be more fun." Christoph gave a friendly wink to the desk girls before he directed Red to the automatically opening door on the left. It led to a coat check at the top of a wide, curling staircase to a subterranean lounge. This area had the excited energy of a tourist train station where people waited in anticipation before heading on holiday. A cafe serving gourmet tapas claimed one side, leaving the other free for milling groups of masked patrons. Some wore masks as elaborate as a Venetian masquerade, but many had simple black silk over their eyes. The beautiful men and women with revealed faces seemed to be the waitstaff or the entertainment. A stream of patrons disappeared into an open archway in the far corner. That was where the action began, as she recalled. After they checked their coats and descended the stairs, Red said, "Why didn't you use the other names? That was why we got new ID cards." Christoph shrugged with the unrepentance of a demon. Mischief glittered in his eyes. "We had Stace's charm. This was an even better idea. If that doorman actually entered the name into his phone, it's still under Lucas's record. I only pay for it. My sire can deal with the consequences." "You've ordered unpaid pizzas to be delivered to him, haven't you?" She rolled her eyes with a giggle at his pettiness. Her feelings for Lucas were complex, but her ones for Maxwell were very clear. That sobered her. The warlock could be anywhere among the masked. She covered her fear with a joke. "I forgot that this place invented the eyes wide shut aesthetic before that Tom Cruise movie. Indulgence attracts blackmail for the top tax brackets. A disguise is a must in case of future public denials. They call this chamber purgatory," Christoph said. "The Hellfire Club becomes a labyrinth of hallways and rooms beyond here. It's bigger than it seems. There isn't any available space left in London, except for underground." "There are many players and many ears, I remember." She stilled as she noticed a large gold-framed mirror on the wall. Christoph's reflection was beside hers. She'd gotten so used to not seeing him in one that it was a shock. "I know," he said wistfully. "It's an incredibly rare artifact. I'm not the only vampire who pays the exorbitant membership dues to see my own reflection. A photo isn't the same." "You look good." He brushed his shoulders with a grin that almost masked his earlier sadness. "I look great. This suit is imported." "My dress has pockets," she said delightedly, demonstrating. Her dark gown appeared to be couture, but it was designed for the defensive. The steel-boned corset could deflect a knife, and the long split skirt hid pants and other supplies. "And you have your birthday gift on," he said, but the real conversation was in their glances. He had told her to be ready to use the necklace. The emerald pendant was etched with the sign of the triple goddess. She'd charmed it to alert her allies at the first sign of the warlock. She replied in idle pleasantries that neither paid as much attention to as they did their surroundings. They were the first scouts before Prince Marek's best warriors descended on the club. Perenelle had the gendarme waiting outside to tamper with the building's enchantments. The threat of supernatural exposure and the high risk of raiding the building made it vital to positively identify the target. This was the Brotherhood's backyard, and the head bard was supposedly here. That was a possible casualty that she couldn't come back from. Red sternly reminded herself that she couldn't be a maverick like on the last job. Kristoff steered them toward the interior archway into a vestibule decorated with portraits and mounted animal heads. Doors lined the wall on the left. A man exited one with a springing hare carved into the wood. The chatter of a poker tournament echoed behind him. Greedy ambition gripped her. She was good with cards. Why not try a game? She pinched herself to ignore the urge. It was from the sin enchantment over the room. She walked faster past another door marked with a charging goose. Wrath was behind it. She already felt enough of that. The extent of her memories ended at the goose. She remembered the vestibule leading to a stairwell back in the day. It now ended with French doors decorated with bees. What sin was in there? The club is charmed to disorient and beguile, Kristoff said as he opened a door etched with a stag. I'll still be able to sniff out our prey. She sensed a trace of her magic, a brief spark, then it faded. Her spirit gaze couldn't find it in the ethereal fumes from the house spells that poured from the open door. It led to a stairwell. What's this way? The other reason why we made love today, Kristoff said. Gird your loins. The staircase brought them deeper underground to a luxurious white corridor that smelled like Madagascar vanilla. A restroom was open at the foot of the stairs. Model lookalikes waited in lingerie by an opaque glass entrance farther down the hall. The porno soundtrack within was enough of a clue as to the sin behind that door. Kristoff suddenly looked even better than usual. Red stroked his strong jaw, confused as to why he was in a rush. He was entirely too kissable. They had time, right? Red withdrew from him with a small smack to her own hand. Inappropriate horniness, girl. The lust enchantment was like magical Viagra. She fortified her mental chastity belt by thinking of Maxwell. He could dry the Pacific. She asked, What do you sense? Kristoff wrinkled his nose. This stripper perfume is intense. I can't smell our mark over the other human odors either. There are 3 guards just out of sight in a corner, however. Let me try. She closed her eyes, concentrating on filtering out the background energy. Her lost magic called to her. It was close. It should be on the left of the fork in the hall. The amount wasn't as much as the terrarium, but beckoned her like a beacon. It was the last piece of her puzzle. Maxwell was here. She touched her emerald necklace, debating whether to trigger a silent spell. It would be like a signal flare to her allies. She wanted visual confirmation first. Red nudged Kristoff into the bathroom. As she whispered their next direction, she handed him a vial of the invisibility potion. It doesn't last as long with vampires. We don't need to waste it. My people can be here in minutes. How long have we been after this guy? Now we've waltzed into his favorite magic sex club without a problem. She shook her head, imagining Maxwell Baldacci's smirk. He always has a trick up his sleeve. Better invisible than otherwise. Cheers, then, he said. They drowned the potions in sync. A toast to revenge. She grimaced. May it taste better than that. I think it's working on you, Kristoff said as he vanished. I'll go first, then you. Remember, no touching anyone, even me. The potion's magic could be broken by a stray elbow. She crept out of the bathroom. Invisible like her, he would have no trouble following her by her heartbeat. They had only a few minutes until the gendarme cracked the club's mystical wards and the minions snuck inside. She wanted the first shot at the warlock. Red tiptoed down the corridor past the guards, then took a left. The proximity to her magic quickened her pace. This short hall looked like the other, except for the woman in butterfly wings at the end, who monitored a velvet rope at a grand double doorway. A sign on an adjacent gilded easel read Private Reservation. The sex sounds coming from inside weren't anything that Red wanted to see from her nemesis Maxwell. Assassination had its ugly sides. She pressed herself against the wall as she crept closer to the fake butterfly. Her magic was in that private party. Once that door opened, she'd slip inside. A werewolf is nearby, Kristoff whispered, his invisible form closer than she expected. She bit her tongue to stop it from cursing. Now the wolves wanted in on her plan. They could have volunteered. Two men strode down the hall in suits that barely contained their muscles. By their thick dark hair, rugged features, and wild tawny auras, they were from the Gonzales pack. One held a gym bag, a rifle bulged inside. It could have been a tennis racket, but he didn't look like he had come for games. The wolves obviously had their own plan to avenge Jackson. How they'd gotten into the Hellfire would have been an impressive tale, but she was merely irritated. Their revenge mission was crashing into hers. If they didn't actually kill the warlock after this shenanigan, Red would be pissed. The sexy door monitor greeted the men as she checked a list on her phone. A wolf paw batted her to the side before she could ask for their names. She whimpered, hitting the wall, and bent her costume wings. She fled in high heels. Half shifted, the wolf rammed the doors down. His partner, still in human form, raised an automatic rifle from his bag. He yelled as he marched into the chamber, "It's over, Warlock!" Red ran to the damaged entry, peering inside. "Shit!" "Shit," the werewolf said louder, drowning out her surprise. "We only want him." A dozen very dressed and very armed bards shielded Maxwell Baldacci and Joan Cormoran, the head bard. The spacious chamber was decorated in purple and silver floor pillows for an orgy. Vintage pornography was projected onto the north wall to provide the sound effects for the illusion. Red knew the Hellfire Club was too easy to infiltrate. He'd outwitted her again. This was a trap to suss out his enemies and reveal them in the worst light to a woman who could order thousands of hunters, bards, and champions into battle. Joan wore her signature tweed suit. Maxwell wore a leather pouch containing Red's magic on a thong around his neck. It was identical to the one he'd lost on her failed funeral pyre. The warlock smiled as he rested his hand on his powerful ally's shoulder. She was all the protection he needed, or so he thought. Red reached out with her magic, summoning the air to her will, and coiled it into a noose. She jerked it around Baldacci's neck. He wheezed, clawing at his bruising throat. Red tightened the air spell into a garrote. She'd finally caught him. Chapter 27. December 21st evening. London, England, the Hellfire Club. Drunk on invisibility and near victory, Red had crashed the Hellfire party to throttle Maxwell with her magic. The armed bards looked between the flailing warlock, who appeared to be choking on air, the startled head bard, and the two visible intruders. A soundtrack of cheesy 70s porn gave the standoff a sleazy surrealness. The werewolves looked more confused than anyone. Maxwell purpled, gargling a satisfyingly pained grunt. He grabbed a glass charm from his pocket, pressing it to his throat. The protection batted Red's attack away. She winced as her magic boomeranged at her. She tried again, but her elemental spells kept deflecting from him. Maxwell rubbed his neck and scanned the room. If he were a true mage, he would have noticed the direction of her spell. "We have greater problems than these werewolves. That was a psychic assault. My ruse has lured other enemies of the Brotherhood, as I foretold. The consortium will be next." Joan Cormoran lifted her chin to address the would-be assassins. "Wolf, is your pack circling my library?" "We have a blood debt to collect. More will come," the werewolf said, as his fully shifted partner growled at the warlock. "We know who you are, lady. I wouldn't expect to see you here." Joan didn't move a muscle, but her expression shifted into wary caution. "Who have you told?" Maxwell nodded to the bards, who shot the werewolves quickly with dart guns. Groaning, the shifters fell over into drooling unconsciousness. The warlock said, "Thanks to Wolfsbane, they won't tell anyone. Not even the Hellfire Club will know what happened. I will ensure that the shifters are erased like so many others." "We haven't seen werewolves and vampires work together against the Brotherhood in centuries." Joan shook her head, rubbing the cross around her neck. "I wouldn't have believed it." "Seeing is believing. It's why I asked you to this loathsome place," Maxwell said. "The vampires killed Jacob Crispin to keep this secret. The wolves have been hounding me since the old man passed on the warning." Red sneered at the blatant lie. He looked so sad yet determined, as if he was following his duty despite grief. His former henchwoman, Neve Morgan, couldn't have hoped to be as good an actor. And the Oscar goes to. Stace's voice interrupted the mental sarcasm. It sounded from the speakers instead of breathy, feigned orgasms. Red pivoted to her friend's projected image on the wall. The Halfay was on a stage at the Grand Librairie with a very alive-looking Crispin. A timestamp and logo labeled it as the consortium's live stream. A blown-up image of Maxwell with Gary O'Sullivan was behind her. Both were damning visuals. Stace announced, "This man plots with unsold vampires. He corrupts other bards, and he's killed innocents. Open your email and you'll find the evidence. His most recent lies began with." Red grinned. At least that part of the plan was going right. Maxwell's flair for drama and spectacle had provided useful AV equipment. She looked around for Christoph, knowing the redirected display was his doing. Where was that hunk? He always tried to grant her wishes. Was he still at the projector in the corner? It was irritating how this potion disguised them from each other. "What is this?" Joan asked Maxwell. "I see that Crispin is alive, and you're chummy with O'Sullivan? He is a Class A threat. That's a champion denouncing you. What do you have to say for yourself?" "That so-called heroine has lovers among the werewolves and other demons," he screamed as deep puncture wounds suddenly gushed on his neck. Christoph materialized as he bit the warlock. The bards leaped on the newly visible vampire, bludgeoning him with the butts of their guns. He held on like a pit bull. Joan Cormoran brandished a blessed silver cross in his face. The holy symbol forced Christoph to recoil. He dodged his attackers to retreat to Red's side. A bard tripped and landed at her feet. His finger barely touched her boot. It was enough to break the invisibility spell. "How are you still alive?" Maxwell yelled, gawking at Red. Red reached into her skirt for a dagger. Throwing it, she used magic to keep the aim true on the warlock. The blade zoomed to him, locked on target with his heart. She visualized it following him wherever he went. His wide eyes followed the flying dagger. He tugged the head bard in front of him for cover. The knife zagged and slammed into Joan Cormoran's chest. Her blood spurted on the floor, and she staggered back into his arms. He gaped in feigned outrage. "What have you done, witch? Get her!" Every bard aimed at Red. She shielded herself and Christoph with fortified air as bullets rained on her. It happened so quickly. Her ears buzzed as she gaped at the dead woman. There was a right and a wrong way to bring down Maxwell, Vic had said. She'd found the worst way. Christoph tossed a couch at the bards as they paused to reload. It knocked the guns from their hands. He charged them, fighting 3 at once. "If I fail, the immortal alchemist will come next, warlock." Maxwell paled, dropping the head bard, and opened a portal. Red chased him, jumping into the mystical passageway before it closed. She couldn't let him escape again. He had to pay. She rolled in an ungainly heap on a hardwood floor under bright lights. A crowd gasped at her appearance. Squinting, she barely made out the sight of an auditorium until her vision adjusted. She staggered to her feet on the Grand Library stage as a pink flash blinded her anew. Stace shot an incandescent current at the warlock from her fingertips. Maxwell pulled a small iron horseshoe out of his suit jacket. The metal deflected the energy blast. He begged the assembled consortium on his knees. "Trial. I beg for a fair trial. Give a humble bard solstice sanctuary." Red sprinted to him, kicking the iron out of his hands. She held him by the arm. As a hunter and a courtesan, she'd worked exclusively in secret. The entire Brotherhood knew her face now. It didn't matter how many witnesses they had. This ended tonight. "Do it, Stace." The half-face summoned a glowing magenta orb. It crackled with pure energy. Indecision twisted her mouth as she reeled her arm back. Her eyes darted to the bards who trotted onto the stage with crossbows and fire extinguishers. She flung the orb. Red ripped the leather thong from Maxwell's neck and dodged for cover behind the podium. She clutched the crude necklace, absorbing the magic inside. Starbursts created rainbows in her vision. The filters lifted from her connection to the universe, nature, and the mysteries that shamans strained to understand. power rippled through her, joyfully returning life to the patches of her spirit that she'd assumed were dead. She felt expanded, full, complete. Goosebumps rose on her arms. Green sparks shimmered over her aura. She wept. It had taken 10 years divided over 2 different centuries, but she was finally whole. Her final piece slotted into place. Red wiped the tears from her cheeks and stood to watch the warlock's end. She couldn't believe it until she saw it. The Fey energy had split into 5 thick ropes to bind him. He jerked as if tased. Bards with extinguisher tanks circled him. They sprayed a loud blast of gray foam. It must have been iron-infused, because the foam doused the spell. Maxwell flopped to the ground. For a brief shining moment she thought he was dead. It felt better than sex. Then he took a labored, unconscious breath. Red sprinted to him with a growing fireball in her hand. 2 bards blocked her way with crossbows. "What are you doing?" Red yelled as more Englishmen flooded the stage. Vic's imaginary voice asked, "Wasn't there enough killing?" It took every shred of her self-control not to conjure a conflagration. "Justice," one steel-haired bard said, gesturing to the others to collect the prone evildoer. They obeyed him without question. "We don't slaughter our own without trial." "No," Red boiled from the hypocrisy. Where was her trial when Maxwell sent assassins after her with the Brotherhood's clandestine blessing? "He needs to die." The unknown bard said, "The Brotherhood can arrest him and bestow the correct punishment. Mission accomplished." Stace held Red back as she lunged for the warlock. She dragged her friend backstage. The thick curtain dampened the sound of the chaos in the Grand Library auditorium. Red broke free and planted herself in the wings, where she could still see Maxwell. He was drooling and had pissed his pants, but unfortunately still lived. The fact was like acid on her soul. She lifted her hands to summon another invisible noose of air for him. Stace shook her. "Chill. That order came from Felix Williams, the second highest ranking bard. Everyone is watching us. Some are mages. They're making a mistake, and you know it. I have eyes, so yes, I see it. But he's thrown himself at the mercy of the consortium. A solstice sanctuary is traditional," Stace said. Her delicate face hardened. "I hate this for us." Crispin hobbled with his cane to them. He watched with a satisfied air as his colleagues handcuffed the unconscious Maxwell to a wheelchair. "This ordeal is finally over." "It's not," Red said. She swiftly texted a warning to Kristoff. He should have already fled the Hellfire Club, but he couldn't come for her. He needed to break the bad news to his boss. "I promised seriously powerful people that Maxwell would die tonight if we worked together. That fragile truce is over. He won't last long in a jail cell if he doesn't escape first." "He won't," Crispin said. "The head bard herself couldn't save him." "I have to leave now," Red said at the grim reminder. Her friends might be seen as heroes, but she wasn't one. She had come to England with the fear that she'd never return. The head bard's death fulfilled that hunch. "Stay on guard with him, Stace." "Are you sure? This is the time for champagne. A little, at least. Or just drinking in general." 100%, Red said, undeterred. "Which is the closest street exit?" "Allow me to show you," Crispin offered in gentlemanly fashion. He was faster than he seemed as he guided her backstage to a narrow hall. "Straight on, you'll find the door outside." "Thanks, Crispin, for everything." She felt thick-headed as she said it, but there wasn't any time. Soon enough, he wouldn't want anything to do with her. It was an accident, but Joan was the leader of the Brotherhood. He patted her shoulder. It was a hard fight. "Step away from her, Crispin," Felix Williams called out from the middle of an armed escort. A tranquilizer dart pierced her stomach before he finished speaking. Red batted the second shot away with her magic. The swirl of a sedative hit her like a sucker punch. It shattered her concentration. She dropped to her knees as a bard handcuffed her arms behind her back. Anti-witchcraft cuffs bound her power. She strained against the metal, but she couldn't feel any magic. A cruel separation. It felt like Satan's brand of irony after all she'd endured to regain her power. "What is the meaning of this?" Crispin demanded. "She is a hunter with our order who has only served faithfully." Felix Williams held his fury behind a cracking glacial veneer. "She is under arrest for the murder of the head bard. I have witnesses." Red didn't say anything as she was hauled to her feet. There should be a dozen witnesses. "What are you going to do with me?" "I promised one villain a trial," Felix said, as if the concession hurt him. "I must, by honor, offer the same right to another. Take her to Stone Tree Prison with the warlock." "Is that the old monastery?" She bowed her head at Crispin's disappointed nod and smiled. The winter solstice had ended in a Pyrrhic victory, yet her war wasn't over. She'd escaped Stone Tree before. If Maxwell was going with her, she still had a chance to kill him. Vengeance would be served. Epilogue. December 28th, evening, London, England. Jacob Crispin entered the busy curry shop on Brick Lane with trepidation. Heat steamed the windows with condensation. He was relieved that street passers-by couldn't witness this meeting. The new head bard, Felix Williams, would have held Crispin under guard if he knew. Happy diners clustered the cramped tables in two narrow aisles. The waiters breezed through the crush with naan and tandoori. Crispin relied on his cane to maneuver to the back. Weeks with untainted food and drink had led to recovery, but he had a fraction of his previous strength. Maxwell Baldacci had guaranteed the slow decline through his old network of minions and spies, as he had so many other secret assaults against his enemies. That cunning had enfolded Julia Crispin in a conspiracy in Los Angeles over a year ago. In his daughter's field journal, Jacob had discovered that the warlock, under an alias, had encouraged the girl and directed her with clues that led to her death. It had solidified his hate more than the nursing home poisonings or damage to his reputation. Was that why he had agreed to this appointment? Crispin could have ignored the email invitation after he deleted it. Baldacci was imprisoned, awaiting a trial that was sure to end in execution. The nightmare was over. Julia would receive justice. And yet Red's warning had haunted his sleep. The warlock will escape. He opened a door labeled janitorial between the kitchen and the bathroom. Slipping inside and closing it, he stopped between sagging shelves of cleaning supplies and custodial buckets. A false back wall hung open to expand the closet into a hidden room. The dread-inspiring appointment waited inside. He deepened his breathing to calm his heart. His doctor had prescribed so many medicines for it. The last weeks had challenged their efficiency, vision adjusting to the dim light. He stiffened his grip on his cane. He couldn't show fear. A vampire waited at a table for him under a bare, hanging light bulb. The illumination whittled the shadows on his strikingly handsome features. It gave a clear view of the demon behind the piercing blue eyes. Blond and broad-shouldered, Christoph Novak was a beast who wore the face of a civilized man. He dominated the small room with his presence. The three lurking minions seemed as insignificant as the shabby background of produce boxes in contrast. "I'm glad you came," Novak said. He shook Crispin's hand with a grip that had been roughened by hard labor before immortality preserved it. A former minion, he'd long since become a master. He'd accomplished the promotion in an astonishing 25 years after death. Crispin quelled his unease as he joined the vampire at the table. The Brotherhood had documented Christoph Novak since the exploits in the last Bloodline War that had earned him the moniker the Beast of Cologne in his early years of undeath. His criminal activity in the last century had led to his business empire in this one. He had been sired by Lucas Crawford, but his early ability to thrive in human society must have been instilled by Quinn Burns. Adapting to the modern age, he was a vampire sure to survive into the far future. It made him a dangerous foe or friend. Crispin had no illusions that he could escape this room if the conversation turned. Old and tired, he should be retired. Duty to a colleague had brought him here. Red is alive and well in captivity. Is Stone Tree Prison known for its accommodations? How did Novak know where she was? Crispin kept the shock from his face. The witch's friends had been fed lies about her location. Christoph Novak leaned his elbows on the table, steepling his fingers in contemplation. It was a stoic facade. His vampiric fangs crept over his human canines. My love tracked a traitorous murderer who has participated in numerous Brotherhood scandals and war crimes. Her reward is imprisonment. I'm a soulless vampire, so maybe that limits my understanding. But where is the justice? She killed Joan Cormoran. Maxwell Baldacci used the head bard as a human shield. I saw it. I'm aware of the evidence, but I'm neither the judge nor the jury. Crispin had seen Joan as a sad casualty of friendly fire and voiced the sentiment. His opinion had been held as biased in light of his voting record. He had supported others in leadership, but he mourned her nevertheless. You wanted a report on our friend. Will you allow me to give it to you? Novak narrowed his eyes as he nodded. Crispin faltered as bravado failed him. He had double-checked his discovery by sending a sample of Red's blood to an alchemist connection. A prison doctor had noticed the irregularity in her results during an intake checkup. If the other man wasn't a mage and hadn't thought to check for the mystical, the issue would have been overlooked. Speak! Novak demanded. Red is healthy. She is being kept comfortable with supplies I've donated. There isn't reason to suspect that she will earn more than jail time at her trial for accidental manslaughter. Yet there is cause for concern. Her blood samples were sent to a lab. A wary stillness overcame Christoph Novak. He ceased the feigned breathing and blinking to mimic the signs of human life. It was like sitting across from a mannequin. His paranormal otherness was stark without the act. Crispin said, She isn't quite human anymore. It appears to be a supernatural contagion. I've had the recent samples compared to a previous checkup in Arizona. Something has changed. How so? Demonically so? Energetic readings were inconclusive but provocative. The prison doctor ordered x-rays and MRIs. Her physiology is shifting in her jaw. A sensory test proved that she is more sensitive to light and sound. I saw in her eyes that she was willing to do anything to vanquish the warlock. This is unlike the woman I've known before. Do you know if she resorted to extreme measures to defeat him? Used a spell or a potion that could transform her? Christoph didn't move, yet his reserved face tightened. He knew something, but what? Minuscule, the expression would have been lost if Crispin hadn't been closely observing. The vampire smiled. It wasn't a friendly gesture, merely a show of fangs. Red took measures appropriate to the threat that we faced. I know why you invited me, but I can't reveal her location or how to free her, Crispin said. It felt like a joke. He was speaking to a witness to the original soul curse at the Stone Tree Monastery. The building had become a prison, but it hadn't moved. He sighed. Any escape attempt would hurt her at trial. It's a farce. The truth will prevail, Crispin said. The words felt weak on his lips. We're both too old to believe that, Christoph said with a contemptuous glance. Continue to look after her. You owe her that much. Dread tightened Crispin's chest. He kept his voice steady as the palpitations started. What are you planning? I'll keep the communication lines open. Christoph buttoned his suit jacket as he stood. He exited the room with a king's confidence as his minions flanked him. Crispin reached into his pocket for his heart pills. What had Red gotten herself into? It was worse than it appeared. He'd assured her that their ordeal was over. The night at the consortium would go down in legend, but it didn't feel like an ending anymore. Like the first chapter in a book, what would the next pages reveal? He couldn't retire yet. The vampire wouldn't be the only one interested in the Brotherhood's newest prisoners. Would either make it to trial. The Red Witch Chronicles continues in Prison Witch. If you want to know more about Red's past life in the Victorian Age, read the spin-off series that begins with A Time of Demons and Destiny, about the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and got really into tarot. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town and she only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was a few years and a dozen countries ago. Find her blog, books, and more at sammyvalentine.com.